The impacts of climate variability and change on human, natural, social, and economic systems are increasing, requiring enhanced adaptive capacities evident worldwide. Climate risks and anticipated adverse impacts and related losses and damages will further escalate with every increment of global warming. The recent WMO State of Global Climate confirmed that the year 2024 was the warmest year in the 175-year observational record, and it was likely the first calendar year to be more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial era, with a global mean surface temperature of 1.55 above the baseline average. Although the long-term warming still remains below 1.55 degrees. The report underlined the massive economic and social upheavals from extreme weather and long-term impacts of record ocean heat and sea level rise. Therefore, early warnings and climate services are vital to protect communities and economies. Regional climate outlook forums have proved to be effective platforms to facilitate the provision of climate services and sustain collaboration among members within respective domain to produce user-relevant climate outlook products to reduce climate-related risks, support sustainable development, and make the actionable climate services available to climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture and food security, water management, energy, health, and so on. And the World Meteorological Organization, in collaboration with national meteorological and hydrological services, regional institutions, other international organizations, funding agencies, has always been supporting and guiding regional climate forums worldwide to ensure their improvement and sustainability. The South Asian Climate Outlook Forum process has done a long journey since its inception in 2010, with many accomplishments to celebrate. The SASCOF has demonstrated many benefits, including promoting broad awareness and acceptance of seasonal forecast, improvements in members' capacities to develop, interpret such forecasts, and apply in the decision-making process. The utility of climate services is determined by the level of user engagement, co-design, and co-production employed during their development, which is necessary to provide efficient, effective, and actionable climate services. In this respect, I would like to highlight one of the strengths of SASCOF sessions, the user engagement through regularly convened climate services user forums. This will facilitate incorporation of information about possible changes in climate conditions into decision-making, which will lead to the decrease of the level of risks and reduce the impacts, demonstrating high socio-economic benefits. Dear participants, before I conclude, I would like to express again my appreciation for the opportunity to meet all of you virtually today, and I regret that I couldn't attend the session in person. I wish you a very productive session.
We'll proceed. So thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Anshul Agrawal from RIMES to kindly address the forum.
Thank you and good morning everyone. So Dr. M. Ravichandran sir, Secretary MOES, Dr. M. O. Patra sir, DG IMD, Mr. Sai Krishnan sir, Head CRS Pune, Ms. Anahit, WMO, Mr. David Corbelli from UK Met Office, Ms. Laila from UNSK, Dr. Shrejit from RCC Pune, delegates from NMHS, user sector agencies, UN representatives, and many other agencies who are joining us today. A very good morning to all of you. So on behalf of Director General RIMES and entire RIMES team, I would like to welcome all of you to this Climate Services User Forum session along with the 31st session of SASCOF. Since last week, many scientists from across the South Asian region and many prominent scientists from different global centers are working together to generate the consensus outlook for upcoming monsoon season. So with increasing uncertainty and many surprises, challenges in the weather and climate, it becomes very important to analyze the impacts of these outlooks and how it is going to impact our life, the availability of water, the frequency of the floods and droughts we are expecting in the region. So for that purpose, it becomes very important to have the involvement of the various user sectors who get directly impacted with it. And for that purpose, CSUF sessions are bringing, working as a bridging role between the user sector agencies and the scientific agencies and providing us an opportunity to interact among each other to understand their challenges, requirements, and provide them the revised the products which can be utilized for preparing and getting prepared for the upcoming season. So with collaboration with UNESCAPE, last many years, SASCOF is also generating the impact outlook, which has become a very popular product in the region and being utilized by many agencies to analyze in different areas which are being which get the outlook for below normal, normal, over normal, like what are the likely impacts in those regions and how it is going to affect the water resources availability, food production, temperature in those areas. So for that purpose, many
Recording in progress.
Many UN agencies as well as various user sectors are looking towards SASCOF now for getting this outlooks, the impact outlook to get ready for the preparatory works. So for that purpose, it has become a very important session, and these 2 days of discussions will be very important. We'll also get the feedback from various user agencies, like how the outlook has performed in the past seasons and how it has been utilized, so to get learn from their experiences directly. So for that purpose, this has become a very important initiative. And as part of, like, I would like to also inform that as part of South Asia Hydromet Forum, we have recently also created a climate services user working group, which has been formulated and will start the activities for that with guidance from WMO, World Bank, UK Met Office, and also from the RCC Pune, taking support of that. And there we are trying to take the recommendations from CSUF and try to generate more advanced and scientific products for which are like more user oriented, taking into consideration the different range of weather and climate forecasts. So for with that, like, we are looking forward to have fruitful discussions with all of you and for the nice interactions over the next 2 days, so that SASCOF Outlook can reach to more and more users and become more useful in the region to manage the weather activities. So thank you everyone, and looking forward for the discussions.
Due to some internet problem, the meeting got disconnected earlier. Again, I would like to thank Anahit Housapian for her welcoming address, now we move on. I would like to request Dr. Corbelli from UK Met Office to share his remarks.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, all dignitaries, Dr. Krishnan, RCC Pune, Dr. Mohapatra, IMD, Dr. Shujit, RCC Pune, Dr. Leila from ASCAP, Dr. Anahit from WMO, Dr. Anshul from RIMES. Distinguished guests and colleagues, it's a pleasure and honour to welcome you to this 31st session of the SASCOF Climate Services User Forum. I was honoured to be able to provide opening remarks yesterday, and I reflected that personally I'm delighted to be back at SASCOF. My first SASCOF was in 2018, SASCOF-31 in Colombo. And some of you may recall that we had several years of collaboration with support from the UK Government Asia Regional Resilience to a Changing Climate, or for short, ARC programme. This gave the opportunity to collaborate and support some SASCOF priorities for a range of areas. We've talked about advancing to objective forecasting approaches, working to provide better access to data from global producing centres for nations in South Asia. Also a focus on communications and tools to support users, decision makers across a range of vulnerable sectors and to support a range of vulnerable communities. I'm also delighted that UK is able to support this SASCOF event through the Met Office Wiser Asia Pacific programme, which will now run to 2031. And that sits under a wider initiative, UK Government Initiative, Climate Action for a Resilient Asia. So many thanks to UK Government colleagues for the support and the opportunity to be able to support you through these programmes. Yesterday, we heard the importance and the great advances of SASCOF, especially in the presentation from Dr. Pai, and how it's evolved over time to be one of the most prominent regional climate outlook forums, as echoed in Dr. Mopatra's opening remarks as well. And of course, enhancing connections to users, decision makers across sectors is crucial to ensure that planning and decision making is supported by climate information. Climate Services User Forum, the agenda, it looks to be a really exciting agenda. Great to see that we've got updates from a range of sectors, so I'm really looking forward to hearing those insights, both from regional to national levels. And we've also got a session on future direction for SASCOF as well, so it would be great to hear members and attendees' views on needs and priorities for the future years. And this may provide the opportunity to identify critical areas where perhaps we can continue support through programmes such as Wiser Asia Pacific, and indeed working with other partners, SCAP, WMO, RIMES, IMD, who will support and provide a key role in driving SASCOF. Dr. Anshul mentioned the South Asia Hydromet Forum, and again, the focus on climate services there, I think, really provides an opportunity to connect SASCOF to other prominent forums, and perhaps noting many attendees or members of South Asia Hydromet Forum, this provides the opportunity for us to be greater than the sum of our parts, collaborating together through these initiatives. So finally, many thanks. Thanks to IMD, RIMES, WMO for their organisation in this event. Congratulations yesterday on the consensus outlook, and look forward to seeing that confirmed today. Thank you to all guests and delegates for your time and attendance, and wishing you all an enjoyable and productive couple of days. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. And earlier I had forgot to thank Anshul sir for his address. So thank you, sir, again. Now I request Ms. Laila Salarpur from UNSCAP to deliver her address.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna keep it short since a lot of information I'm going to be providing is going to be in my presentation later on today. First of all, I would like to thank the distinguished panelists here, as well as the participants and organizers for joining us all here today in such an important event. I think the relevance and importance of platforms like SASCOF is quite evident for all of us at this point. The way that this platform, this event is going on over time and the way that it's developing shows a really strong partnership among all of our member countries and international organizations. It's been a real pleasure to listen to all of the presentations yesterday. I think one of the beauties of such events is that it's not just a group of panelists and participants listening. Rather, every one of the participants here are presenters themselves. They are participating in the creation of the data information forecasting that is used here. In terms of impact-based forecasting, SCAP has been quite active in collaboration with other partners. There are too many to really name, but RINES, WMO, IMD Pune here that has been helping us with our work in SASCOF region. SCAP has been actively supporting the use of impact-based forecasting methodologies through regional platform, including SASCOF and SASCOF. We try to support our member countries by enhancing regional capabilities for climate risk assessment and proactive disaster responses. And I hope we can continue our collaboration through this platform to make our region better, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor now to invite Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, for the inaugural address.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed Batra, Director of India Meteorology Department, Dr. Sai Krishnan, and Dr. Sri colleagues, representative from WMO, UK Met Office, UNESCAPE, RINES, and other distinguished participants from various countries and places. Very good morning to all of you. Of course, it is indeed a great pleasure to be as part of this SASCOM meeting, but unfortunately I couldn't be there. But nevertheless, I think I understand that there are a lot of discussion as happened last 2 days to bring out the consensus outlook forecast. As you all know that in recent years, of course, the climate change has become one of the major pressing challenges facing the global community. So I think as a consequence of this, a lot of climate fluctuations become more pronounced, and there emerged a pressing need for a robust platform where scientists, policymakers, and stakeholders can come together to discuss climate trends and strategies, how we can plan for the next season. That is very important. And that aspect, I'm very glad that IMD Pune as well as WMO together they are making this climate outlook forum so that they can have a better preparedness among this area for various things. Of course, climate outlook forum maybe it serves as a crucial role and offering valuable opportunity for exchange of information, and the collaboration is the key. And also we need to develop capacity building in this aspect so that the future things has to be placed in various forum. I think this is the 31st session of SASCOF, and of course also along with this associated climate service user forum is going on. I think yesterday onwards it was going on until maybe tomorrow, and one of the important aspects I think I personally feel that instead of doing one once in a year, it will be more appropriate to do more often, because some of the other seasons also maybe it is very important. It's not only southwest monsoon, but also we have to have even some of the, I think this forum can also develop some of the heat stress index for this region. It is very imperative, because the day by day it has become more and more amplified. I think we need to develop our own heat stress index as a function of not only temperature but also humidity and wind and other parameters. I think we need to develop, and that is very need of the hour in this region. I think I am looking forward next time onwards you will be able to do that also. And also I think we need to have some of the feedback mechanism. Suppose we have done this year and how we have performed last year. Hopefully you might have done also, but I think it has to be documented properly so that whenever we go for the next year climate forum and various what is called outlook, when we provide, we take into consideration of that particular aspect. And also maybe we should have a more and more outreach to the various stakeholders. That is also very important. I'm not sure how we are going to not only the meteorological community, but also we need to have a disaster management and other people, hopefully they are involved, and I think we need to communicate this information to various stakeholders. That is also very important. I think this SASCOF, the session, actually it is prepared outlook statement for rainfall and temperature for the 2025 Southwest monsoon season for the South Asian region. And I think already people have discussed, then I will summarize what are the outcome yesterday, whatever the things have come together. So I will just briefly outline this summary now. Above normal rainfall is most likely during 2025 Southwest monsoon season, that is June to September, over most parts of South Asia, except some areas over northern, southern, eastern and northeastern parts of the region, where normal to below normal seasonal rainfall is most likely. The seasonal rainfall is most likely to be of climatological probabilities over the remaining areas of the region. During the season, above normal minimum temperature or most of the during the season above normal minimum temperature are most likely over most parts of South Asia, except some isolated areas of southeastern part of the region where normal minimum temperature are most likely. The seasonal maximum temperature are most likely to be above normal over most areas of northern, eastern and northeastern part of the region, as well as some places in the southern parts. However, maximum temperature over the central parts of the region and most areas in the southern parts are likely to be normal to below normal. The regional climate outlook for the 2025 Southwest monsoon season over South Asia has been collaboratively developed by all 9 national meteorological and hydrological services of South Asia with the support from international experts at the 31st session of the South Asian Climate Outlook Forum, conducted at Pune, India. The process involved an expert assessment of the prevailing global climate conditions, national level forecast, and forecast from different climate forecasting agencies around the world. Currently, neutral El Nino Southern Oscillation conditions prevail over the tropical Pacific Ocean. Based on the global climate model forecast, there is strong consensus among experts that prevailing ENSO neutral conditions are likely to continue over the equatorial Pacific during the Southwest monsoon. It is also recognized that other regional and global factors as well as intra-seasonal features of the region can also affect the seasonal climate patterns over the regions. I think we have more information, maybe further updates of Southwest monsoon outlook on national scale. The respective national meteorological and hydrological services may be consulted for this. I think it is very imperative. Some of the what is called communicators, maybe we need to place so that easily communicable language should be made. Maybe this is some of the text is very maybe meteorological terms people know, but I think it will be more imperative that to bring out the what is called maybe the social media and other people very well known way they can maybe promulgated this information so that people can take action if anything is required. With this, once again, thank you for inviting me this particular forum, and I'm sure that the remaining sessions and other things will be fruitfully connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the inaugural address. Now, moving to the significant moment of today's forum, the official release of SASCOF-31 consensus statement for the Southwest Monsoon, JJAS 2025. This consensus statement, prepared through collaborative efforts of experts from across the region, will provide critical guidance on the expected climate patterns for South Asia in the upcoming monsoon season. We request our esteemed dignitaries online and on the dais to release our consensus outlook.
Thank you all. Now, to formally conclude the inaugural session, I would like to invite Dr. O.P. Srijit, Regional Climate Center Pune, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, and those who joined online, and dear friends. It is my pleasure to offer vote of thanks for the joint session of the SASCOF and Climate Service User Forum conducting for this joint session. First, I would like to thank for the Ministry of Earth Sciences and Secretary Dr. M. Ravichandran for his continuous support for the SASCOF activities for the region, as well as the other important climate activities of RCC Pune. And I would like to thank the Dr. M. Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, for his constant guidance and support for all the activities of RCC and RCC Pune. This session is jointly organized by the support from RIMES and WMO and UNESCAP. I would like to thank all the directors and head of the organizations of all the organizations for their constant support for the SASCOF sessions. And I would like to thank my sincere thanks to the Ministry of External Affairs and the Government of India for their for the formal permissions for conducting these events. And also I would like to thank the UK Met Office for their support for the conducting this session. And this, along with this session, we have conducted a pre-COF training, and these various other experts from various institutes also contributed for the SASCOF training activities. And I would like to thank the Director IATM, Director RIMES, and UNESCAP for the constant support for capacity building activities of RCC Pune. And I would like to thank the organization sections for their all the support for the conducting these events. And finally, I would like to thank the RCC team for their tremendous effort for conducting this joint session of SASCOF and CSUF for successful completion of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, the inaugural session formally concludes. We thank all our dignitaries for their valuable presence offline and online. Please stay seated as we proceed to the next session. I now request Dr. Anshul Agarwal from RIMES to moderate the sessions ahead.
May I please request to take a snapshot for all the persons participating online?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Let us see it.
Yeah.
Everybody?
May I request everyone to switch on the camera?
It's a kind request to everyone also to come assemble near the, okay, on the, okay. Mahapatra sir, we have taken the snapshot, but we also request you to stay online. Till then, we'll ask all the people here in the hall to just assemble, and we'll take a snapshot with you also. Yeah.
Thank you everyone. So we have taken the picture. Thank you so much, sir. We'll start the next session now.
Okay. So good morning again, everyone. And for our next session, which is about presentation on the consensus outlook and impact outlook. So we'll proceed with that session first. So to chair the session, I would like to request Hozalikar sir. Sir, please to chair this session. And we can start the session. Smita. Yes. Smita is there? Smita is here?
Yes, she is there. Yeah. So thank you, Anshul, and thank you, everybody. And I take this opportunity to chair this session, very important session on presentation of consensus outlook for JJS 2025. Already respected Secretary Sir has given an outline, and it has just now it has been launched also by the dignitaries. And so we have got about 10:30 to 11 o'clock. So there would be about two sessions. One is presentation of SASCOF-31 consensus outlook, and that is by RCC Pune. I think Dr. Srijit would be presenting that. I think we are very eager to know. And as mentioned by Secretary Sir, that if the language of the outlook, which is going to the media and the social media, if it can be made little more friendly, probably it will be received very well. Maybe somebody from our office, IMD, can do that efforts when it is going on the social media or to the public. And we also have after that we have one session by presentation on the impact outlook developed by South Asia region by Dr. Laila. She's from UNISCAP, and yes, we understand the importance of this impact. Recently, the reports on the climate on South Asia, even the South Asia Pacific report indicates that how vulnerable is the Asia continent as such, as far as the climate is concerned. Water is one of the water hazards are going to be one of the topmost hazard, and we are being chased very badly by the heat waves also. So there are going to be a lot of things related to the impact that we are eager to hear from the Dr. Laila from you. So over to you. With me we have Smita, who is going to be a reporter for this particular session. So over to you, Dr. Srijit. Thank you. I think we'll follow some timing. I think, Smita, you can just track the times, whatever. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, good morning to all. I would like to summarize that details of the consensus statement we have prepared yesterday, formally released by Honorable Secretary MOES. Now I will give the details of what are the contents we have prepared in the contents in the statement for consensus statement, and how we are generated. Briefly, I will explain, because the user sector may need to understand the process of preparation of the outlook. And this South Asia Climate Outlook Forum we have started from 2010 onwards, and the for the first initially we have started for the Outlook Forum for the Southwest monsoon season. Later we have started for the Northeast monsoon season and winter season also, but we don't have proper consensus forum meeting for the summer season. But we will incorporate that also in the near future. And we have, this is the 31st Climate Outlook Forum. This the outlook we have prepared that is from the support from the NHMS across the all the NHMS in the South Asian country, and the expert from the other regional regional climate center and other expert from the other institutes. And this is the active collaboration between all the research as well as the operational agencies across the world is helping to prepare the very good outlook for the South Asia region. And the process of preparation of this outlook, we have initially started with a subjective approach for developing the preparation of the outlook, but nowadays we are preparing the objective seasonal forecast guidelines of WMO. Since 2021 we have adopted this the objective seasonal forecast guidelines of WMO for preparation of the outlook. And first we will look the what is the happen in the last verification of the South Asia Outlook Forum statement last year. Last year we have the statement indicate that normal to above normal rainfall likely to happen many regions of the South Asia, as in the left panel. And below normal rainfall likely over the northeastern part of the South Asia. And the right hand side, panel, it is indicating that the verification of the rainfall outlook map. You can see that the forecast, the observed category of rainfall above normal, below normal, and normal. Then we can from the figure it can indicate that the outlook match very well with observed climate observed rainfall category, and so the that is matched very well. But however, that some region like foothills of Himalaya, we have some the forecast is not indicated the below normal rainfall. And the large scale climate drivers that is playing important role in the summer monsoon rainfall. And this year we are currently the ENSO neutral condition is prevailing over the equatorial Pacific, and most of the climate models are also indicating that ENSO neutral conditions are likely to continue during the monsoon season. And the other factors like IOD, Indian Ocean Dipole, that also plays important role in the summer monsoon rainfall. That also indicating that a neutral IOD condition likely during the season. And the Eurasian and the Northern Hemisphere snow cover, that is the important that also important parameter for the summer monsoon rainfall. So that is indicating that below normal Eurasian and northern hemisphere snow cover is during the December to March season. This indicates that there is an inverse relationship between the snow cover and summer monsoon rainfall. This year we can, this parameter is also favorable for getting good rainfall during the season. One important thing is that the snow cover and Indian summer monsoon rainfall relations is used for build up the first seasonal forecast issued by IMD way back in and this is the forecast for rainfall we have developed yesterday. This it is indicating that left side, that panel, that map showing that normal to above normal rainfall likely over many regions of the South Asia, and below normal rainfall is likely to expect over the northwest and northeast and southern part of the region. All other region we are expecting the normal to above normal rainfall. This current is upcoming southwest monsoon season, and we are generating the outlook for the maximum and minimum temperature also. This the maximum temperature is indicating that above normal maximum temperature likely over the northwest and northeast and southern part of the South Asia, and the central part of the region it is indicating normal to below normal maximum temperature during the summer monsoon season. And minimum temperature, it is the outlook of minimum temperature indicate that above normal minimum temperature likely over most part of the South Asia, except some regions in the for the central part of the region, it is indicating that normal to below normal. And this is the summary Honorable Secretary released during the inaugural session. And thank you.
Hello. So thank you very much, Dr. Srijit, for this very simplified way of presentation. When we look at the graphics, I think most of our viewers would appreciate the way the monsoon is going to be. And congratulations for 2024 results of our entire SASCOF. It's almost like a replica of what the session said and what has realized, except some part of Sri Lanka or some part of the South Asia. So wonderful, and I'm looking forward the same results and improved results in the coming 2025 also. So thank you very much. So are we going to take any questions from them? We have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yes.
Yeah. So if there are any online or if there are any submissions or suggestions or points from all the participating countries from the South Asia, I mean SASCOF. Yeah, please. Please tell your name also and from where you are.
Good morning. I am Dr. Harshal Pandwe. I am working with Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation Health Department. Just one suggestion, sir. I was looking at the list of the institutions which were involved in preparing this report, but I could not find any health or medical institution, because health is one of the very important aspects, and I feel that the expert from this field should also be included for preparation of the report. This is just a submission, a suggestion.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very good suggestion. Maybe, the health comes in the portion of not in the consensus, but maybe the impact related thing what we are talking based upon the outlook that is coming up, that whether there will be the rise in. Now you see what Shrijit has suggested, that, both maximum temperature and minimum temperature over the entire SASCOF region, okay, is going to be above normal, possibly above normal. So then, then we need to think how this is going to affect, the different sectors, like whether it is water sector, whether it is health sector, whether it is power sector, and, the other sectors which are likely to get impacted with that. So we have one session after this, Dr. Shrijit's session, we have very impact, but very well taken. Health is something which is very important. Thank you very much for your suggestion. We'll definitely include that in our process. It is already there, not that it is not there.
Actually, recently we have this. We have started with the WHO also form a collaboration with the WHO and NCDC of the India government organization. We are in collaboration with them also, but in the SASCOF preparation, that is not coming. Mainly, that is coming in the impact analysis in the next part of the climate impact outlook session. Thank you.
So we'll take one. Yes, Dr. Paisa.
Clarify him actually. This is done by expert from the seasonal forecast. Okay, just to generate. Like अभी आपका medical treatment लेना है, you can't call meteorologist what to be done. You will be called only doctors and medical experts to tell the treatment, isn't it? It is expertise by me. But how to use this information for different sector? That is where we are all today. So after this forecast, how this forecast will be utilized by other sectors? So that may be just. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pai, and so we move to the next session.
Sir, before moving, I would like to request Dr. K. Sosalikar to
my pleasure.
Present memento to Dr. O.P. Shrijit for his talk.
One question.
Sir, one question is there, I think.
I'm Jasoda from Sri Lanka. Especially you are forecasting quantitative basis, but if it is quantity basis, quality basis, no, you are forecasting. If you are forecast quantity basis, it is very useful for water sector.
Yeah, thank you very much that question. Actually, seasonal forecast, it is a lot of uncertainties there. So we are always, the seasonal forecast, we are exposed in terms of either anomaly, departure from normal, above normal or below normal, and best way to quantify the uncertainties in terms of probability. That is why we are all the seasonal and monthly and seasonal forecast we are issuing in terms of probability of the various categories and all. But user agencies, I know if we get that exact value, that is very difficult to get from the model. So we have to always, that is why we are giving always in terms of probability of above normal or below normal or normal. But we have to use more technology for the bias correction and so many other latest AML technology. In future, we may think about that more precise value for the user specific forecast that we can, in the future, we can generate. Thank you.
Sir, I have one question, if I may.
Yeah.
Just actually, I think thank you for this presentation. This was very, very helpful. And congratulations again. But just one thing, because I mean, when it comes to really the impacts, probably it will be covered in impacts. But my question is like, how about the start date, end date, and the spread? Because that is something which is very important, and due to climate change, that even matters more. And so is that a part of the overall statement or the details of it, or it will be covered somewhere else? So just a question. Thank you.
Currently it is very difficult to give the information about the onset of and withdrawal of the monsoon well done advance. But we will, that will mainly, that type of the information we are covering in the extended range forecast. That is the one complementary product all the NHMS and RCC is doing. But in future we will explore that these extremes as well as the onset the extreme event during the season, that how to give the forecast for that. But extremes mainly that it is the climate model also, the skill of the extreme for rainfall for forecast, it is very difficult. So we have to in coming days the forecast will improve, so we can give such product in the future. Thank you.
So I will take this opportunity to present a nice memento on this occasion to my friend Dr. O.P. Shrijit for his wonderful presentation. So request a round of clap from all of you. So now I'll request Dr. Laila from UNISCAP to kindly come over and make a presentation related to the impact-based tools that UNISCAP is using it for years. And we would like to address some of the queries that have already been raised in the first session when the Dr. Shrijit lecture was going on. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Laila.
You're duplicating, I don't think the notes are. It's okay if you can't. I remember quickly. That's fine, it's not a problem. Okay, greeting everybody. It was actually my luck that these questions came up because I want to talk a little bit about the concept of impact, where we are talking about impact outlook, and take a step back to discuss how it's relevant to the forecasting and how this forecasting information can be used in a much broader context. I'm going to talk a little bit about a recent report that SASCOF published at the end of 2024. It's a biannual report on Asia-Pacific disaster report that is created for sub-regions, and the one for South-Southwest Asia was recently basically published. So if you're interested, you're welcome to scan the QR code and get access to the full report. There's an error. Sorry, there's some problem with the Zoom side of the story, it seems. Is it okay now? Okay, I have a suggestion. Just click editing, enable editing. Go to that, click enable editing. Now go through the process. I hope you don't count this as my time. Done? Okay, great. So just a few quick points about the risk profile for the sub-region for South-Southwest Asia. I think we all already know that unfortunately South-Southwest is the most disaster-impacted sub-region in Asia and the Pacific. Over the past 5 decades, about over 3 billion people have been impacted by different disasters, and over 1 billion fatalities have been recorded. When we are looking at the killer disasters, the most impacts, we can see that among the rest, around 485 billion disaster damage have been recorded, first of all, which is 17% of the total disaster damages in Asia-Pacific region as a whole. Drought had the biggest impact over 1 billion people, and flood is following the pattern quite closely. Also over 1 billion people have been impacted by these two specific disasters. When we are looking at the escalating, basically at the warming scenarios under 1.5 and 2 degree warming scenarios, we can see that population risk is escalating, and there are new locations for multi-hazard risk hotspots, while the existing ones are actually expanding over time, unfortunately. When we are talking about now here comes like the aspect of basically cost. Based on SCAP's estimations, annual average loss for South-Southwest Asia is around 240 billion US dollar. There are increasing, of course, adaptation, but the investment is not enough and with the same rate as the growth in disaster, and it's not always risk-informed, so it doesn't necessarily target the right sectors, locations, or populations. When we are talking about forecasting, estimations shows that a 24-hour advance warning for severe weather events such as the storms or heat wave can reduce potential damage by up to 30%. That's quite a huge amount for when we are looking at South-Southwest Asia. When we talked about 240 billion, this number translates to estimation of about basically 48 to 72 billion, depending on the methodologies and the amount of cost, if early warning systems in the region are basically improved. So this is already telling us that this information are quite important. When we are looking at the climate information, or rather when we are looking at the impact, we have to really think about an approach that is more people-centered, that is considering the current condition as well as the trends that are happening, that looks at the vulnerable sectors and try to look at the details of the issues, and then find some ways that are, for example, nature-based solutions that are really looking at preventing hazards, or rather preventing environmental disorder, and try to restore the environment that we have and increase the risk resilience. Now, in terms of climate information value change and the methodology for the forecasting, we basically look at the climate hazard information, such as the seasonal outlook, cyclone, or other type of information that we have, including the seasonal forecast that was just released. With some additional information that might be relevant, we look at exposure and vulnerability information like population, or it might be even more in detail, for example, population with lower level of human development index, which means they are a little bit, or rather a lot more vulnerable. And overlaying these two sets of information, we can see what are the risk hotspots, what are the people exposed, what are the, for example, critical infrastructure that are exposed. So now the matter that was mentioned in terms of health, for example, if we know, let's say, flood is an issue, high precipitation is forecasted, and we know what are the locations of the health facilities that we have, and they are under the risk hotspots, then we know that there might be impacted, and at the same time there might be more need for those specific locations in the coming season. Just one very simple kind of example in this outline, and how the information are connected to each other. In terms of timeline that the SCAP has been concentrating on, in terms of observed climate condition, of course, we have different time frames. SCAP specifically looks at the 3 to 6 months, which is basically suitable for a strategic decision by the countries and region, and long-term decisions for climate projection. And SASCOF forum forecasting goes under the strategic decision, because it can help really communicate with the critical sectors such as agriculture, such as water, energy, so on and so forth, to decide how they might need to prepare for the coming months, and what are the potentials that can happen. Now the data has been just released, so the final consensus data is going to be uploaded into our system within the next hour, hopefully. But we have the initial version that was initially basically shared and worked on. So just to kind of give you a perspective of how it's used in Risk and Resilience portal, or in our offline tool, basically the impact-based forecasting tool that SCAP has produced. I just want to talk very quickly about two basically sides that it can be used: one agriculture, one population. So for agriculture, one of the things that was developed in the previous SASCOFs in collaboration with the expert from SASCOF as well as FAO was a crop matrix that looks at the seasons of main crops that are grown in the region and what is the cycle of the crop. So here I have the example of rice in the picture, and you can see, for example, for Afghanistan, June, July is the season of planting, while mid-season is going to be August, and then harvesting is around September, October. Now we have this initial information, and we have the information of the forecasting from the system, and this is actually quite close to the forecast that was shared today, just a little bit different with the latest changes. So here we can really look at the different locations. So if we have the location of the crop for rice, then we can see in this scenario in terms of rainfall, what are the locations that we are expecting above normal precipitation. So when we have that information, we know which one of our crops are in danger of, or exposed, I wouldn't say in danger necessarily because it can be positive, exposed to above normal precipitation. Then we look at the crop matrix to see in that stage of a crop if they are exposed to basically above precipitation, how it can impact the crop yield or crop development. For example, if it's precipitation at the stage that is basically seed is planted, then it can make the seeds to be grown uneven, closer to each other, so it can have some negative impacts. But at the same time, when it's in the second stage, if it's during the mid-season, then it can help with the amount of yield, again, depending on the location. So there's a whole matrix that really looks at this information with the use of agricultural experts. And this is something that, you know, brings the connection between, for example, hydromet experts and agricultural experts, because that connection is where really helps translate and interpret the data from forecasting into data that can be used by the end users, such as agriculture sectors and farmers. The same thing for maximum temperature. So you can kind of follow the same pattern, the same idea. And at the moment, we upload the rainfall and temperature into our risk and resilience portal. And there are several layers that are available, so you can see the exposure for SASCOF with population with lower HDI, and some of the other variables such as crop, rice, corn, and some of the others that are relevant here. And again, so these are some of the main crops, but if we are talking about use of this type of tools, for example, IMD yesterday installed the offline automated tool into their system. So let's say they want to talk about jute in India, or some crops that are very, very native to the country, then they have the option to actually upload those crops, upload the forecastings that they have, and it can be this forecasting or some of the forecasting that is more native, and then look at that kind of overlay and then decide how they want to proceed from this information. So the tool itself provides you the opportunity to even use the data that might not be available public, or you don't want to put it in public for common use. Population is a very good example. We have the maximum temperature information on the portal right now. So let's say that heat waves are increasing in Southwest Asia. I think it's a very serious issue that we're going to be seeing more and more, and we've been having discussions about basically how this information can be used. So say maximum temperature for heat stroke or heat waves or this kind of information, you can basically upload it into the system, overlay it with the information of population, or if you want something that is, again, more local, for example, persons with disabilities, that is a type of data that might not necessarily be available publicly for everybody, or critical locations that, again, might be more of a private data that is not of the interest of the governments or the countries to want to put it in public, but that helps with that strategic planning and preparedness. And this data follows exactly the same as the forecasting, so it gives you the same probabilities of the forecasting information in terms of the population that is exposed in every location. This is the QR code for the tool online. So this tool is available online and offline. If you are a registered user, you are actually able to upload your own data, as I mentioned, and this includes forecasting as well as the vulnerability maps. So you can use your own let's say, population, critical infrastructure, health facilities, or any other roads, energy, like if we are talking about, for example, below temperature in temperature, if it's a worry about like cold weather and this kind of stuff, those are the information that can be actually added and looked at. Again, the data, the consensus data forecast is going to be updated within the next hour. So please feel free if you want to scan the QR code and browse the tool portal. One thing that is my heartfelt request, I think even up to this point, the portal has developed and the tool has developed with the participation of the member countries. IMD has been a very strong partner, international organization, RIMES, basically WMO, UK Met, like all the feedbacks and comments have been helping us develop it. So any of you can be a strong kind of partner in developing this tool. So if you have data that you think you want to kind of try, verify, if you have some ideas about how this tool can be optimized, how this tool can be improved, in terms of, you talked about health, for example, or other kind of facilities, we can have, pilot experiences or try to see how this tool over time can be really used. So we are open to any type of ideas from your side on how to develop this better. Thank you. I think that's about it from my side.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Laila.
Go back
and
to QR code. So.
This was really wonderful. So can we have one or two questions or queries from the participants, please, if there are any? Dr. Laila has appealed the session that there should be a lot of hand-holding with the tool, that impact tool that they have developed, and we should be able to use this tool aggressively for different parameters, for different type of impact, whether it is agriculture, health, water, energy, and the sectors that can have the influence related to the climate as well. So if there are any submissions or suggestions, please. Madam has also shared, this is a QR code which can be scanned.
Yes.
I think you can save this slide and start using this QR code, and we can have some more sessions. This is what I will request RCC IMD Pune to have more interaction with this team. I will also request Anshul Rhymes, that we can facilitate some sort of more interactions, more talks between the tools and the users. Then it will become very good. I would request Anshul to respond, please.
Yeah, we did, sir. This time we included it in the pre-COP, and all our NMHS participants got training on this tool. So I think that's why there are not many questions this time.
Yeah, that is fine. What happens is, this is something which is you have started. But what I suggest is probably, suppose for example, let's take an example of Sri Lanka or maybe Maldives or maybe the Nepal, Bhutan, or maybe India also. So when you talk about the pre-COP participant was probably a sort of a precursor. Okay, the penetration would be more better if we can go beyond pre-COP and go to their countries and ask them that we can have some 20-30 stakeholders or the users, the critical users who are going to enjoy this, and they will find out whether this is good and how good it is. Okay, of course the presentation says what Dr. Laila has suggested, that something very nice they have developed. I think we can have some more sessions related to that out of pre-COP also, somewhere on some platform if it is possible. Yeah.
Sure.
You want to say something?
Yeah, apart from the potential applications of this product, first of all, this is an excellent platform for actually getting into the impacts. I think this is also a good test bed for experts who can actually improve the impact assessment process. I think we need to use this to promote co-production and co-development of these impacts. because from climate side, I think we have a good input. But from the sector side, I think we need more expert involvement in helping UNESCAP to actually to make it more comprehensive and inclusive of all aspects related to the sectoral aspect.
So in this regard, I just want to add, not for SASCOF right now, but we are working with, for example, Kyrgyzstan for the NOCOF to look at the pattern in agriculture impact and kind of collect some of the data. The same thing is going on with the third pole. So we are trying to right now have a little bit of a different version for the third pole that accounts for the mountain areas, for the snow and slope and all of those stuff to have a little bit more detailed aspect. And like talking about examples, you sir mentioned Maldives. So when this tool was actually being developed a few years back, during one of the RIME sessions in Maldives, the forecasting was shared. And then for Maldives itself, later on in collaboration with NDMA, we had a comparison to look at the locations that was predicted in Maldives, of course, in a more detailed scale. What would be the predictions in terms of the flooding and all, and then we compared with the actual data that it had happened, and we could see the match in terms of the forecasting when forecasting was close to the actual event with the findings of the country for Maldives. So that was something that was quite, encouraging to see how it's helping with the patterns and findings of the hottest spots for those kind of countries. So any country, Nepal is like one of the countries that is quite actively collaborating with us in terms of early warning for all. So this is a very kind of a strong tool in that front. And again, I encourage everybody, if you think of any ideas of improvement, of collaboration, of even discussions with sectors, you have a specific sectors that you think might be interested in some work with Hydromet from that country to kind of optimize this tool, please approach me. I'll be more than happy to have a discussion about this.
A wonderful presentation, Dr. Laila. Is there any official platform for collaboration available?
What do you mean official? So SASCOF is one of the official platforms.
Okay.
I don't know.
What he probably means is, sorry to interrupt, maybe whether he's coming from a different organization.
Yes.
Okay, so as a user, whether he can connect directly to you. That is what he wants to know.
Yes. We work with academia, we work with different agencies that are working on topics related to disaster risk, resilience, emergency, as well as basically researchers that work on even methodologies of forecasting and climate projections. So there is no limitation in terms of other organizations.
Yes, thank you so much.
So any other responses? So what Dr. Ella said, that 24 hours warning, just 24 hours lead time, 30% reduction, in the economic impact assessment, that is what they say. So we can imagine, the potential that has. Even the WMO says that investment of $1, the returns are, I think, $8 as far as, the losses and the mitigation strategy is concerned. So thank you very much, Dr. Ella, for this wonderful. Just wait so that, we will be from RCC side. From IMD, we would like to give you a small token of memento. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm around if there's any question for the next 2 days. Well, 1.5 days.
Hosalikar sir, please. Now I'll request police sir to please give the momentum to Hosalikar sir for chairing the session. Thank you, sir, and thank you to our presenters for this session. So now we'll break for tea, but since we are running little behind the schedule, so I'll request all of you to be back in the room maybe in next 15 minutes. So we'll reconvene the next session at 11:35.
Those who are still remaining to upload their PPTs are requested to upload now.
सेशन कौन सा सेशन 2 है ना
So, hello everyone. I hope everyone has come back from the tea break. So, we'll go forward with the session 2. I welcome Dr. Sahai sir, who will chair this session. The session is information on subseasonal products and their utilization. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, and good morning to all. There are 5 talks, each 20 minutes talk, and first talk will be online by Dr. Patnaik. He is there online? Yeah, okay. Then Dr. Patnaik will talk on the status of extended and forecast products for South Asia. Please, Patnaik, start here.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Sahasa and our SASCOF committee from IMD Pune. Let me share first. So is it visible now, sir? Sir, slide visible?
Yes, yes, visible.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon. So I'll be talking about this IMD operational extended forecast that and what are the products available for India as well as the South Asian countries. So my colleagues here, Dr. CJ Johnny, is working with me along with our team in IMD Delhi. So this is these are the outlines. ERF products over Indian region, verification of ERF products over the Indian region. So some of the verification we'll see, and how we are utilizing during the operation operationally. And then ERF products for South Asia. So these are the 3 points I will cover. And as you know, this is a operational couple modeling system implemented in 2016, end of 2016, that is implemented in IMD. So this is CFS version 2 couple model, and along with your data assimilation, that is initial conditions available from the NCMRWF, the ocean initial condition that is from the INCOIS, that Hyderabad, and the tools were developed, the module were developed in IITM. So this is joint effort of the Ministry of Earth Science, and since then, 2017 onwards, this is the operational couple modeling system that is operationally running in IMD for various applications. So here, this couple model is running on fly. So every Wednesday initial conditions we are running for next 32 days along with the hindcast run, and this is a tier 1 and tier 2 combined approach actually. So it is not the CFS, that couple model, that is version 2 couple model, that is running with 4 initial conditions for each resolution. That means total 8 initial conditions, that is for the couple model CFS, and after that once the couple model CFS is run completed, then we are using that bias corrected SST and forcing that SST with the GFS, that sorry model, because to remove the bias in the SST, then 2-tier approach CFS model, GFS model is running for 8 ensemble member again. So this is a combination of CFS and GFS bias corrected. So total 16 ensemble member on fly, both with hindcast and operational forecast on every Wednesday initial condition. Then we are preparing the forecast for next 4 weeks. So this is as we are discussing about the products. So we will discuss also about the verification with respect to 2024 monsoon. So as you know, the 2024 monsoon, June to September, was very active monsoon, and this is actually you can see, means there is not dry spell, means you can this is the top panel is your all India rainfall with along with the normal. So it is very active phase of monsoon, almost July, August, even in September also, with isolated below normal days are there, but it is not a very long break spell or anything. So there will be more active spell were there during this monsoon. The country as a whole, upper panel, and this is the central part of India where the core monsoon zone are there. So this is also almost similar thing with not very strong break situation right there, but you can see very active condition like July, August and September. So this is just a sample plot only. sorry, this is only sample plot. 4 week we are every Wednesday. So Thursday products are available. This is the rainfall. 31st July last year initial condition, 4 week rainfall. This is the anomaly. So this was active phase, what I was showing. And this is how we are preparing the product on a special scale over the Indian region. And when we do the verification, so this is just a verification of the seasonal rainfall, the total season as a whole 2024. That means for 18 weeks. So starting from different initial condition for with 4 week initial condition, the 4 week forecast. So you can see the phase of monsoon. This is the observed line, and the vertical bars are the forecast. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. So you can see this is a the monsoon phases are very well predicted most of the weeks, but not okay. Some weeks are deviated, but it is well predicted. And if we see this correlation with the departure of the observed departure and forecast departure, it is significant for up to 3 weeks. Only during the 4th week, actually, it is scale is not significant. Otherwise, on country as a whole, this 3 weeks up to is highly significant. That means monsoon phases are well predicted for bigger domain up to 3 weeks. And as you know, we have to go for smaller regions. So we have just like seasonal forecast, 4 domain, 4 homogeneous region. Further, we also go to 36 met subregion, and also we are going now to other district level. So if you see this, this is the core monsoon zone here, central India. So central India is the most useful and also very useful for the active base prediction. And if we see the central India, northeast India, south peninsula India, northwest India, and the four regions, if we see the skill actually here slightly different with respect to different region. It happens during most of the year, but yes, central India, if you see again 2 weeks and even some part of 3 weeks also, up to 3 weeks we can see very good skill, not 4 weeks. Then interestingly, this year northeast India performed very well. So that's why up to 2 weeks very highly significant. Even 3rd week also significant. So northeast India generally we don't get good correlation in northeast India rainfall, but this year the weather systems are like that. This is well skill is very good in northeast India, but south peninsula this skill was very poor actually. So here south peninsula means whether we have to examine how this meso prediction or these things. So south peninsula revival rainfall were not very well predicted. Central India, northeast India, and even the northwest India also well predicted. So up to 2 weeks it is also well predicted, except south peninsula during 2020. But the patterns are not similar in other years. Generally, it can predict up to 3 weeks or at least up to 2 weeks. So here, then we go to the smaller domain as we are operationally we are applying. So we need 36 met subregion scale, and each center, our regional center, are issuing the forecast for the smaller domain. So that means that met subregion, we call met subregion. So in that met subregion, we are not quantitatively we are verifying the percentage departure, but category verification also we are doing with large excess rainfall whenever 60% or more and 20% or more excess. So this both category we call it above normal and normally within plus minus 19% or any met subregion, smaller domain. So this is normal. But whenever there is minus 20 to minus 60%, it is deficient or large deficient or no. So this is below normal. So 3 category broadly, 5 category we consider in our day-to-day application. But yes, we can categorize into 3 category: above normal, normal, or below normal rainfall over the met subdivision level in 36 met subdivision. So when we do the verification for 36 met subdivision extended forecast, particularly for 2024 to 24 only. So week 1 and week 2, so week 3 and week 4. So week 4, if you forget, week up to week 2 and then week 3 also some part. So this is good correlation is showing during the week 3 over only some part, but week 2 generally we are using. But this is the correlation coefficient. But this is the correlation, as I said, correlation is not a very good measure. That is only 18 times is 18 weeks. So departure 1 week departure also can influence the OCC. So what we do then we go to percentage of correct category above normal, above normal how many times it is matching with above normal. So category matching. So category matching, if we see here, so this is a very good percentage how in week 1 forecast and week 2 forecast. Then the right panel is week 3 and week 4. So here that means the category matching, at least we can see that very excellent correlation up to week 2, not correlation, matching up to 2 weeks. And third week also some parts of the sub-division, not all, but yes, reliability there up to definitely for 15 days, and some part of third week also. So considering this into consideration, we we can see the statistically also how the correct percentage means correct whenever the perfect matching is there, category 3 category, that the correct percentage. And if totally out means 2 category out means wrong, above normal became below normal, then it is wrong. Otherwise in between just one out is partially correct. So that in that sense you can see it is this is number of subdivisions out of 36, and this is a percentage. So roughly week 1 and week 2 it is less than 15% are wrong category, and week 3 and week 4 it is about 16% wrong category. And correct category, if we see subdivision to subdivision matching, exact category matching, 53%, 46% in week 1 and week 2. So that means out of so correct and partially correct another 40. So here that means we can say that more than 50% correct category and about 37. So 80, more than 80-90% are both combining correct and partially correct category. So and wrong category are totally wrong. So whatever the totally wrong category are there, that is within the 20%, less than 20% in 4 weeks, and less than 10 to 13% up to 2 weeks. So this is the overall statistic when we go, because the different regions of the country, this is considering all the 36 subdivisions covering the four homogeneous region of India. So in this way considering the skill, very useful skill up to 2 weeks. So we use the advisory for farmer and disaster manager or cyclogenesis or whatever we are doing for up to 2 weeks. We are giving the operational advisory to different users. So as I mentioned, this is this year monsoon, 2024 monsoon was very active monsoon. So a lot of active phases were there. I mean, hardly any break phases were there. And as I said, 2 weeks we are using our forecast on very smaller domain, district. Even we are going up to district level also. So I was just showing 2 active weeks during the monsoon season. So this is first very active wave 1 to 8 August. If you see the monsoon, very active monsoon condition along the monsoon trough zone south, and this whenever the system was passing through this, and this is large anomaly, positive anomaly over this. And if we see the forecast, as I was at 31st July, this is the week 1 forecast, and based on 24th July, this is the week 2 forecast. Based on, so this up to 2 weeks, the active phase of monsoon of 1st to 8 August was very clearly predicted in the operation, I mean real time. Similarly, another spell of very active, that is 22nd to 29 August. So there are a lot of rainfall were there even over the central India, in Gujarat, western coast, Maharashtra. So this is very active phase of monsoon. And that is also when we see the forecast, week 1 forecast for 21 August and week 2 forecast based on 14 August, also predicted the active phase. That means since this year was not having much dry spell, but active phase also is very well predicted up to 2 weeks. And interestingly, this just to see how, since whenever there is dry phase, all this active phase or active break cycle, so that is very useful for agriculture purpose. But when there is flood types of situation associated with very active monsoon phase are there, that is also very useful if we anticipate that high frequency of expected heavy rainfall are expected during next 1 week or some 2 weeks. So just to show that one, how it can, the active phase prediction can be utilized for the heavy rainfall prediction in the short to medium range time scale. So here I am just showing how this 2024 monsoon season, this is the dots where heavy rainfall and extremely heavy rainfall, more than 20 or more than 12. So more than 12 centimeter or more than 20 centimeter in a day, that in the June to September. This is the very heavy, more than 12 centimeter, and the right panel is more than 20 centimeter in a day. So and different during the different months. So if you see the left panel figure at the top, so means many days are there, means mostly in the August, July, and September. So all places are, you can see the frequency of very heavy. We call it very heavy rainfall when it is exceeding 12 centimeter up to 20 centimeter. So here means most of the India you can see that means frequency very high. That means almost during the monsoon season we are getting this heavy rainfall event, very heavy rainfall event over many parts of the country. And this is extremely heavy. Some of our events are very unusual, and we can see it is exceeding 30 centimeter over Gujarat and western part of the country. That is in a day. So a large number of frequency wise also, if you see the 2024, it is the most of the frequency high. It is increasing. So gradually there is a increasing heavy rainfall event. So this is another implication of monsoon forecasting. Because of climate change, extreme rainfall events are increasing. So how the extended range forecast can give some guidance about the frequency of heavy rainfall in up to at least up to 2 weeks. So that way we did some analysis for the monsoon season. So what happened? 9 months heavy rainfall episodes were selected of the monsoon season, and that were covering the, this is a Met subdivision, because we are not going the special scale below the Met subdivision level, 36 Met subdivision level. So this is the subdivision name, and this is the period during that week where it was heavy rainfall, and this is the observed rainfall departure, and this is mm and in percentage departure. You can see in particular Met subdivision that observed rainfall departure are highly, means large excess, 140, 300% above normal, like that. So that week over that subdivision, so this is the episode. But when we come to the forecast, actually forecast ERF extended forecast up to week 1 and week 2 over that particular event, valid for that particular week. So you can see the model is predicting mostly, this is the percentage departure in week 1. So if we see the percentage departure, this is actually more than 65 everywhere. So that means it is large excess. That means week 1 forecast is predicting large excess rainfall over Met subdivision, and even the week 2 forecast also on 1 or 2 occasion it is showing a positive but not large value. But otherwise, so that means that indication means the subdivision is experiencing, indicating large excess or excess in next 1 week and subsequently in next 2 weeks. So 2 weeks. So that indication also it can give some clue to the day-to-day forecaster or even the medium range time scale that some active phase are we expected, and we can prepare for the heavy rainfall episode. So even this also include even Kerala event. One Kerala event you must have remember everybody, that is the 29th of July. That is, so during this week, so this is the rainfall, and even extended forecast in week 1 and week 2 it is well predicted, means large excess rainfall, and week 2 it is excess rainfall. So this heavy rainfall also can be utilized when we have a better prediction up to 2 weeks in the extended range. Then as I said, we are going again like category verification, like correct, partially correct, or wrong. So we are also further going down to the district level, and we have tested for many years, 2020 and 21. I am showing how it performs when you go to the district level, but not the correlation, but actually with the category forecast verification. Still, it has a good skill. Actually, district level also we can go up to 2 weeks for, we can say it means slightly. Lower than the Met subdivision level, but still it is useful. Useful information are also available in the district level up to 2 weeks when we go for the category forecast verification. Then we are also producing for the river basin. We have 156 river basin. So we also give bias corrected river basin forecast for that particular river basin. That also useful for the flood forecasting. So these informations are generated up to 4 weeks, and it is provided to our hydrological region and also the Central Water Commission. Then this is temperature forecast, maximum temperature. This is hot weather expected, maximum temperature, Tmax anomaly. So this temperature guidance also are provided in the real time up to 4 weeks. Then products for South Asia. So we have a dedicated page for the South Asia. So where we extended products are prepared and it is hosted, and also it is sent by email to the other member countries. So here, yes, you can see this is the extended forecast product actually when we see the bigger domain. So the week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4 forecast rainfall. This is, and then this is the anomaly. So these products are hosted on the website in the real time, and this is the actually latest forecast we can say. And then this is the wind also, and wind upper level, low level, wind circulation. Then cyclogenesis. Cyclogenesis is another part that is also we are preparing for whenever there is some chance of cyclogenesis. So we are preparing the cyclogenesis, but 2 weeks, up to 2 weeks, we are utilizing the guidance as a guidance tool for the cyclogenesis forecast for week 1 and week 2. This is the case of the last Remal cyclone actually in the month of May last year case. So actually week 1 is when we say 15th of May, the week 2 there was some moderate probability was showing over the Bay of Bengal cyclogenesis, but in week 1 case when it came, it was very high probability indicated. So moderate probability also will be there. Then we don't ignore actually. We in operational forecast when you are issuing the cyclogenesis forecast for next week, we also indicate that there is like moderate chances genesis of depression or cyclogenesis in the next over the Bay of Bengal in next week. So this every week also we updated this cyclogenesis forecast. Then this is the temperature forecast over the South Asian region, but we don't have bias corrections. So here it is a model output forecast, and this is the Tmax anomaly. Similarly, T-mean also, T-mean forecast and T-mean anomaly. And in addition, we also provide that for other bilateral data also we are sending, and customized product for particular countries are also prepared, and that like Bhutan, they are also taking customized product. So that is also we are sending by email. So South Asian products, for the South Asian region, all the products are operationally generated and it is hosted in our website. To summarize things, forecast of wind, rainfall, temperature, and even maximum minimum and cyclogenesis potentials are being generated at different spatial and temporal scale. And as I did the skill analysis, it is very potential, good potential for application in various sectors. We demonstrated even hydrological sector, agriculture sector, disaster management, even the power sector, the temperature forecast, even the health sector also. So 2 to 3 weeks, we can say some reliability there and useful information can be utilized. All customized ERA products are being generated for application. As I said, different sectoral application products are generated. Then real-time product are available in our FTP server for all member country to use and to prepare the customized product. And also as we are going to have the upgraded CFS version 2 forecast model that we are planning to implement soon. That is also joint rapidly by developed by in IITM and through again our initial condition from NCML Lab and Ocean initial condition from INCOS. So it will be a joint thing and developed by IITM that we are going to implement. So I think the IITM speaker will speak about the new version of FP. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. Will you be available for in the end, or we should take some questions right now?
Yeah, now it is better because we have another meeting, so I may leave for that.
If there is any question, please.
Dr. Patnaik.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have shown that category forecast performance based on week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Okay.
Yeah.
I think if you come along with that, because percentage it is a normal distribution, but if SPI also we are generating, so week 1, week 2, week 3 up to week 4, if you see that, that can give also better, particularly for agriculture purpose, how it is, because as they are using already SPI for week 1, week 2. So how it was performed this for practical. Another is, since for South Asia, I think similar way SPI also forecast can be generated. What you are showing that is week 1 up to week 4 rainfall. So SPI and SPEI for South Asia, if you can generate that, because you have the data also from 2003 onwards using only forecast data. So that is, I think, if by next year, if you SPI product also.
I think that is good suggestion. So since all Hindka data, with this data, observation data we have, we can generate the SPI product for the extended region of South Asia. I think that real time we can do that one.
Yeah, so that is one recommendation from this SASCOF. Okay.
Can I?
Yeah,
Yeah. So, Dr. Patnaik, thank you very much for very good presentation. Myself, Osalikar. The extended range forecast utility in IMD, over a period of last maybe a decade or so, has been really very, it's like a blessing to all the forecasters and the stakeholders. So thank you very much for that product. And your confidence level in the forecast is going from week 2 to week 3. That is also something which is very interesting. But I'm sure, people are, every Thursday they are waiting, and the credit goes to you and everyone in the headquarter and who are the modelers, that one. I have one small submission here. The way we have progressed for in country like extended range forecast and the confidence build up, can we have this type of aggressive mission mode for the SASCOF countries, whether we can, now we have the product, whether we can have some sort of verification, confidence building, some training, understanding their responses on the product that you have been generating. Because what happens is when it is India, the geographic area is very big. But if you see the other countries like Nepal, Bhutan or Myanmar, other than the Pakistan and Afghanistan, I think Sri Lanka, they are all very small geographically, they are very small. So how much it will hold, this also would be something very interesting. So I will request if this can be done collectively with the SASCOF countries, with RCC and with the guidance from NWP division. This will make our region, the South Asia region, very more confident and more strong. Thank you. Thank you for wonderful work.
Yes, yes, a good suggestion. Actually, we had started with some interaction with Bhutan also. That Bhutan also area is also very small, just like our smallest Met subdivision level. So I think we are giving that every week also to them. So they are utilizing it. They can demonstrate also how useful these products are there. But as you said, verification, etc. Other thing also we have to do on that all the small countries, so that we have to work collaboratively. Their observation data is required. So in that way, some further exchange of idea and some exchange collaboration we can do with the other member countries.
Okay, there is one question from online. Dr. Haidar Sohail, please. That question is, data is important for evaluation. Is that question or what? Okay, so data sharing.
Yes, that was I also told like that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, fine. No, that is same thing for data only. Yeah.
Hello, can you listen me?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So my question is about your products. That's a very nice product for South Asia region. But as discussed by other scientists, for the evaluation for our regions, it is very important that if you could share the data so that we can evaluate with our observed data set and helpful for the evaluation of your extended range forecast. So is it possible you could share the data with the member countries? Or you just share?
Yes, I think already we are through CRS Pune. We are sharing this data in our FTP server. So I think you can contact with our CRS Pune office so that you can directly take the data. Yes, we are putting this data. We can share the data, real time forecast data from our model run that is available in our FTP. But yes, you have to get it through our office from Pune.
Okay. So one last question. You share the data on the first day of each month, or every week you update the forecast?
No, every, as I said, no, our forecast is updated every week. But Wednesday model initial conditions are run. So by Thursday morning our forecasts are generated. So we every Thursday the data are available. Forecast products also available, data also available.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so let us move for the next talk. Thank you, Dr. Patnaik.
So
Thank
you
you,
can
sir.
unshare yourself. Oh, okay. And the next talk will be Dr. Ankur Gupta from NCMRWF. Please, Ankur. So there is another center who are also generating S2S products. So he will show how it is.
Thank you, Dr. Sahai. I would like to first thank IMD Pune for inviting me to deliver this talk on and share the products from NCMRWF couple model. So to begin with, I would like to highlight that we have a seamless prediction system in which we are using the same dynamical core for prediction at across the time scales. The way this strategy helps is like we are using the same model, so we understand its error and its performance at different time scales, and then it feedbacks because weather and climate is seamless in nature. So why should we have different models for predicting different time scales? Of course, we need to configure the model in different modes, but by using the same model, we understand the model performance and can generate these products at different time scales. So at NCMRWF, we have this forecasting system from the coarsest resolution and the coarsest temporal scales of the seasonal prediction system to the sub-seasonal time scales, the weekly forecast and the daily forecast, and also going to the very high resolutions of 4 kilometer and even 1.5 kilometer and 330 meter resolutions for different applications. So many of these models and configurations are, some of them are coupled and some of them are uncoupled, particularly when we are going for very small domain like 1.5 kilometer or 330 meter, then we have an uncoupled system. But beginning this season, we are going towards a coupled system for our medium range forecast as well. So that helps in having the medium range forecast seamlessly going towards the extended range forecast and then to the seasonal forecast. So these are the different configurations in which we are running the coupled model. So every day we run a 15-day forecast in medium range configuration, and then every week we generate a weekly mean forecast up to next 4 weeks, and every month we generate seasonal mean and the monthly mean forecast for the next 3 to 6 months. So apart from the usual applications of the rainfall and temperatures, we are also supporting different MOES institutions, be it in the polar regions, be the excursions in the southern oceans, or during the cyclogenesis, or the ocean forecast, as well as the snow forecast, which we are sharing with the SASCOF. So different products are available and we are sharing with. Of course, our understanding of the system is more in monsoons and temperatures, but with collaborations with different MOEs institutions, we are able to they are able to use the products and give us the feedback. My talk here is mostly focused on the monsoons and the subseasonal level. Here I would like to highlight that before we use the products from any modeling center or any even the forum like a SASCOF, we need to know what are the skills of the model. So as has been showing since many SASCOF meetings and even this time, the SASCOF has been giving a very good forecast at the seasonal mean level. And then from meetings like this, we have recognized the demand for the sub-seasonal level from the partner countries, partner organizations, and then India has been giving supporting these forecasts at the shorter time scales as well. So here what I'm showing is this graph on the bottom left, where I'm plotting the monthly mean skill, and the extreme top right you're seeing the skill at the weekly mean level. So what Dr. Patnaik has already shown that the weekly mean forecast, you can give it at a lead time of 3 to 4 days, and at those lead times, your second week forecast, at least in terms when you do a simple correlation analysis, is very good. And he was also showing that if you do a signal capture, whether your signal is correct or not, then even the week 3 is useful at the subdivisional level. So that is the top right figure, where we are showing that the week 2 scale is very good. Now coming to the bottom left figure, here what I have plotted is the monthly mean scale at the grid point level in the first row. The second row is the subdivisional level, met subdivisional level, and the last row is the homogeneous level. Although we have a tendency and the demand is there to go at very high spatial resolutions even for the monthly and the seasonal time scales, and sometimes if we look at a good forecast, we are tempted to give that, but our analysis shows that what are the skill you can expect over a larger, in this case the analysis for the Indian region. So grid point is certainly not very useful at the monthly time scales. The subdivisions, yes, some of the subdivisions are very good, but can you give a forecast with the same confidence at the subdivisional level for a monthly mean? I'm not talking about the weekly mean. From this figure, I would probably say no. So, and there are reasons for that. As you can see, the homogeneous scale, the monthly mean scale for the homogeneous level is very good. It's high. The reason is that as IMD has long recognized that these regions share the coherent rainfall characteristics, and because we are able to, at least at the sub-seasonal timescales of the monthly mean rainfall, which is impacted both by your initial conditions and your teleconnections, these impact of the global teleconnections can be felt over a larger region of a homogeneous level, because they are impacted by the similar external forcings, and because of these combinations of the initial conditions and the external forcings, we are getting a very good skill at the homogeneous level for the monthly mean. And because of this, actually, I'll just show the bottom right skill of where I am comparing the monthly mean scale and the seasonal mean scale. So a seasonal mean rainfall forecast, you would like to give at least 15 days in advance. Of course, 2 to 3 months is also useful, but as we approach the season, we would like to update that. And if you see the scale of the season in the light orange color, it is less over the homogeneous than even the monthly mean rainfall at the lead times of 5 to 10 days. So a monthly mean rainfall forecast you would like to issue at maybe 5 to 10 days. A seasonal rainfall forecast you would like to give it 10 to 15 days to give some lead time for the policymakers to respond. So this product, I'm sure this is for, I have done the analysis for the NCMRWF coupled model, but I'm sure if we do the analysis of other models, this will be highlighted. The usability of the monthly mean rainfall, which I'm highlighting from these two slides. So just a comparison of how the skill of the NCMRWF model itself is like, for example, if we compare the 2018, the correlation scores even for the all India level was 0.4, the first bar plot. And of course, it drops drastically in week 2 and week 3. So on the contrary, if we look at the bottom right plot, in which the correlation for the 2023 year is plotted, we see that the week 1 correlation is 0.86, and then it's significant at even week 2 and week 3 level. So which has increased dramatically from 2018. These are mainly because difficult to separate the likely reasons, but we have increased the number of ensemble members, so because of which we are able to target the uncertainties, and also because of the better initial conditions, which has improved since 2018. So, and just to show the scale of the monthly mean rainfall, these are all the seasons from 2019 to 2023. So we can see this is the both the observation and the model departures from the different initial conditions updated every week, and we can see the progress of the monsoon every week is captured reasonably well in all the years. So again, if we look from the same model at these seasonal timescales, these are the interannual variability of the anomalies between two different configurations. The current configuration at NCMRWF is GC2. We are likely going towards the GC5, and because of the challenges in the seasonal prediction system, the improvement in skill is really challenging. So there we are not seeing that much of increase in the skill, 0.52 to 0.53, but we have done some preliminary analysis of the subseasonal skill from these two systems, the older and the new version, and at least at the subseasonal level, the skill improvement are a little bit more than what we are seeing at the seasonal level. So this is just to compare our configurations of GC2 with the ECMWF slightly older version. Even GC2 is a slightly older version. So if we compare these two models, both the problem at the seasonal timescales is that almost all the models are wrong in the same year, and if there is a good signal, then most of the models are picking up right. So this is the case we are seeing. The skill scores for both the models are quite similar. The biases are very similar. The challenges are very similar. So our model is maybe slightly better. It picks like 11 out of 18 signals correct instead of the 10, but I won't say that is a far significant better performance. So this is again an intermodal study by the colleagues at the IITM, in which we can see the skill of the model, both the models being useful at week 2 and week 3 time scales. So just another, I think there were suggestions of using a similar strategy for the subseasonal prediction as we are using for the SASCOF, which is to use the multi-model for the subseasonal predictions as well, and that products can be shared with the neighboring countries as well. So with the collaboration with the IMD, we have done a preliminary analysis of just the two models, and of course there is an improvement in the skill scores and the spatial distribution of the rainfall, because some of the models have known biases in a particular region. Those can be minimized if we do a multi-model beam. But I would like to promote not just use two models. I think we can use a multi-model, and then of course we can do the research R&D in the two models more. This is a case of 2019 in which the IOD, in which the earlier forecasts were bad from all the models, and the reason was the IOD was not captured even at the 1 month of lead time. But beginning in June and July, the IOD is developing more and more. As we can see in the observation, this is the precipitation plot, but the SST plot would look quite similar, at least in the equatorial regions. So the model is able to capture these IOD near to the verification timeline. For example, 5 to 10 days in advance, which I'm showing here from the model, and these are the rainfall anomalies. These are capturing the IOD development. And just to highlight, if we can recall, the forecast of 2019 monsoon was really bad from all the models. So here, if we go for the monthly forecast instead of the seasonal forecast, so you have to really update what you are looking into, and you need to know what are the skill of the model and at what regional level and the what temporal level. If we know that, then there is a lot of information available in the models which we can extract. So I would say the seasonal forecasting is still challenging, and this is 2024 verification. Of course, the larger signal is captured by the model, but from which you can see from the top and the bottom panels, even the monthly mean anomalies. But the really challenging part was we have been seeing a drought-like conditions in the eastern parts of the India over Bihar and Jharkhand area, parts of the West Bengal, and that has not been captured even even by the CMIP models, which are the climate configurations, there is a very challenging to capture these decreasing rainfall trends over the Bihar and Jharkhand areas. And even I was surprised to see that the same challenges remain at the seasonal level, even though the models are different and the initialization strategies are different. So maybe it is related to the soil moisture and other land surface data estimation, which we need to improve. But that area is really highlighted. Apart from that, the model really able to capture the other regions in terms of the category of the seasonal mean rainfall. So this is, I'm showing 3 years verification for ERP. I would like, so for each of the sub-panels, the first figure is the observation, and for different initial conditions, and then the week, the second plot is the, of the first row is the week 1, and then the bottom 2 rows of the each sub-panel is the week 2 and week 3. I would like you to just not look at the week 1 and week 2, just look at the week 3. So the diagonally opposite figures. So the models time and again has been when we write reports and papers, we have to highlight week 2 and we have to kind of suppress that week 3 is only just useful. But when we look at the individual events, and these are not the pick and choose cases, when there is a signal in the nature, it is almost always captured. And but because of what we are used to see at the skill scores, we believe that the week 3 may not be useful. And I mean, giving it a forecast at 21 days in advance in which your pattern of rainfall is captured that well, if you go just have a brief glance over this particular pattern and these are coming from the active and break phases. The above normal rainfall is captured really well over the South India. The patch of above normal rainfall and the below normal rainfall, the dipole of the rainfall is captured in week 3. Same in this event, in which the suppressed rainfall conditions, along with the high rainfall conditions north and south of it, is captured really well. And so same is the case with 2024 cases. The 3 cases are listed here. So this is just to highlight the seasonal forecast for this year. This is slightly different than the NCMR, than the SASCOF consensus forecast. So this time the model is giving the above normal rainfall over some parts of the India. And if we could compare with the SASCOF is giving the rainfall, the above normal rainfall over slightly larger region of India. And of course, there are we can't believe that simply believe a dynamical forecast. The model has a tendency, at least this year, of over predicting the ENSO-like conditions, because of which we are seeing the more rainfall, above normal rainfall conditions in the central India. And temperature forecast is also slightly different. We are expecting slightly below normal conditions over the central parts of India because of the high rainfall anomalies over this. So just to highlight 3 different products, apart from the rainfall, we are also giving a snow forecast and supporting the missions in the polar regions and the southern oceans by giving the forecast of the atmosphere, ocean and sea ice conditions over there, and the ocean currents and the SSTs there at the extended range. And we have also started experimentally, we have just started this, so not many sample cases are there. When we are doing
please finish it. It already be
okay. When we are doing the downscaling, then we are seeing the benefits. For example, if we see the last plot, which is the week 3, so this patch of the rainfall which is there in the observations, the high rainfall intensity is really captured when we are doing the downscaling. So this is the week 3 forecast. So even the synoptical features are really captured in the when we do the downscaling of this global product. And I think this is our Secretary Sir was mentioning about the heat index. So yes, we have started preparing from the last year, and this year the conditions are usually okay. We are not seeing a lot of regions of the country above 40 degree Celsius of heat index. This is not just the temperature, this is the incorporating the humidity conditions as well. But this heat index forecast was really useful last year, in which it was giving the high probabilities over those regions, which was realized. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One question, quick question, if there is any. Otherwise, we will open. No, okay.
You showed this monthly correlation is 0.86 in some year. It is pattern correlation or is it all?
This one?
Yeah, this one.
So this is the weekly departures, and for 2000, the bottom figure is for 2023, and the weekly departures week 1, week 2 for all the initial conditions. So that is plotted in the bar, and the correlations are its correlations along the sample size. So not the monthly mean.
No, 0.86 is monthly mean or what? You have mentioned the number 0.86.
Yeah, 0.86 is the so if you take the weekly mean and make the samples from both the models and the observations for the entire JJS season of 2000.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. There are questions, online questions also? Oh, okay.
Sir, my name is Shashwat. We are from UNSCAP. Just one question. We are working on the third pole region, and we are trying to calculate the impact in that region. And for that, we were actually looking, just going through your initial slides, I found that you said something about that forecasts on snow-related variables could also be provided. Can you throw some light on that? What kind of variable are we talking about? Is it snow water equivalent or
so this
what kind of that?
Yeah, so we are not producing the snow water equivalent depth, but that can certainly be generated. Currently, we are just having the snow and then the precipitation.
Is it snow depth? Or
no, yeah, this is the actual snow. This is not the snow depth which is lying on the surface. This is the snow which is falling from the sky.
Okay, okay. And
but we can certainly generate that, yeah.
How long back do we get the forecast?
So this is available from all our configurations, medium range, extended range, and the seasonal timescales. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there are some questions online. Yeah, thank you for providing the candidates. Few questions. Okay, you can read those questions. For which month or season did you observe the best forecast performance? Additionally, could you share the skill scores separately for the dry periods and wet periods? So first question is this. Second is, would it be possible to organize an online or in-person training session for participants, enabling them to generate S2S forecast for their respective regions? And third is, lastly, could you please provide the names of the models included in the multimodal ensemble MME, Sohail Babar, Chima, Pakistan?
Yes, I think the last two questions are for the IMD and then the SASCOF. Yes.
Yeah.
Regarding the first question, we do evaluate the skill of the model in different seasons and even during the different phases of the monsoons. So definitely all the models, including NCMRWF model, have better skill in predicting the dry conditions than the wet conditions. But I have seen that the NCMRWF model is performing maybe a little better than most models at week 3 level for the active phases. So we are really able to pick the active signal 3 weeks in advance for most of the cases. Regarding the skill of the models are usually less when the monsoon is very active, when there is more chaos in the nature, and it is more better during the onset and the withdrawal phase of the monsoons. So that is what we have observed.
Okay, no, you have shown one MME product also. He is asking what is the name of those models. So these are IMD and NCMRWF models, okay?
Yes, so this is IMD and NCMRWF.
Okay, thank you.
Now I would like to request Dr. A.K. Sahai sir to felicitate Dr. Ankur Gupta with memento for nice lecture.
Next talk will be by inquiries, Dr. Rahman. Please try to finish in 15 minutes.
Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank IMD for inviting me here, as well as my director to nominating me for this important meeting. So last 2 days you were hearing about the atmosphere, and as you know all the critical role of ocean, particularly the seasonal forecast. So INCOIS is generating ocean analysis for since 2013, and which is being used for the initialization of CFS, which is previous talk Dr. Patnaik already told. And apart from that, there is another important aspect. We are also looking on how this ocean reanalysis, which is being produced most of the operational centers across the world. So my colleague, Dr. Abhishek Chatterjee, is also here, who is also working in this aspect only. And this is being generated in collaboration with NOAA and SEP. So before going to these, just for a quick reference, what is ocean reanalysis? Many of the people are on atmospheric. It's the same like atmosphere only. What we do is ocean model has, as you know, the model has its own error, as well as observations has the sparse nature of this. So similar like atmosphere, we combine these two using some data assimilation methods, and we try to create the as realistic as ocean state. So there are enormous applications of this, the climate change studies, then initialization of couple model, as well as environmental monitoring, and then research and development, of course, which is the critical part of any forecasting system. There are some limitations as well. These are all products are not perfect. Most of the products which is available as of now in the global state-of-art model has errors in the particular in the coastal regions, as well as there are assimilation method has error, as well as numerical model also has error. So it's try to make as perfect as possible. So this pictorial form, what we do is here, as you see, you see here, these are the observing platforms over the global ocean is available. There are different kinds of platforms are available, like these drifting buoys, then buoys, anchor buoy, and as well as one of the most important is Argo profiling floats, which, as you know, is the ocean radiation day, which is giving the profile of temperature and salinity. These are observations we take in real time mostly, and we use the ocean model as well. All these observing platform, we use the atmospheric forcing from the ocean reanalysis products, or even the other analysis products from atmospheric models. We combine these two, and we try to generate this analysis and reanalysis products, which is being used for different aspects, seasonal forecasts, and so predictions, and so on. So these are the different centers which are producing the ocean reanalysis on the regular basis. Most of the global centers, NASA, NASA produce ECO, brand produced by BOM, Australia, SODA, University of Maryland, which is the most oldest one. They are producing for many decades. Then NOAA and SEP, of course, they are producing, but they are using the very older version of MOM. And now we started generating this thing is 45 years reanalysis based on MOM 5. And then other products, ODA is 5, then Mercator Oceans, these are the other centers which are producing. If you see the models, mostly MOM as well as NEMO-based models are used in these all reanalysis products, and all sorts of resolutions also are there in these models. So this is the model we use. The configuration in the ocean part is the kind of same like what we use this CFS model for ocean initializations. This has but we use this forcing from core 2 for this generating this and reanalysis. We use from 1979 this start, and 2009 this ends. Then afterwards NCEP2 we use 3D for assimilations, and with a window of back 6 days to forward 10 days, and we use temperature and salinity profile data from all the in situ observations which are available from last 4 decades or so. We use year SST for the relaxation in SST in the surface, and these products is available from 1979 to 2000. This is a bathymetry which is very important in the ocean model aspect, and we use for this model. And these are the profiles for last 45 years which is used for this reanalysis. You see there's from global ocean, the left panel, this is shows the global oceans. And you see the till 2000 there are hardly any observations are available. As you know, before Argo there is very few observations are available. After this beginning of this century, when Argo program started, and then it started enhancing these observing platforms, and we are enhancing these observing platforms. And if you see the different basin-wise segregations, this blue card shows the Indian Ocean, and as usual, there is very less observations compared to other ocean basins. There is in Atlantic, there was a significant changes in the observing platform after 2006, which is verified by other organizations as well. This is quite quantum, and this has a lot impact in the Atlantic simulations, particularly the ocean reanalysis. So these are some of the results in this. If you see what this comparison from OISST, which is independent OIS observations, evaluations, most of the things, if you see the kind of, this is point location in INU 341 region, you see this SST is mostly reproduce this OISST except some part of the initial 1980s decades, where, as you know, there are very less observations are available. And this is the average over the NINO 3, this is Bay of Bengal region over, but Bay of Bengal also it is producing the same very accurate, except I mean peak values are not able to capture, but this, and apart from this, it is increasing trend is also captured in these reanalysis products. So coming to the spatial comparison, if you see, this is the average of course, sorry, it is 1982 to 2009 average. Upper panel shows the reanalysis. This is OISST. If you don't put the legend, it will be hard to distinguish which one is reanalysis, which one is observations. However, if you see the biases, there are some differences you will see in the coastal region as well as southern India, southern oceans. In the there are two differences we do to different time period average. If you see the 1982 to 2009, lot of biases are there in the southern Indian Ocean as well the coastal regions, but however in this is drastically reduced in the 2010 to 2019 average. I'll tell you what is the reason for that as well. So this is of course now the surface. Now it is important ocean reanalysis products also should produce the subsurface temperature as well. This is the plot of subsurface temperature variations at the point location in the NINO 3.4 region, and you see 1997 drastic temperature difference is well captured, which is also seen in the EN4 observations. And this is NINO 3.4 region average temperature, which is also capture all the internal variability very well. Now comparing this SST to all other reanalysis products, how it's performed. Now if this panel shows particularly the Indian Oceans, the RMSE with respect to COBE SST, which is another one product we found is very useful for climate related things. Many of you might have using this data, and what you see this is the RMSE plot. Most of all the products are similar structure, and IGORA, our products is also its RMSE is very less, more less than 0.5 degree, except some of the coastal regions, which is also presents most of the reanalysis products. The ORA-S 5 is supposed to be the best product as of now in ocean reanalysis era, which is, if you see the basin-wide, even some of the locations, it is much lesser RMSE error is in our product. So this is correlation coefficient, similar product, similar structure, and most of the all the reanalysis products showing the similar structure as well, and IGORA is also similar, and you see the kind of similarity, and it is more or less comparable to all other products. One of the important region is, you know, the southeastern Arabian Sea, where this warm pole is occurred there, in particularly the pre-monsoon time, April and May. And its temperature goes sometime even 32 degrees centigrade as well. There are two buoys are available, which we have observations from last couple of years, more than decade, AD09 and ZD08, which is independent observations, which doesn't go into the reanalysis products. If you compare this last 2012 to 2017 average over that locations, comparing this buoy, you see all these reanalysis products has diverging data. Is a inter-anal reanalysis products has a large spread over all these regions, particularly during the June-July time, which is monsoon time as well. But however, this springtime, it is all the products merging, and it is very close to the observations. There are one product, one is product eco, which is quite off from these observations, which is shows. And overall, there are it's our products. IGORA is very close to which buoy observation which is shows in. So now salinity, surface salinity, similar structure over this like SST. If you see salinity is another one important variable which we look mostly the ocean parameters. If you see the biases compared to EN observation, similar structure also seen in this 1979 and 2022 average. Some biases are there mostly in the southern ocean, 0.9, 0.8. However, this if you segregate this T in two different era, 1979 to 2000 and beyond 2000, 2001 to 20 is hardly biases are gone in from the southern part of southern oceans. RME error, the similar structure as well in this. So the reason behind that, if you see 1979 to 2000, there are hardly any observations gone into this reanalysis for the southern part of southern ocean is completely free of any observations. However, if you see the 2001 to 2020, all this entire global ocean now, these observations are available. So if you see the subsurface temperature, how it looks on, and this is the comparison of that from 0 to 700 meter average, and if you see this is the control without any simulation, and this is our this IGORA products, and this is ORA S5, which is it's quite close to this ORA S5. And if you see the average, basin average, different basin average biases comparison, it is coming out to be even better than ORA S5. And this in Nino 3.4 region, Northwest Pacific, Northeast Pacific, as well as thermocline region, which is the most important part in Indian Ocean. There also it is very close to this EN4 observations. Similar structure is seen in the subsurface salinity observations, salinity simulations as well, the analysis. And here it is kind of ORA S5 also is not that I mean, it's our product is better than ORA S5. It shows here in the subsurface comparison as well. Now another one climatic events, which is Atlantic meridional circulations, which is very important in terms of most of the global community looks on this. If you see the AMOC transport, there is one observations are available from rapid from last 2 decades, 2004 onwards. This is the average of 0 to 1, about a 1 kilometer ocean, and this is the comparison. If you see with the rapid, our IGORA is very close to the observations, and this is the GLOW C5, which is produced by UK Met Office, which is slightly off than all this. Many times it is not producing these variations in this Atlantic meridional region. So this was released by DG CSR during last February, our Foundation Day, and Secretary also was there. This is available in our website. Anybody can use this, and there is a lot of servers also this kept this data. And I request if you can use this data, it will be good for Indian things. So apart from that, we are also looking the ENSO outlook. Recently we started. What you see is we are producing the ocean reanalysis for ocean analysis for this seasonal forecast. We are producing daily, and this is why we are observing this how this Lino 3.4 region observed. This is the kind of Lino 3, El Nino and La Nino was very well, this signal was well and captured in this analysis, and then 2023 to 24 El Nino, and now this is the March average, which shows it is neutral conditions, as all the other presentation yesterday it's being shown here as well. So now this is the subsurface, how it is looking. Yesterday there was a presentation from UK Met Office, Dr. Tara. She was also telling the similar things, like there is a kind of warming. Eastern Pacific. There is a warming signature is shown, which is similar to that. And very recently we started giving this outlook, and so outlook in every month on the 5th of this month. This is basically based on AI method we use, and this is the kind of training data sets. We use different data sets, CME 5 historical runs, CME 6 historical runs, as well as reanalysis soda products, our own analysis from INCOIS as well. And this is the kind of, this can be with this lead of 16 months, we can give this 16-month lead time. We give this kind of outlooks every month we produce, and as being given for the all other global centers as well, you can very easily see in this is neutral conditions will prevail for the next couple of months. And interestingly, other things also shown as which studies also you came out of his presentation shows the La Nina condition may appear in the later part of this year or the beginning of this year, next year. That is also being well captured here. So this is being based on this paper. Anybody can go through this paper as well. That's it. This is a kind of summary. What we see is like the accurate ocean initializations is very important from for the perspective of all other applications, particularly the initializations, as well as this drifting corrections also required sometimes for the seasonal predictions, and all operations center producing these things. And we also joined this elite club by giving these 45 years first from the India and Indian contribution to this global community, and this all these variables which is very consistent to that. And I am happy to share this. Even ECMWF ORA S6, they are bringing that, and they are willing to compare their products, upcoming products with our new products. And this is the probability of near neutral ENSO conditions, which is predicted well. I mean, with compared to the all other global centers as well. And then La Nina periods also will be, which is expected kind of this forecast. That's it. So thank you.
Thank you. So,
I hope I was in time.
Yeah.
And so,
This one?
yes. So what do you start from? MAM is a 2025 beginning?
No, this is I think last year. This is 16-month we are producing.
No. Which is the starting?
You are using March 2025 predictor. So it is from March 2025.
Yeah.
So do you say show that El Nino is AMJ?
Here, no, this.
No.
No, this
That
was.
Can't show it in the beginning.
This is in the beginning.
Beginning. Yes.
April, May, June, El Nino probability is more.
Yeah.
As predicted by March.
Yes.
So be careful, actually,
Yeah, actually, this is
because
just we have started this thing.
That is fine. So before you make operationalize and all, be careful, because otherwise within
But he is writing below the probability of near neutral INSO conditions in the Pacific is 50 to 65% from March to October 2025.
Yes.
But that is he is writing about last one.
Yes.
So
this one.
So this is the prediction is from 2024 maybe. It may not be.
26. So which is
16 month this is.
No, that is
this
what
is
he
this
writing
year.
Below March to October, 50 to 65% there is near neutral INSO condition. So that is not there in this. So therefore I am saying.
Srijit, it's a very simple.
No, that
the
is
beginning,
simple,
beginning में देखो, El Nino दिखा रहा है.
So
no, that is how you are using is different thing. But Dr. Pai is saying that you have to be very cautious.
So this is 16-month lead time now. We are producing now this March, April, May, and then
you
this
have
is
started in March 2025.
Yes.
You are slightly confused. So this forecast March, April, May, and April, May, June. The second, this is showing El Nino probability is more. Okay.
During
and
this
what
year.
you are writing below is INSO conditions in the Pacific is near neutral is 50 to 65%. So that is confusing.
बाद में, anyway.
Yeah, we will
Careful.
see that, yeah. Okay then. Thank you.
Dr. Rahman for his lecture.
pointer? Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Not here. Yeah. Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. So, I am Abhijit Dev from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. So, I will be talking about this second version of IITM Extended Range Prediction System and its performance. So, first performance of the first version of Extended Range Prediction System is already discussed by Dr. Patnaik, and that is being operationally used since 2016. And that has reasonable skill in predicting this extreme rainfall events and cyclogenesis, heat wave, cold wave, and like MJO, MISO also. But the main issue is skill is limited up to 2 weeks. So, but we at IITM, we aim to develop the second version of extended range prediction system to improve this prediction skill beyond 2 weeks. So, for this, as we know that there are two sources of uncertainty, two major sources of uncertainties. One is uncertainties in the initial condition, which is addressed by using ensemble of initial condition. That means by perturbing the initial condition. And another component is model physics. The error in the model physics, particularly the subgrid scale processes are not resolved. So that is handled using multi-physics ensemble scheme. So in this second version, instead of using only perturbed initial condition, we are going to use various kind of model physics to take care of these model uncertainties. So for this, we have used 3 convection scheme, SAS, NSAS, and NSAS with shallow convection. And along with these 2 microphysics scheme, that is Zhao and Carr and Ferrier microphysics. So totally there are 6 combination, and for each combination we are running 3 ensemble member. One is control and 2 perturbed initial condition. So this physics part will take care of model uncertainty, and the this perturbed initial condition will take care this initial condition uncertainties due to initial conditions. So totally we have 6 physics combination, and for each physics combination we have 3 perturbed initial condition. So total we have 18 members. And we run the model for first 15 days at relatively higher horizontal resolution, T574, and then 16 to 36 days at relatively coarser horizontal resolution at T382 resolution. And this is the skill of this extended operational ERP and this experimental ERP, that is we are calling ERP version 2. And we notice that there is an improvement even if you check at week 3 lead. This is subdivision wise skill, and this is using HINCAS 16 years HINCAS data, JJ skill for various subdivision, meteorological subdivision. And this, as we at week 3, we see that it has improved slightly. Even when we combined week 3 and week 4, we see like instead of giving weekly, if we give week 3 and week 4 means outlook for week 3 and week 4, there we see more improvement. And this one is for various homogeneous region. This is for ERP version 1. ERP version 2, we noticed that at up to week 3 lead, there is improvement. But there is not improvement at week 4. Over various homogeneous regions such as monsoon zones, central India, northeast India, northwest India, and southern peninsula, as indicated here. And if we see the like MISO prediction skill, MISO and MJO, these two are the important component for intra-seasonal predictability. So mainly the predictability in this intra-seasonal comes from MJO and MISO. There we see that there in the ERP version 2 that spread is relatively better. That means uncertainties is better captured. There is a slight improvement for MISO prediction. Even for MJO prediction also we see 1 to 2 days improvement in the second version. So that I haven't shown in this presentation. And this is the temperature skill for maximum temperature prediction, extended range prediction version ERP V1 and ERP V2. There also you notice there is a slight improvement over various subdivision. And this is since the starting, like we have started National Monsoon Mission, started in 2011-12 that time. And from that, earlier we were using this CFS, then GFS, then we combined all this and got ERP version 1. And then now we are talking about ERP version 2. If you see this is the improvement, and this black line is ECMWF skill. So with ECMWF is the benchmark. So like at week 2, at week 1 lead ECMWF is better. At week 2 lead it is almost close to ECMWF. And even at week 3 lead ERP V2 is performing better than ECMWF. For this is for monsoon zone region. So based on this forecast, we are generating various products like MJO forecast, MISO forecast, heavy rainfall event, and probabilistic forecast of rainfall, heat wave, cold wave, and cyclogenesis. All these products are being used by, means IMD is generating all these products based on ERP version 1, and we will now see, means IMD is very soon we will, the IMD will take this ERP version 2 for operational use. And this ERP version 2 experimental run for this ERP version 2 started from May 2012. And May 2022. This started from May 2022, and this 2022 monsoon season was quite unique. So like we took this ERP version 2 to check its performance for this 2022 monsoon. And that we noticed that 2022 there was a large east-west rainfall asymmetry. Over the northwest region, we see above normal rainfall, and whereas over northeast region, it is below normal. This pattern is there even like for 23, 2024 also it is there. But that July 2022, that asymmetry was very large. This upper panel is observation for various months, June, July, August, and September. And this four rows are from model prediction at week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4 lead based on ERP version 2. And we noticed that the model could predict this east-west rainfall asymmetry, and the pattern correlation are mentioned here. That the pattern correlation over the whole region is mentioned here, and the parenthesis value that indicates the pattern correlation if we consider only Indian land. So from this it is clear that even up to week 2, even up to week 3 lead, model pattern correlation are high. And we tried to see that what could be the possible reason for this large east-west rainfall asymmetry. So this is JJS 2022 rainfall in the background. Based on that rainfall, we have taken two boxes. One is west box and another is east box. And here we have shown upper panel is rainfall for the west box, that is green, and red is east box. And for observation is solid line and model is dashed line. So this is at week 1 lead only. So as we see that west box is mainly associated with positive anomalies, and this one is pressure velocity, lower panel. So we notice that west box is mainly associated with ascending motion during July and August as well. And to explain this east-west rainfall asymmetry, we explored the role of transient, extratropical transient eddies. For that, we have plotted E vector and divergence of E vector. The component of E vectors are this. This is like transient part of wind. If we notice during July, the like West Asian blocking ridge kind of pattern is sitting, and that interaction with this monsoonal flow gave above normal rainfall over this region. But during August, it moved towards Tibet region. This is E vector at average over 200 to 300 hectopascal level. Once it moves to the Tibet region, that means then upper level westerly flows that will reduce the tropical easterly jet, and this region is likely to get less rainfall. But it could not explain the this rainfall during August. But that was not actually associated with mid-latitude system, because that was mainly due to, due to one synoptic system, like the tropical system, that one synoptic system that gave huge rainfall for 2 to 3 days over this region. So this July rainfall over this region is associated with extratropical influence, but August rainfall is not. And this is based on 2022 few active and break spell. We have chosen all the active and break spell. This is observation, and this is model forecast based on week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4 lead. And pattern correlation values, we notice that the pattern correlation are high, even up to week 2, but in some places up to week 3 also, but not always. And this is like a large scale, like stream function at upper level, 200 HP anomalies, that during these are the active, break, active, break, active. So during all active phase, we notice that at the upper level, a strong anticyclone is sitting, and that strong anticyclone, due to this strong anticyclone, lower level southwesterly flow will strengthen, and that will bring more moisture and give more rainfall. So during active phase, we notice upper level strong anticyclone, and model could predict that large scale features up to 3-week lead. And pattern correlation are also relatively higher than rainfall, because this stream function is a large scale variable. This is only for 2022 monsoon skill, because 2022 was ISO dominant year. So we noticed that skill is very good, since ISO was dominant. Up to 3 weeks over most of the region, we have good skill. However, over northwest region, we see skill is dropping. But in general, northwest is having higher skill than northeast. But during 2022, we see other way around. It is mainly because we have seen the asymmetry of east-west rainfall, like northwest got anomalously high rainfall, whereas northeast got always below normal rainfall. And below normal, that means break is more predictable. So that's why the skill for northeast region is higher than northwest region. But in hindcast, it is other way around. And this panel is for subdivision at week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4 lead. And now I will show the latest experimental forecast based on 26th April initial condition. That we are seeing that there are like over northeast region, some rainfall is likely to happen, and in next week that rainfall, some slight rainfall over northwest region, slightly above normal rainfall over northwest region. And these are the temperature, maximum temperature anomalies, maximum temperature anomalies for various week lead, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. So we are noticing that for first 3 weeks, maximum temperature is likely to be slightly below normal. So, and we don't see much chance of heat wave and severe heat wave for upcoming 3 weeks. Only slight chance, like some probabilities over this northwest region. So with this, I will summarize here that since its inception in 2021 under National Monsoon Mission, the extended range prediction skill has improved considerably, and the deterministic prediction skill of rainfall has improved promisingly in extended range prediction version 2 in the first 3 weeks lead. And it is relatively better than the ERP version 1 in predicting heat wave, cold wave. Cold wave I haven't shown, but we have seen that it is improving. And ERP version 2 could realistically predict this east-west rainfall asymmetry and the interseasonal fluctuation during 2022 monsoon. And as per the latest experimental forecast based on 26th April initial condition, that maximum temperature is likely to be slightly below normal for the upcoming 3 weeks. Thank you all, and these products are available in this website. Yes, I'll go back.
Recent forecast.
I'll go back.
Your maximum temperature, you are saying that, most of the next few weeks temperature will be reduced.
Slightly, yeah.
क्या reason क्या हो सकता है?
No, that slight rain is there. If you see here in this, it is consistent with this. There is like over northeast region slide. If you see this actual plot, there is some rain. So that is.
But winds are coming from northwest India. You will see that warm air will come to that region. Still, you feel maximum temperature will reduce. No, anyway, some rainfall northwest up to 3rd is there. Thereafter, not much.
Yes.
And but a large scale, you have got temperature showing below normal. Just
slightly below. I felt like it is due to temperature only, but there may be some other mechanism also.
Because whenever we generate forecast, we also should have some, mind में क्या possibly क्या हो सकता है. Otherwise, simply forecast only we giving
No,
will
that's
not help
true.
us. Thank you.
Winds will be always westerly, northwesterly in that region. Yeah, so that part is, yeah. Okay. Any question? Online? No, okay. Thank you, Abhijit.
Okay, thank you.
A.K. Sahai to felicitate Dr. Abhijit for his talk.
I'm Ken Yamada from Tokyo Climate Center, RCC Tokyo. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to provide the Tokyo Climate Center's products. So I would like to talk about the introduction of recent updates of TCC's services. And there is mainly 3 topics today. And first, overview of the TCC and also GPC's products. And second one and third one is updates of the TCC's activities. Online data products tool and activities on capacity development. And first, overview of the products. And let me, first of all, let me introduce of the structure of the JMA's structure. GPC long-range forecast and seasonal forecast Tokyo, it is WMC Tokyo. And RCC Tokyo belongs to the different divisions. GPC Tokyo belongs to numerical prediction division, NWP, and RCC Tokyo belongs to the climate prediction division, Tokyo Climate Center. And these are different, belongs to different division, but we are collaborating to provide climate information. And in terms of the updates information, NWP was designated as GPC for sub-seasonal forecast in July last year. And this is an overview of the climate information from GMA. And there is a sub-seasonal forecast and long-range forecast, reanalysis data, El Nino monitoring and outlook, climate system monitoring, and global warming monitoring and projection, and climate risk management. Yes. And today I will talk about these sub-seasonal and long-range forecast products. It is mainly provided by GPC Tokyo. And long-range forecasts consist of 3 months and warm, cool season forecast. It is about 6 months more forecast. And sub-season forecast consists of 1 week and 2 and 3 week forecasts. And you can get from MWC Tokyo's website here and here. And this is a sample of the forecast and verification map. GMA provides ensemble forecast and rated verification maps. The verification result using the reforecast hindcast data are also available to conduct the predictability assessment. And this is a forecast map and samples. And you can also get the probabilistic forecast map for each grids. And this is a verification map. You can compare with the analysis and forecast. And this one is reforecast verification. This sample is score of ACC. And you can get from this product from WMC Tokyo's website. And second topic is enhancement of TCC's online data products and tools. First one is 3 months guidance tool. Guidance means sorry, I forgot. Statistical post-processing means. And we launched the interactive 3 months guidance tool in experimental basis in June last year. And it is in order to support seasonal forecasting in NMHS. So register the users within NMHS can access this product. And you can get access from WMC Tokyo website. And actually, JMA already provided 1 month guidance too for 1 month forecast. And this 3 month guidance too is extension of this guidance too. And if you have ID and password of the 1 month guidance too, you can also access this 3 month guidance too by same ID and password. And this is the detail of the 3 month guidance too. Time series data from past observation, temperature or precipitation, and previous CPS3 ITs, the JMS sample model forecasts, hindcasts are used to provide the guidance. And statistical relations are estimated by multilinear regression model using these two data, and the results are used to calculate the current values in real-time forecast. And this is a sample of the guidance too. Users only need to prepare this observation data and put here and select some settings, for example, the initial date and forecast period. And only just click submit, you can get probabilistic forecast for temperature or precipitations. And also you can get verification information. And in terms of the SASCOF area, in Bangladesh, as PMD shared yesterday, they are using these two for seasonal forecast. And in Bhutan, actually we visit Bhutan to have a lecture for this guidance too. I will talk about it later. And next is seasonal tropical cyclone forecast. Yes, it is also in experimental basis. JMA TCC has been providing seasonal tropical cyclone forecast for only Western Northern Pacific region to support the WMO members and the Asian Pacific from since May last year. And forecast for this season will be posted on next month. And application is required. So if you want, please visit this website. And this is a sample of the prediction of the seasonal type tropical cyclones. The forecast parameter is the number of cyclones and frequency and AISCE for each region averaged data, forecast data. And also you can get the 30-year verification data and algorithm of description. And next topic is this is the advisory panel on extreme climate events. We JMA have the structure to communicate with research community, and if when the extreme climate events has occurred, we take place the anniversary advisory panel meeting. In last year, JMA held a temporary meeting in September last year to identify possible factors behind extremely high temperature events from June, July, and heavy rainfall in late July in Japan. And TCC issued this special report. And next topic is international conference on reanalysis. WCRP and JMA, University Tokyo and Cream Core jointly organized the international conference on reanalysis in Tokyo, Japan. About 200 experts from the 30 countries and region gathered and had active discussion about advanced techniques and the utilization of global and regional reanalysis. And some TCC experts participated and made poster presentation about zero-thank-you ITZ, GMS reanalysis data related products, and WMC staff shared that GMS preparing an application for designated as WIP Center for Global Climate Reanalysis. And final one, the activities on capacity development. And TCC conducts the annual training seminars as a part of capacity development activities related to its role RCC in RA2. And TCC held a training seminar on ENSO IOD and related generated impacts in January this year. And the seminar focused on the extreme with the climate system and analysis of impact from ocean variability of regional atmospheric condition using the ITAX. It is an interactive tool for analysis of the climate system. And all participants gave the presentation at the end regarding ENSO IOD's impacts on the climate of their respected countries and engaged in fruitful discussion with TCC staff. And these are photos in training seminar. And next one is TCC also arranged expert visit to and host a visit from NMHS to support exchange of viewing of climate services and effective transfer to technology. Last year, August, experts, including me, visit to NCHM Bhutan. And training is about medium to long range forecast and use of TCC resources, including ITAX and, as I mentioned, TCC's 3 months guidance too. This is a picture of in Bhutan's lecture. So thank you for attention. And let me little bit give you the information about the climate services in Japan. Actually, this year is a mark of 150 anniversary year in Japan, and I had IMD is also anniversary year in this year. So yes, it is a celebration year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yamada. Any question? And online question? No. So congratulations for your 150th anniversary.
Now I request Dr. A.K. Sahai to felicitate Dr. Kane for his lecture. Sir, kindly stay on the stage. So we also like to request Dr. Hosalikar sir to felicitate Dr. A.K. Sahai for nicely chairing the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before proceeding for the lunch, I would like to say that this session was mainly focused on information of sub-seasonal products and their utilization. And next session will be focused on user-centric utilization of forecast information. So there are some user participants present for this meeting. So I would like to request them to stay after lunch also. And kindly join by 2:30. So we will start session at 2:30. And next session chair will be Dr. Jongmin Han from KMA. So we will come here by 2:30.
Hello. Also request for the next session, PPTs, whoever are ready, please kindly share the PPT so that we will be ready to start the session. Yeah. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session. Hope you all had good lunch. So, for this session, we have 3 presentations. We have Dr. Catherine Jones from FAO, Dr. Pradyan Pantkar from WFP, and Dr. Manish Kale from CDAC. So, to chair this session, I would like to invite Dr. John Min Han from KMO and Mrs. Smitha Nair to be the rapporteur. Okay. So, over to you, Dr. Han.
Okay. Thank you. Nice to see you again. I am John Min Han. This session has 3 presenters. For first presenter, decision support system for forest fire by CDAC. I'd like to invite Manish Kala from CDAC. Okay. To prepare the document, so wait 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello. So, thank you very much for providing an opportunity to present this particular work in this August gathering. So, I'll be presenting the forest fire spread forecasting. Yeah. So this work has been carried out under a project funded by our parent ministry, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. And the participating institutes were Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Pune, Department of Science and Technology, Sikkim, and Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. So what was the motivation to develop this particular system? Like uncontrolled wildfire is detrimental to biodiversity, lives and properties. These fires are mostly happening in USA, Australia, Canada, but in India also. Previously many drastic wildfires have happened, like in the state of Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh also. Very severe wildfires are now happening. But we were not having any operational wildfire spread forecasting system. which can be used by the organizations which are responsible for control of the wildfire. Next was fuel data. That is an important gap which at present we are having. We don't have fuel data and fuel model. So that was a major gap which we wanted to address. And there is no fuel model exist in India, despite India is having significant HPC capabilities. So these were the motivation for us to carry out this particular work and develop an operational forest fire spread forecasting system. So how we started? We started through exploration of different CFD and non-CFD based fire simulation models. So these are driven by some models are driven by atmospheric models like WRF. So WRF S-Fire, WRF Fire, and other models, CFD models like FDS, WFDS we had explored. And also the non-CFD models like Flame Map, Farsight also we explored. And we found that WRF S-Fire can be deployed at the operational scale, because other models like FDS, WFDS were very, very compute intensive, and they were not providing the forecast in good time. But WRF S-Fire is a model which is a coupled model. Coupled model means the fluxes from the atmospheric model are going to the fire level at a very high resolution, and from fires the fluxes are again passed back to the atmospheric model. So that is why we used WRF model, S-Fire model, and then we carried out significant experimentation with different model parameters. And in this particular work, we have collected our own fuel data. So a protocol was developed to collect how to collect the fuel data from the ground. Sample plots were laid down, fuel data was collected, and then we validated our model results. Because fuel data is a very high resolution kind of data, and in Indian context, surface fuel is very much important, because most of the fires are surface fires, and this type of data is there is a scarcity of data, because canopy can be observed directly from the satellite, but below canopy surface fuel data, not much work has been done. Then also experimentation for computation optimization was carried out so as to make it operational. So these are the components of the operational fire spread simulation. Here we have used the WRF model. As far as technologies are concerned, software technologies, here we used Java, React, Leaflet. High performance computing, Param Shakti, Param Seva we have used, and computational fluid dynamics technology was used. And then ignition location. This is coming directly from the satellite. There are passes available for MODIS and VIRS satellite datasets, which provide the active fire location. So this is the location data, but there are 6 passes available, so we also provided a flexibility to ingest the ignition location by the forest department also into the system. So because they come to know about the fire very quickly, they need not to depend always on the satellite unless and until the area is very remote. Even in the remote area, they are having good reach. So flexibility must be there so that data can be ingested into the system. So for this, we have collaborated with the Forest Survey of India, which is a nodal agency to provide forest fire alerts in India. So these alerts directly come on our server. And once these alerts are available, user can log in into the system. It is a role-based kind of system. In department, every person is having different roles. Some persons are responsible for entering the data into the system. Some persons, some senior level persons were assigned the responsibility of carrying out the fire spread simulation through their own login. So that was, that kind of system was developed. Then fuel parameters, these were, hybrid approach was adopted. Some fuel, some parameters were collected from the ground, and other parameters which don't vary very much. They are almost same for different types were considered from the literature. And then we developed a fuel map. For developing the fuel map, land use land cover map available with the Sikkim government was used. It was a very high resolution map, 1:10,000 scale. So that was very useful to us. And this map we used to lay down the sample plots in different areas. Then terrain, we have taken the Pulsar DEM, 12.5 meter resolution. Fire model, S-Fire was used, and user agencies, Forest Department, state and national disaster management authorities. But as of now, Sikkim Forest Department is using this. We have deployed this, and they have used for two live fires in 2023 and 24, and they found it useful for their purpose. So this is how things happen. This is the background architecture of the system. So user interface is there. You can log in through your own credentials, and then FSI alerts directly come onto the system, and then these alerts go to the orchestration framework. Orchestration framework is a middleware between the Sikkim Wildfire Forecasting and Management System and Param supercomputer. So through orchestration framework, all the information is passed on to the Param series of supercomputers where simulation is carried out, and results are fetched back again to the orchestration framework, and from orchestration framework to the user. So when user is seeing the system, he is observing, like a user just required a simple internet connectivity, nothing else. He required internet connectivity and information related to the forest fire location, date, time, and for how much duration he want to carry out the simulation. So as of now, we have provided the flexibility to carry out the simulation for next 48 hours. So user can give the command to the system, and in turn, he can get back the result in the form of GIS. So whatever output he is getting, it is not a graph table, it is simple a map. It is shown in the middle of this type of map. This is a burnt area for 24 hours. So, and in the background, villages, road, everything is there. So next 24 hours, this will be the situation. So this kind of map the user is getting out of this system. And then he can also send the alerts. Alerts are different in this case because although these are SMS alerts, but user has the flexibility to draw the buffer because there is no need to give panicky to the entire population. There is no need to send alerts to everybody. So he can draw the buffer. If he thinks that 4-kilometer area, sensitizing the stakeholders, registered stakeholders in the 4 kilometer of area is sufficient, then he can draw the buffer only to those people, this type of alerts will be sent. So this system we have given to Sikkim in 2024, and now they are using it. So these are the highlights. As I told, it provides the alerts up to the 48 hours. Then GIS depiction is there, proximity-based SMS alerts. And also you can open this fire spread in the KML. So in Google Earth, it can be opened. So it is very important, like you want to send this information to the department officials who are working on the ground in the controlling the fire. They have clear idea about where the forest fire will be spreading, and they have the map because KML is a very light file. It can be shared, and this is very much helpful in the very complex terrain like Sikkim, where rescue operations or fire control operations are very difficult, because if it is not properly planned, means you cannot control the fire very effectively. And the Sikkim Forest Department has used for 27 January 2023 and 12 March 2024. These large fires have happened in this area, so they have used the forecasted output for these fires. So this is just a visualization of how this thing happens. This is the GIS depiction of the fire location. In the background, road, everything is there. This is the, if it is detected by the satellite, directly it comes onto the dashboard. But if it is not detected by the satellites, or fire is happening after the satellite is passed, but forest department comes to know it, they can immediately feed it the information in this format. And then these are the reports generation. You can, flexibility is given, like all the forest fires are recorded, and then you can generate the reports, how many fires have happened between this date to this date, or many other things are there. You can do the query and you can do the analysis and you can print the report. This is again the same thing. This is generation of buffer and SMS. So for SMS alerts, we have taken the services of CDAC Mumbai. They provide, it is a very cheap like SMS services. So we have taken their services, and SMSs are provided. So this is this yellow is the forest fire spread forecast. Hourly, how the forest fire will be moving, and in the background wind direction and speed is given. So, and this is the fire locations. Once fire location is detected, the system start forecasting the forest fire spread, and in the background this is the original forest fire that has happened. This we have mapped with the satellite, and this is the predicted. There will be difference between the forecasted and original, because the moment forest department comes to know, their rescue operation starts. That I will show you in the next slide also. So this is a real case that has happened. We received a call on 12th March. It was a huge fire in Sikkim. So they told that we are seeing the forest fire is happening everywhere, but where it will be spreading, where it will be going, because Sikkim is a very, very tough terrain. You cannot deploy people like that. For 1 kilometer walking in a very tough terrain, it is very difficult. So this was the location that was shared, and then we carried out the simulation. So as per our simulation, this was the area that was to be burnt, and gradually we provided them results. This was after this was 5 hours, then 7 hours, then 24 hours. So gradually we provided them the result, and they could observe that fire is moving in a particular direction. So this is a WhatsApp chat. This is a live chat we were having on this fire day. So he was giving me the they were testing this fire spread onto the ground, real ground, and then it was asked whether his situation, whether it is matching. So he was saying it is really pretty much well matching. And then they deployed a particular forest firefighter on this location. So this is the particular road, and they deployed the forest fighter on this location because they don't want that forest fire should reach in the western side, because it is totally dominated by the human population. So accordingly, this firefighter was deployed, and then they burnt. Before fire reaching over here, they burnt all the area. So you can see when the satellite picked up the picture, fire could not cross this line. So this is how it is beneficial. Like if prior information, forecasted information is available, it can be used for saving the forest resources. So what is the deployment? Before deployment were not centrally managed. Now all fire records are centrally managed. Then fire data cannot be instantly received before. But now after deployment of the system, it can be retrieved in GIS, reports can be published, reports can be made. User was not exposed to the high performance computing based solutions. They were not using this But now, even they are using the HPC, all these technologies, but they need not to have the deep knowledge about all these things. User interface is simple. Whatever information is required, only whatever information they understand and they can provide, it is taken from them, and rest everything happens in the background. Then proximity-based alert system was not there. Now in Indian context, FSI provides the alert. Anybody can get the alert on his mobile, forest fire alerts. You have to register, but it is a point-based alerts, and that alert is given like to everybody who registers. But here, it is a proximity-based alert, so only within that area, alert is given to the people. Forest fuel data we have developed a protocol so that now fuel data which is compatible with the model can be collected from the ground. Although further research is required in this, and like FSI may shortly be taking this type of project for the fuel data collection. So capacity has been built in the Sikkim, like 12 capacity building workshops or trainings or etc. were carried out. So all the technology transfer has happened to them. Earlier there was no capacity to use all these technologies together. Like this is the mix of HPC, satellite remote sensing, GIS, numerical weather prediction, software technologies, forest ecological system, field-based investigation. All these technologies are now integrated. So a good capacity has been developed to develop a very integrative kind of system. Now prescribed, this has also opened a new area like prescribed burning in a digitally planned and controlled manner. Prescribed burning means if it is known that forest fire is likely to happen in these areas, forest department burn. Means before then naturally fuel is burned, they themselves burn the fuel, so that when fire is occurring or when like climate is very much becoming conducive to the forest fire, fuel is not available. So in this system, a flexibility has also been provided. Like you assume that fire is happening on this particular point at particular date and time, then what will be the scenario? So scenario is also given in the GIS format. So forest officer can say that if fire burns here, what will be the scenario? So based on that scenario, he can plan that at this location prescribed burning should be done. So this is the future aspect. In India, this is a news published in Hindustan Times. This is a large fire happens, 772 large fire happens. So as per our estimate, for 24 hours simulation, if we consider 4 HPC nodes are required, one node is 48 cores. And this to provide forecast in 2.5 hours. Hence, if we consider only the 25% of these fires worth simulating, then also we need like a system which is having 37,056 cores. And here we are not considering the adjacent fires that are happening in the adjacent countries. Like this is a fire happened in the Nepal, so whatever data was available through internet, we tried to simulate it, but it was saved because river is there. In this particular fire, river was there. This side is India. But if it is not there, so then it can affect forest of our country also. So this needs to be considered in a holistic manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any question or comment?
I have few questions. Have you any climatology of that incidents of forest fire month-wise, particularly for Sikkim or any other parts of India? Occurrence of forest fire.
Occurrence of forest fire, like, it is provided by the MODIS and VIR.
No, that you are having the data. Can you show that?
Data can be downloaded directly.
You have explored the possibility. So have you any idea which month having more probable? Because this is January 23rd January in Sikkim. It is not, climate is not favorable, not conducive for forest fire. It may be man-made. There are, just like in Maharashtra, if you see, the winter people are in the hills, we are forest, it is just simply burning that dry leaves, and it may be man-made.
Yeah,
so that is not natural forest fire.
In India, more than 90% fires are man-made.
So January forest fire, typical forest fire is not happening anywhere in January, India. So that if you categorize that, what is the climate conducive generally happen during extreme heat, May, June, March, April, May. So if you differentiate that, it can be better forecasting.
Actually,
because here, just let me, whatever you are showing, it seems that fire is happening, it may be man-made, most probably it is most of the occasion man-made. Then winds are, since you are simulating basically WRF wind pattern, so it can give, and you have the data. Dry leaves, fuel means you are meaning that dry leaves and whatever that Forest Survey of India, based on that you can simulate where direction, what is the speed of that. So instead of that forecast, weather forecast or climate forecast, using the month-wise that which is favorable condition for forest fire, natural forest fire, sometimes it is happening. Andhra means that Telangana area, many areas where a forest fire is happening due to natural forest fire.
Okay, you are over? Okay. First thing, in India, all the fire, mostly, more than 90% fires are man-made. Second, climate only forms the conducive conditions for fire to occur, not the ignition. Like climate-driven ignition is very rarely possible in India. Like due to the lightning, it will not happen. So it is man-made. That is in most of the cases. So it only forms the conducive condition. Even if you provide, you can take the climate data, you can take the GIS, you can use model, but you can provide the vulnerable regions, but not exactly, you cannot say if it is a vulnerable, it will be definitely burning. No, even if it is highly hazardous, it may remain, means no fire may happen.
Can I submit something?
Yes, sir.
So this is something which is very exciting, and this is very much required also. Many states also are demanding for this type of alerts. You said that because the satellite passes are limited, whether CDAC or state government has thought of putting the drones, the low orbiting drones over the area by which you cover up those time period when the satellite passes are not there, so that you don't miss the early detection of the fire using the drone. This technology is now very rarely, easily available, number one. Number 2 point, what my friend Dr. Pulak was mentioning, probably what he meant is, suppose you have taken a Sikkim forest area, can it be have some zonation that here is the type of wood in the forest that is available, which when the temperature goes about 38 degree or 39 degree, the humidity goes around, very dry, the winds are so much, then there is a probability that this could, naturally this could catch up some fire. Otherwise, the man-made can happen anywhere. So what probably they are asking is whether this type of study can be made so that government knows that this is the area where naturally the fire could occur depending upon the extreme weather conditions like very low humidity and very high temperatures, and winds are also supporting that. So probably these are two my submissions. Yes. You can respond.
Yes.
Thank you.
First thing is, sir, like drone, one problem is there. Drone, first is when fire happens, it is totally covered with the smoke. Everywhere there is a smoke. So even if you are capturing with the drone picture, you will not get where it is exactly spreading, because everywhere smoke is there. That is one problem with the drones unless and until we put some microwave sensors into it. But microwave sensor I had inquired, but still they are not were not available operationally, or even if it is available, we have not used it as of now. Sir, yeah, thermal sensors will be there, sir, but microwave sensors which can provide the clear picture, when we were doing at that time, it was not available for the operational purpose. So if it is available, then one, it can be option, it can provide. Second is, your second question, sir, and secondly, drone cannot come very close to the fire because a lot of heat is there. That is one thing. And problem is not with the detection of the fire, because forest fire is having very good network at the compartment level. Like they work at the division, then range, then compartment, then beat. So everywhere their representatives there who comes to know. So that is not the problem to detect the fire. That is why we have given this flexibility ki you, and every forest guard is equipped with the GPS. He definitely comes to know ki where fire is happening. So your second question is regarding, sir, probable zones. So probable zones definitely can be prepared, and they are being prepared. Like a forest danger rating system is there, where you can provide, this is the area where very high danger is there, so entry can be restricted at a particular time. So that type of things can be developed, but it is not necessary that fire will be happening in those areas. Our purpose was when fire is happening, where it will be going in that up to 48 hours. That was the purpose, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I think one question from online AMD, Miss Soma is going to ask. She has raised her hand. Soma, can you hear us?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Yes, please.
I didn't have any questions. Sorry, I think it's my mistake.
Okay, no problem. Okay, sir, now I request Dr. Han to present memento to Dr. Manish Kale for his excellent talk.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Kale. Okay. Next. Oh, sorry. Okay, this topic is climate service in food sector. I do like to invite to Dr. Pradnya Paitakaru from WFP. Please.
So, respected chair, esteemed speakers and distinguished
participants. Good afternoon to you all. I understand that this is after lunch session, so I'll just try to make this session as interesting as possible. Specifically, like after so much of discussion on the science, I'm going to talk a bit more about the communities. So just actually moving forward, I'd like to introduce a bit about United Nations World Food Program. So we are, I think many of you might be knowing what is WFP, but just for those who probably might not know. So it is a United Nations humanitarian agency, which has largest spread in the sense like we work in 100 countries, and specifically our work ranges from the emergency response to the development and support to developing the countries in ensuring the food security and nutrition for all. Specifically looking at our work in India, we have been working here since 1968, and then our work has transitioned as the India progressed from food deficit to food self-sufficiency. And so from providing the food in the initial years, now we are providing the technical assistance specifically for actually working with the communities to build their capacities to have sustainable food securities, at the same time working with the government to institutionalize certain activities and certain policies so that over a long time the food security sustains in wake of the climate change as well. So I don't think, since morning we have been hearing about climate change, but however, it is very important to really understand the nexus, the food security, nutrition, and climate change. We have been hearing, and there is a false sense of security as well among all Indians, that we have sufficient food to feed our population, which is true. At aggregate level, we do produce that much. And in the last couple of decades, we have seen that the agriculture growth has been very good. And the cereal production now has actually even passed 300 million metric tons, which is actually quite good. In fact, many of the buffer stocks or there is no storage to really store the food as well. However, with the growing population, the conditions are not going to remain the same. And so from the perspective of the food security and nutrition for all, we still have actually have to remember that India is living on a paradox. And this paradox essentially means that whereas we have so much stock, we have so much of production, on the other side we have malnutrition and we have food insecurity. And so this paradox in fact has to be solved before we really start really getting the impacts of climate change, which in fact have become much more evident. One most important thing is that food security is dependent on all climate sensitive sectors. May it be agriculture, may it be livestock, may it be fisheries, and any other allied sectors. All are extremely climate dependent. And this climate dependency makes them vulnerable. The other vulnerability which actually can be added to this is essentially the vulnerability of the populations who are exposed to the risk. And these risks essentially mean that, like exposure to the extreme events, which could be drought, which could be floods, which could be the cyclones and all. And the food security or food insecurity can be transient or long-term. However, that vulnerability coupled with this climate sensitivity actually really makes them extremely food insecure. And so from that perspective, it is very important to look at how climate services can be really important in terms of deriving the capacities to draw decisions, the right decisions. So the science that we have been talking, the predictions, the predictability, and the models and all that, which actually sits in this room, how that gets translated to the people, to the community, so that they understand it and they really are capable of taking the decisions. And that has become an extremely important link, which is at this point in time a bit weak. The second point that I want to really draw on this particular slide is whenever we talk about the sensitivity of these sectors or the food insecurity, we usually talk about agriculture and we stop there. However, when we talk about the food security, it actually has a very long kind of link. It starts with production, but it is not just the production. It's the entire food system that has to be taken into consideration. Whenever there is an extreme event, entire chain actually is broken. May it be transportation, transportation is compromised. Food supplies are difficult to reach, and I can see some of the CRPF people and all who really work in emergencies. So how do you really maintain that? The third thing is also it has implications on the storages. The usual measures and thresholds which are actually there for the storage practices, they no longer work. As a result, there is a worm infestation, higher worm infestation, and higher rates of post-harvest losses as well as wastages. So from that perspective, the percentage of wastage actually really goes up. And not just that, even when we talk about consumption, even the usual food which we are preparing, which we are eating, it doesn't have the same nutrition value. And that is how this climate change actually impacts all the components of food security, right from availability, access, absorption, or utilization. So an entire value chain which starts from production, processing, to transportation, to the markets. And so we have to really look at food insecurity as a kind of important challenge in wake of the climate change, and it needs to be addressed on the urgent basis. I don't think this room really needs a lot of knowledge on climate change and its impact on in India. However, just a few things. One is like frequent extreme weather events and high hazard exposure. So I just talked about how these are interrelated. And in fact, we all are aware that there is a huge, already potentially flood-prone areas which are exposed to cyclones, which are also they are susceptible to drought. So all that is demarcated, but how do we really respond to that? Then human and economic loss, that is another important aspect of the impacts of climate change in India. So we have seen that there are deaths, which in fact we have reduced quite substantially when it comes to the extreme events. Like for example, the Odisha State Disaster Management Academy, they are doing wonderful work. And we have been having some cyclones where there were 0 casualties, which actually is a great achievement. However, the destruction of the houses or the institutions or the road networks, it has huge implications on any of the economy, the state economy as well as national economy, and impacts on agriculture and food security. I think we talked about it, but there are some numbers which actually really make you feel how important it is to work on this. So somebody in the morning session talked about anticipatory actions for climate shocks. Now, I mean, one important thing is that like knowing climate services, knowing the predictions is very important and is very good. However, one important thing is like, what are we going to use this for? What is going to happen if I know that, okay, tomorrow there is going to be a rainfall, a very heavy rainfall? What am I going to suppose? What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to probably carry an umbrella, right? But when it comes to the hazards, even if they are projected, you can't stop them from converting these hazards into disasters. And this is the thin line between hazard and disaster, that if a hazard is there that is predicted, it can be controlled. However, it actually gets converted into disaster because the inability of the people to respond to it. And so that is some important insight which in fact we have to really keep in mind, that 90% of global hazards are floods, drought, storm related, and climate extreme compounds the existing drivers like conflicts, which are not climate related, and economic shocks, because they are again not climate related, but that is exacerbated by this. So the second point is there is a need to really shift. So humanitarian systems we talked about, they are reactive. So what happens is when there is a disaster, then we give the response. that has been the normal way of really functioning, that if there is a warning of cyclone, we know that now what happens. We don't act after the cyclone has happened. However, when do we act? And that is where the whole thing of preparedness, climate adaptation, and disaster risk reduction comes into play. And so from that perspective, the climate services are extremely important because you have the understanding, you know how the climate is behaving to an extent, and there is an ample room for really being prepared, being adaptive. You know that there might be an outbreak because of the, or just after the floods. Usually if there is a flood, we know that there would be stagnated water, there would be vector-borne diseases, and then there would be a health intervention which would be required. So how you really plan for that? And that is something where the utilization part of climate services becomes very important. And so WFP's Anticipatory Action Program, in fact, really works across multiple countries on that particular aspect. And this actually now is taking forward to the climate adaptation. So what is climate adaptation? When we are talking about mitigation, we say that we are trying to really stop the temperature from rising and restrict it to 1.5. And then in the morning we heard that in some predictions it has already gone up, right? Now what? It is already there. The climate change is already there, so how are we going to adapt to it? The most important thing is that now the communities need to actually have this adaptive capacities built, and that is where the whole focus now has to be there. So I'll just talk a few of the examples which we are working in India. So it is mainly which is related to climate services. So one important thing that we did last year was State Monsoon Forum. So like in SASCOF here, we are sitting all together. How about really taking this forum to the subnational level and have a kind of multi-sectoral discussions where the climate predictions, climate seasonal outlook, and the extended forecast and all, they're discussed with multiple climate sensitive forums. They are all brought to the same forum, and that is discussed. And then based on those discussions, then every sector actually presents their vulnerability and the requirements for the information needs and in what form that information is really required. And basis that, the entire action plan for the state is really drawn. There are certain recommendations which are given, and even response and feedback is given to IMD that these are the things which we need from you. There are some predictive models which are not there, probably we need to work on it. For example, in Assam, I mean, we know that Brahmaputra actually floods every year. And that is despite the warning of rains in Assam, because those floods are coming from Arunachal Pradesh and not from the Assam. So when there is a rainfall warning in Arunachal Pradesh, probably the action has to be taken in Assam. And so those kinds of predictive models and warnings are something which actually is the need of the hour. So that is just one example, but this is something which in fact works far better. I mean, there are sectoral groups which actually work. For example, there is an intense agriculture planning based on the seasonal outlook. However, because agriculture again is dependent on multiple other sectors like water immediately. So how they can actually work together to analyze and interpret these advisories and take decision. So this is one thing which is at the more of a state level or at even district level where the planning and decision making is done. The second thing is that how do you make these climate advisories available to the people? Now for a farmer, if we actually say that this year probably there is going to be a deficient monsoon, now what the farmer is expected to do? When he is supposed to sow the seeds. And that is where my morning question was like, if we can give him the date of onset of monsoon, should he really start growing the seeds or sowing the seeds? When should he start? So those are the kind of questions which farmer has, and to what extent the answers are provided to them. And that is where the whole agromet and hydromet services, which actually come into play. And I must say that there is quite a lot of thinking which actually goes on these particular aspects in India. And however, again, what happens is, like, there are some restrictions in the sense that even if it is translated, even if it is like made simple and the agromet advisory reaches the farmers, there are again some sections which are most vulnerable, they are missed out of it. Because what happens usually is that these farmers are essentially those who have either television or who has the mobile phone, and they have the intention to use it for this purpose. Those, for example, women who don't have, mostly in the villages, the mobile phones, they don't get the message. And if they don't get the message, usually now there is a feminization of agriculture, they are not aware about it. So how do you really break this nexus? So what we did was we actually experimented establishing the Climate Adaptation Information Center quite close to the ground. And we actually tried to now integrate the technology with the participatory and community-based approaches. So this is something which actually we established in ACT project in Assam again, in 3 blocks. So in 3 blocks, we established 3 centers, and these centers are at panchayat level. So it is in the panchayat building, accessible to all. And then what exactly they provide? So they provide range of services, not just the climate services, but also coupled with them the advisories. For example, if I was saying that if the monsoon is going to get delayed, then what are the actions which are on the part of it? The first thing is that they will have to really search for the varieties which are possibly they will have to cultivate. So if it is a drought condition, which variety? If it is going to be flood. For example, last year in Assam, in the area where we are working, there was a prediction of higher rainfall. So they went for submergence resilient variety, which is called as Ranjit Sub 1. But can the farmer themselves really think and take that decision? No, because that information doesn't go to them. Whereas there is a prescriptive model where agriculture universities or KVKs tell them that you grow this rice this year. Those farmers who listen to them or those who are actually linked with them, they get that information. The rest of them, they lose their production. So these are some of the kind of services these climate adaptation information centers provide. So what happens is the information, the climate information is provided not just the usual channels, using not just the usual channels of the WhatsApp messaging or the app-based solutions and all, but there is a proper Kharif planning which is done through the participatory approaches through these centers. And that way, the first thing that is really important is like the farmers understand the risk and they understand the predictions and they understand the climate information that is actually coming. Then they correlate it with their experience and then using, some of the tools which in fact has been talked in the morning. One is like the crop calendar. We also do the seasonal livelihood mapping so that there is a clear-cut seasonal, in what season what happens generally in the normal circumstances. And in extreme circumstances, what happens. And that way the whole planning is done. And then the farmers completely own that because they themselves develop it. And then they correlate it with the climate service or the climate information which is coming to them through various sources, and they are able to take decision. The one experience which I want to highlight here is on the participatory integrated climate services for agriculture, which is called as PIXA. And this actually was a kind of approach which was developed by University of Reading using a 12-step process. It is a very systematically laid down process for discussion on the climate advisories. This is a completely, it doesn't have any app. It doesn't use anything in addition to what IMD provides. So IMD has given the seasonal forecast. IMD has given the, all their instruments. Now the responsibility is basically on the extension worker to pass on that information to the people and help them to analyze the risk. Only a few parameters are really required for that. Start of the season, end of the season, max and minimum temperature, and overall average rainfall. And these are simple graphs which are generated and which were generated with support from IMD Odisha. And these graphs are very easy to read, and they are actually shown to the farmers. And they are able to really make out, like this is a line which is going in between, so this is average. So this is something which is not normal. So it was above normal, it was below normal. In that year, what happened? And they are able to really take decision, they are able to read the graphs, and they are able to take decisions. So in this entire process, the farmer is at the center, their capacities are enhanced, and they are able to take decision. And you all will agree that we as individuals, behavior change is very, very difficult. It is very difficult to change our dietary habits. It is very difficult to change the cultivation habits for farmers. Unless they really see a profit, they won't change it. Why would, for some reason, I would just start sowing some kind of variety which I have never really tried. If I have been cultivating rice, all of a sudden, because water is scarce, why would I go for cultivating millets, for example? So this is something which actually really has worked, and I think the results are shown in the fourth box. It was quite an experience for us. It is an intense process, but it actually shows some positive results because the farmers actually started shifting their practices when you have walked them through this intense process. You have no guarantee, you have not given any guarantee for them of the profits, but because they have understood the climate risk and the climate services, they could change some of the behaviors. Again, there is a difference between men and women taking the decisions. Some of the things men change fast, some of the things women change fast. And here one thing we found was like actually spreading that word of how the climate is going to behave was actually taken as a responsibility by women. So as compared to men, where each male individual, male farmer actually informed only 3 people, female actually went and informed some 9 to 11 people. So these are some of the kind of learnings which we had from this. This is about an app which is slightly different. It is about secure fishing. This is again available, but this is mainly for marine fishers. It actually uses INCOIS data. And in addition to creating or having the disaster or the extreme event alerts, it also helps improve the livelihoods in the sense by giving the potential fishing zones and then the type of fish, and also, in a way, restricts the fishing of a particular species, and so maintaining the biodiversity, etc. It has many features. This application was launched a couple of years back, and it is actually being used by more than 40,000 marine fishers. One more experiment which we did was like using these climate advisories, we used SATSPOT to have on sea connectivity as well. And so that is something which actually is also working. Now I will like to also talk a bit about this new project which we recently launched, which was in October 2025, which is Adaptation Fund funded project between India and Sri Lanka. And this is a regional project, and it has a very strong component on strengthening the last mile climate services, specifically reliable and timely weather information. And we really look forward to coordination and collaboration with IMD, because even the conceptualization of this entire project was done in consultation with IMD. The project was launched. It is led by Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. So here, what we are again envisaging is how we can improve the last mile climate services with access, innovation, and all the experiments that we have learned. And in addition, if there are more experiments, we'd like to really learn from that. So this essentially is aimed at improving the last mile delivery of reliable, timely, targeted climate and weather information to vulnerable communities. We also look forward to developing a scale-up of tailored agro and hydrometeorological advisories to support the informed livelihood decisions. So it is like not just looking at one type, but how the livelihood action plan can be really developed. We also look forward to leveraging the regional platforms like SASCOF and SARC and other enhanced climate information sharing collaborations, so that there is a constant opportunity to really learn from each other and innovate and go forward, so that most of the farmers in the country, they benefit from this. Then establish knowledge sharing platforms to scale successful climate services practices and promote learning, and integrate climate services into community livelihood planning to support climate resilient decision making. So in fact, I mean, one of the important component of this particular project is also to promote the regional knowledge, and I think, I mean, these forums, in fact, in addition to that, going forward, we can really look forward to strengthening this particular part. So going forward, I mean, we want to really continue the monsoon forum in collaboration with IMD, because that is something which in fact is taking the information to the sub-national level and having a more informed planning. Pilot interactive digital AI-based application for agri-advisories, and we always have this in mind that none of the digital advisories will really work unless there is a human element in it. Then pilot CAICs or those kinds of centers in other geographies. Establish automatic weather stations in some of the project geographies to improve accuracy. Specifically, there is still, I mean, that I have mentioned as a challenge, that still the infrastructure doesn't support a lot of generation of the localized weather advisory, specifically if it comes to blocks. The blocks are quite far and all that. So looking at that, I mean, there is a need for improving that infrastructure. Then we are also piloting this climate field schools in Assam and Odisha, and some of the learnings from there as well can actually, I'm sure, will help. And then as we discussed, the last but not the least is leverage the regional platforms for knowledge sharing to collaborate on component 1, which is improving the climate services of the Adapt 4R project. So that is all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, no question, Madam. I think this is one of the best presentations that today we have seen. So first of all, congratulations. We talk about climate change, but what it comes in our plate while eating is very important. So you have identified that. Yeah, I see that your program is, most of the time I've seen the presentation that it is toward the, the eastern part of the country. I think, I'm sure you may be knowing that there are a lot of requirements in the other states also and other countries also, for example, because this is a SASCOF forum. So I would just request, let's make some joint efforts with your organization and the organizing agency here, RCC IMD Pune. We have Dr. Pai here also. Maybe we can have some more state level interactive sessions or programs or discussions and all that. And fantastic presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It just happens like, I mean, for the regional project, we are working with Sri Lanka. And the premise is that, I mean, the risk emerging from Bay of Bengal affects both the countries, and from that perspective, those eastern states are taken. So it is the eastern coast like Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha. Assam, something which actually comes as more of a gateway of Northeast, and we have seen, I mean, quite distinct behavior, like when the presentations were also made. So those distinct characteristics also make them vulnerable, and so that is the how. But actually, I mean, it all depends on the funding. So also, so we are happy to expand and collaborate. I mean, specifically the forums like the monsoon forums, I don't think they are very costly. So that is something which in fact is definitely possible. If absolutely. And we are in discussion with IMD.
Yeah, ma'am, this is Rahman from Inquires, Hyderabad. As I saw your presentation, you were using the Inquires fishery forecast. First of all, congratulations for your beautiful presentation, and I think it is one of the, all of us, we are talking about the mitigation, climate mitigation for last many decades, but probably global leaders are probably failed to kind of things which should have been done, the mitigation, but adaptations work, what you showed at the ground level is really commendable, particularly the village levels, those who are poor people. So regarding this inquest thing, what you showed about, is only Odisha state as of now, what I saw, right? You showed this. So what is your plan for this? Is there anything planned? Because we have the 9 coastal states and fishermen are really, they are, dependent on this kind of climate related things as well. So what is your plan for any next?
Yeah, so for WFP, what we usually do is we do a kind of pilot which actually is successful. It is really measured for the success, evaluation is done. We see the results, and based on that, we actually advocate it with the central government and other states. So if they want to take that up, they do take up. So this is one instrument which in fact is ready. We have piloted it in Odisha, so if other states actually want to really take it on, they can. That is usually the modality that WFP works on, because we are not the government and we are not implementing those large-scale projects, but we actually experiment on certain things, really try to quickly show the results, and then advocate, like for even the adaptation planning through the CIC which we are doing, that is actually helping the National Adaptation Plan which is under development by MOEFCC. So, we have the products, or we have these concepts which are more of innovative ideas, and then the government can scale it up based on its success.
Okay. Do you have any question online?
No, sir.
No? Okay, thank you.
So I request Dr. Han to felicitate Dr. Pradnya for her excellent talk. I would like to request Dr. Han to stay on the stage. As our online speaker is not yet there, so we are ending this session here. So I would like to request Dr. A.K. Srivastava to felicitate Dr. Han with memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your chairing the session. Now, next session is focused on updates of climate services, which will be chaired by Dr. Rupakumar Kohli, and rapporteurs will be Madhuri Musare. So, I hand over to Kohli, sir.
Thank you. This is actually a future-oriented session, because we have seen how far we have come thanks to the excellent overview of historical development of SASCOF also in our earlier presentations. Now, I think now it is the time for us to take stock of what we have achieved and then go forward to further improve to meet the expectations. So in this context, in fact, I would like to go back to some of the comments made by the Secretary, Minister of Earth Sciences, particularly his request to include heat as one of the items in the SASCOF agenda. We do refer to the temperature, but it's important for us to actually take into account the recent focus on heat worldwide. In fact, we have seen the UN call for action on heat, recognizing the tremendous role that heat is going to play in the human well-being and safety. So in that context, actually, SASCOF, at least for the summer monsoon, we have an advantage that the SASCOF happens in the middle of the heat season. You might have seen when you go out, you are directly in the heat. So in that regard, I think it's important, given the tremendous advances the subseasonal forecast has made that we have seen this morning. I think in the SASCOF outlook statement, it will be helpful if we can refer to the heat in the coming weeks, in addition to the seasonal outlook for the monsoon that we give. So that's one aspect. The other is the Secretary really asked us was to conduct some kind of performance audit. We need to kind of evaluate ourselves on how far we have come and what are the achievements or where are the gaps that we need to address. So these are some of the things that we need to do. And finally, he also mentioned about the communication. It's very important for us to communicate climate information in a way that the users can relate to. Many times we use so many technical jargon that much of the messages are lost. So it's, in fact, SASCOF has started to work in this direction. And in fact, as part of the ARC program that was mentioned earlier, there was an effort to actually to produce easy to understand and interpret statements. I think we need to look back and make sure that we can devise innovative ways to communicate climate information, like infographics. Many times you produce the maps like this and show it to a common users. They can't really make sense out of that. It's very important for us to simplify the whole message and help everybody to take benefit of the information. So those are the initial remarks that I would like to place before you. Because we are already late by, I think, almost half an hour. I hope we'll have sufficient time for completing the session. We just had two papers, two presentations in this session. One by David on SASCOF future direction, priorities and support, and followed by Anshul on South Asia Hydromet Forum, particularly their recent initiatives to set up a working group on climate services. So these are very important developments in this area that can help us to further enhance and expand SASCOF. So without wasting further time, I request David to make his presentation.
Hello. Oh, great. Yes, sorry. Thank you, Dr. Kumar. So, yes, this session was really, and it's very much just to stress an introductory session to canvass some initial views and also to perhaps agree some timescales where we could collectively look at future priorities and direction for the SASCOF platform and the Climate Services User Forum. I think in the talks today, whether we're talking about opening remarks or some of the specific examples and needs mentioned in the sector-specific services, there's already needs being identified, you know, better communication to end users, different communication to different users. Dr. Kumar mentioned perhaps the need for, you know, more informed information within the season, and also, you know, number of days, dry, wet days, etc. So, you know, I guess there are a range of technical through to communications and user-oriented developments. Anyway, let me press on. Thank you. No, that seems to be frozen. Slight technical hitch, so I think we'll thank you. Right. Yes, so next slide, please. Perfect. Great. Thank you. Yeah, so just continuing on the background, I mean, there's been significant advances under SASCOF since its inception back in 2010. And as colleagues have said, it's widely regarded as a highly impactful, advanced regional climate outlook forum, and I'm sure it has lots of learning and guidance to share with other regional climate outlook forums. Of course, it provides a critical role to users, sectors and communities at regional to national levels, looking at that connectivity with national monsoon forums or national climate outlook forums, and feeding information through to vulnerable communities and sectors. And of course, continued development, evolution is critical, especially noting the exacerbating risks and impacts across the South Asia region. You know, we've heard from colleagues today about the impacts of fires, the focus on heat health that's increasing and exacerbating. For the Climate Outlook Forum, there's challenges around sustained resourcing, funding, technical expertise, so on and so forth. And I'm sure there's opportunities for enhanced collaboration with related networks, etc. And as Dr. Kohli mentioned, we'll hear about the South Asia Hydromet Forum shortly. So really, this is just an introductory session to assess, not access, sorry, your immediate views and to develop further engagement to perhaps identify what priorities and direction you'd like to see SASCOF take in the near to long-term future. Some of you might recall the Met Office ARC programme that was funded by UK government that developed a partnership project, Strengthening Climate Information Partnerships, SCIPSA for short, which focused on supporting SASCOF, member countries, and indeed a focus on some national level developments in selected countries. So I think SCIPSA and the work undertaken supported strengthening the regional and climate, the linkages between the regional climate forum and national monsoon forums, especially in Bangladesh and Nepal, but I'm sure all countries are developing different approaches to that. Sector-specific services, in the case of SCIPSA, for the agricultural sector in Bangladesh and Nepal, but we've heard lots of different examples and need from different sectors. So there's a lot of information out there that can probably support users, producers and users in different contexts and needs across different geographical situations or countries. There was a big focus on supporting that transition to more objective-based forecasting and a whole range of joint training and capacity building programs in collaboration with colleagues at IMD, RIMES, IITM, etc. And ultimately implementing that objective-based forecasting guidance that WMO produced. Also a focus on enhancing communication to stakeholders and end users through the seasonal climate outlook statements, which try to make the outlook a little bit more user-specific for users. And I know that's an ongoing need, and that was indeed mentioned by the Minister in his opening remarks this morning about the importance of ensuring sectors, communities can access, understand and act on the information. So, I mean, that's a snapshot of what we, the SASCOF community, with support from the programme, did on that project that ran from 2018 to 22. You know, delivered training, improved capacity, supported that move to more objective forecasting. I'm sure that's not a one-off thing, that's a continuous requirement. Co-production of the seasonal climate outlook statement tailored to user-specific needs. And then, as I mentioned, we had a couple of case studies where we worked with Bangladesh and Nepal to look at how you could increase the linkages between SASCOF, the national forums, and some sector-specific needs with departments of agricultural extension in this case. So this is just a brief overview of the Wiser Asia Pacific programme. I'm delighted, as mentioned, that we've been able to provide resourcing support to this event under the Wiser Asia Pacific programme. This really is a programme that in South Asia, you know, has the ability to support and build on the advances that we've already had through our collaborations on previous initiatives. WISE is all about supporting the generation, uptake and co-production of weather and climate services to support better access, decision making across sectors at local, national to regional levels, ultimately building resilience to extreme weather, exacerbating, intensifying impacts of climate change. And the Wiser Asia Pacific programme commenced in we had an inception phase in 22 and then went into an implementation phase in 2023 and currently runs to 2031. And I'm delighted that we've been able to provide funding to this event. The objective of WISER is to improve access, quality, use, uptake of weather and climate services. There's a few principles through the WISER programmes, taking a regional approach, supporting co-production of new or enhancing existing services through co-production approaches, ensuring that activities evidence outcomes that support and improve situations for vulnerable communities with a particular focus on gender, equity, social inclusion, and indeed promoting partnerships. Very much working with and within existing mechanisms and sustainable, equitable partnerships. So the sorts of things that we need to evidence to our funders in under our programme are really in these themes here. We've got a theme on improving the capability of information providers to disseminate user-orientated services, generally supporting regional cooperation, capacity building and coordination, ensuring that there are impact-based forecasting approaches to ensure that vulnerable communities can access, understand and ultimately act on weather and climate services, and where possible informing the wider enabling policy and landscape to support sustainability of interventions or funding or so on and so forth. So I'm just giving you a brief overview of the programme because we're very keen to explore how this initiative can support the priorities of SASCOF going forwards. Of course, there's a whole range of different programmes and projects that interact with and around SASCOF, but from the WISER perspective, it'd be great to take stock of what you think your future direction and needs are so that we can assess them against the programme and identify where there is potential to provide continued collaboration and support to the SASCOF community. So this was really just to introduce a discussion piece really, and I'll stress introduce. I don't think we will answer all these questions here. It's great if we've got a little bit of space on the floor to seek initial views. And I've noted several that have come up through discussions already, whether it's through introductory remarks or some of the technical sessions we've heard about, and indeed the user-focused sessions. So very simply, what do members, what do stakeholders see as the priorities for development for SASCOF and the Climate Services User Forum over the next 2 to 5 years? we've heard lots of examples of application, tools for different sectors, so on and so forth. I mean, I wonder, is there a need to develop, advance these so that member countries can access these and share these resources more effectively? How can we engage members and stakeholders further? Who and how should we engage to identify priorities going forwards? And I mean, there's suggestions there. It'd be great to get views from the floor. I was discussing with Rhymes about the potential maybe for an online survey to take stock of priorities and needs that could be done between now and the next SASCOF and reported back. That's just an idea. Other considerations, really opening it to the floor and just to identify what are the priorities, map them back to potential mechanisms that can support those priorities over the medium to long term in a manner that we've partnered under previously. So I'll pause there, hand over back to the chair, and happy to take any comments, questions, but ideally just suggestions. If you've got specific priorities, shout them out. People will collate those down. And views on how we can get more enriched engagement on needs and consolidate those either later this year at the next SASCOF or at a suitable point in time. Thanks very much.
Thank you, David, for that excellent overview and also posing back a number of good questions to us. To actually start the process of at least responding to those questions. In WMO, we have made a strong push for generalizing the Regional Climate Outlook Forum to a Regional Climate Forum, because climate is not just seasonal outlook. So we need to consider the whole range of climate information packages, starting from historical past to the distant future. I think we need to find a way to evolve from SASCOF, South Asian Climate Outlook Forum, to a South Asian Climate Forum, where we can actually bring all relevant aspects to the table and discuss and take actions. That's one part. The other is on what we call a climate services toolkit. When we actually refer to the users, we use users in a very simple way, but user is a very complex area, because user can be the Prime Minister and user can be a small farmer. And they have their own requirements of climate information for specific decision making. So for each class of users, we need to have a toolkit where we have everything clearly spelled out. And the toolkit should have two ways of communicating or using climate information. One is a kind of push, where the climate science community can push the current capabilities to make people aware of what can be done at this stage in science. The other is pull, that is to understand user requirements, how users are taking decisions, and how we can improve using better science and better products. So this toolkit, WMO has already started. This is SASCOF can customize the general concept of climate services toolkit as applicable to the SASCOF stakeholders. So these are the two dimensions that we can actually look at in terms of going forward. So I'll stop there and invite you to provide some suggestions to respond to those questions. Anyone?
Yeah. So as a person who has been working with SASCOF for a long time, so this point we have been discussing since we started in 2010, in fact. And some of the point, while discussing came was that, first of all, you need to develop a large number of experts in each of the country in seasonal prediction in applications. Many times after we keep on insisting, we got a few in every country. Again, I am seeing that kind of, cultivating a lot of very, specialized people. Again, what happened after working in seasonal prediction, I am finding that people are moving to the other, they are not continuing. As a result, what happened? The expertise they gain for a long time. Sometime I feel that is losing in some of, I have been seeing that. So I think we have to sensitize everybody that, you need to specialized thing. And another about the climate service tools that you have said, as I think some 5-10 years before also this type of discussion came. That is the time when we actually started working on a separate data set, if you remember. So this grid data and rainfall data for South Asia was developed for 1 by 1 degree, temperature data, and then all the data, model data, which should be made available, because these are all a requirement of having services much better. Then the focus, tools to generate MME, and then also we thought that a lot of literature which is to be necessary for doing that has to be specifically provided. I think RCC is lot many things are provided there. Maybe more things are necessary. So and one more which I feel that very strongly that perhaps we missed during the COVID time. After that physical again last year only we started. There should be continuous discussion among the member country, expertise. Earlier we were planning that every month at least one meeting should be there based on a focal point of each country, so that even the major climate outlook that we are preparing fine, but every month also RCC is updating for the next 3 months or 4 months. That also can be discussed, one few time that can be done. And I also suggest them that regularly conduct a lecture from some expert, like these tools that UNSCAP tools that today we had presented, or other, many of them, where there was only short time that we could not, AI yesterday Nachiketa was doing. So RCC should take some initiative to conduct this type of lectures, maybe online now that good facility is there, maybe fix certain date, or maybe within 15 days, or once in a month at least, specialized lecture can be there from the sector wise and other thing. And also, meanwhile, the other people also, they should also help RCC to collecting data from country-wise data and other sectorial data, and within the country itself, various sector, they should keep attending this type of VC if they can do. I'm sure there should be a good improvement will be there. Otherwise, all that point he has presented, I totally agree with that, but how to achieve, that's what I thought to tell you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pai. Actually, one way to achieve could be to expand the portfolio of RCC Pune to cover all the time scales. So once we have this information as part of RCC's operational responsibilities, which can be done even on a weekly basis, you can constantly update, including all aspects like historical data, sub-seasonal, seasonal, decadal, and also climate change projections. I think it will be good to actually aim that. In fact, this can be, I think, easily done in the next 2 to 5 years, given that the capabilities already exist in the country and in the region. I think that is one way we can go forward, and these can be taken up in SASCOF for constant discussion, review, and taking benefit from that. Yes.
Yeah, actually, the future is very important. We are writing now, you are discussing about future. I think previous speaker, Dr. Pradnya, has already set the stage. She has demonstrated how it can be in the ground level, how it can be worked, and what is the, kind of planning can be done in that level, village level and all. So in if it can be implemented in the larger scale with all these SASCOM countries, including India, I think that will be one of the biggest achievement, because he has already demonstrated how it can be done. So that needs to be implemented in larger scale.
Yeah, there again, we need to be very careful, because a lot of good work is going on in the region. But what is important is to make sure that we complement rather than compete or duplicate. Sometimes there is if people work independently in isolation, there is always a possibility that there can be duplication, there can be inconsistency in the way we do things. And in fact, maybe Anshul will refer to that in his presentation. There is also an effort to have a regional framework for climate services, where we can actually bring all the stakeholders together and we share responsibilities and collectively we address the challenges. I think that's one way we can address.
Yeah,
Krishna.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, and got few points. But I mean, the last slide was very, very interesting. Some of the points that already Dr. Kumar has mentioned, that probably we need to have a sort of more interaction, more penetration, and we need to have some new members into the SASCOF, not just the SASCOF countries and the other climate experts, but I feel there could be some people from academia, some students interested in that sort of work, the industries, because SASCOF is addressing many things that are related to the many industries, whether it is power industry, whether it is a food, whether it is water or anything like that. So there could be this, NGOs could be part of this discussion. And if possible, some policy makers also can be brought into it, so that they understand that what SASCOF wants to tell for the entire season. And today morning, some participant, they raised some of the expectations from SASCOF. That one is, it's a seasonal outlook. And as Dr. Kumar mentioned, that can it be not outlook, but can it be forecast? I mean, that if we can do that, that is something good. If we can do that, then today morning somebody raised one flag that whether the extreme weathers can be included into the consensus or not. So it's a difficult, but maybe we can think about it. And once that comes, maybe the impact statement could be more clarity. It will have more clarity. And what Dr. Pai mentioned, that seasonal forecast that we gave it for monsoon or any season, we update it monthly also, but probably that needs to be done more visibly and more participation, so that the people are well updated. And one small point which I also felt during my tenure, that we must have lot of weather-related or climate-related data updates and exchanges. If we can have a vulnerability atlas, like for that, for our India, IMD already has one atlas for vulnerabilities, that is severe weather atlas is there. Whether we can have, for SASCOF or maybe sometimes for the South Asia also, whether this type of hazard atlas, if it can be prepared, maybe after 3 or 4 SASCOF sessions, maybe SASCOF-35 or SASCOF-40, something like that. So this can become some guiding tool. And why to wait for seasonal, Kumar Saab? I think we can think about the annual forecast also. And some of the things I feel they are slightly disconnected. One is the NFCS, which is very strong point of IMD and which can be percolated into the other SASCOF countries also, that National Framework for the Climate Service. And I'm happy that recently it is updated and IMD's inputs are also taken. So maybe this type of new flavors can be brought into it, the other states, other countries can be briefed about it, and they can become a partner to this SASCOF. And so we have a strong NFCS India, NFCS Maldives, NFCS Bhutan, and all that. So small countries are there. I think we can build up this type of the climate information desk for the entire South Asia. So this is what I suggest. Maybe some of them may be foolish, but kindly excuse me for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishnanand. So maybe we can hear from other SASCOF countries other than India, maybe Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives. Any thoughts we can share?
Thank you. I am agree with this, sir. Maybe we can involve NGO, INGO, and government and other organizations also. And WM is running the program Early Warning for All, like this. Bangladesh also is doing this nicely. So we can involve with SASCOF Early Warning for All. Early Warning for is running up to 27th. So maybe we can include this program with the Early Warning for program also. And anticipatory action also we can involve in this program. Okay. Like when cyclone landfall in the countries or in the coastal area, then we do the works immediately, like SASCOF can do like this program also. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. UNESCAP.
Thank you for the floor. Actually, what as sir mentioned, very rightly mentioned regarding we can make a repository for all the hazard events and everything that has happened throughout. Maybe what we can also incorporate it with is something that is lacking behind is the loss and damage data, which can be collected from all over the globe, and that will actually, combining all these resources can help us in making a better decision support system for all these individual countries. And then we can actually, I might be a bit selfish because we are on the IBF side, we are thinking of some verification results as well, but I think in long term, making a decision support system for each and country would, this would really help in that. Yeah. So thank you.
In fact, I was expecting you to respond to that comment, so it's nice there. Any other comments? One specific aspect that I wanted to highlight is that the Climate Services User Forum that we are having, we are actually getting into some thematic issues, but the real purpose or real expectation is that the user forum should look at the outlook provided and discuss the follow-up actions. What should we do to respond to that outlook? So that was the ideal situation, but we don't have the critical mass required to actually to address that. And taking example from one of the, I would say one of the best regional climate outlook forums that happens in Africa, in Eastern Africa, Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. So they organize the forum, user forum sessions in a way that for each sector there is a breakout group who actually break out and look at the outlook and conclude what can be done in response to the outlook statement. I think that can be one goal where we can have an open call for the SASCOF, where all the sector representatives can register and come to the session, and we can have breakout groups for each sector: agriculture, water, health, transportation, energy, any type of sector. And I think that can be one of the goals. It may not be achievable in the near term, but that can be a long-term goal. We can go there. And in fact, even in SASCOF, we used to have sector-specific user forums, but because of resource constraints, we could not really continue that. But it's good that we have this thematic discussion, but we should aim for that type of approach. And I'll stop that here because we are losing time. Maybe David can conclude
Of course, yeah.
based on this discussion.
Just to say, I mean, there's been some great comments and suggestions there. There's already a list of potential developments, so on and so forth. Some of them may be fairly quick and straightforward to implement. Some need to be piloted, develop it. Maybe it's iterative over the future years. But that's fantastic. So my final point really was just to provide everybody the opportunity to provide input and suggestions. Would it be helpful to do a short online survey?
Yes.
And perhaps we could try and report back. So we could do that with colleagues at Rhymes and IMD, and perhaps report that back to the next SASCOF-32, and that would be okay. Well, we've took stock. Let's perhaps identify what the quick wins are, the resources required, how we want to prioritise though, and we've started the dialogue off. So that's fantastic. Thanks very much to all.
Thank you, David.
So now I request Dr. Rupakumar Kohli to felicitate Dr. Corbelli for his talk.
Yeah, the next presentation actually, David reminded me that we have Anshul as well as Joe Derrer from Met Office. He is also online. So they will be talking about the South Asia Hydromet Forum Working Group on Climate Services. Anshul, you are starting, or Joe will?
Yeah, I'm starting.
Okay.
नहीं वही वाला है, वही है जो आपने बोला था। हाँ? Joe will share by himself, so no need. He will share. Yeah, Joe will share by himself. My slides are here. So good afternoon again, everyone. So in fact, some of the challenges or difficulties with SASCOF which we are discussing. So in South Asia Hydromet Forum, we are trying to address some of those and trying to move forward with some of these aspects, as Rupakumar sir has mentioned, and I'll try to cover some of those, like what we are trying to achieve through South Asia Hydromet Forum. And my colleague Joe Derrer from UK Met Office will explain about like what are the plans with the. We are establishing a new working group on climate services. So there we are getting the representation from all the countries, all South Asian countries. And that is something we feel is very important for our climate services user forum also, as Rupakumar sir has mentioned. Because we need some thematic discussions, and for that we need in each country some representative who can gather this information, the requirements from the sectors. Because getting different sector representatives in CSUF, we have some resource constraints and that become difficult. But at the country level, with our these working group representatives, we will try to achieve that. So that is the plan for that moving forward. So before we go for Climate Services User Forum, I'll just give a brief introduction about South Asia Hydromet Forum. slides are not moving. Thank you. So South Asia Hydromet Forum basically was established to support the regional engagement, promote collaboration and enhance the capacities at the regional and sub-regional level towards improving the hydromet early warning and climate services delivery in South Asia. And all South Asian countries are the members of South Asia Hydromet Forum. It seeks to strengthen the national meteorological and hydrological services and promote the shared solutions to the regional climate risks. So that is something which we are talking since today morning. So that is South Asia Hydromet Forum is trying to take forward. And it fosters the joint actions to enhance the resilience, disaster preparedness and climate info decision making. SHF was initiated in 2018 through the regional consultation to identify the joint priorities of hydrometeorological modernization. And there were 2 annual conferences happened while it was initiated, one in Geneva and one in Kathmandu. So that identified some the priorities for the regional collaboration. And with that, the first session, first phase of SAF implementation started in 2021. That concluded in March 2023. And then from April 2023 onwards, the second phase started, which is currently ongoing and will conclude in July 2025. So right now we are towards the end of the second phase of South Asia Hydromet Forum. So basically what the crucial role SHF is doing, like what we heard and we understand from the discussion this morning, there are certain gaps in climate services and especially connecting with the users, the different range of forecasts as we were talking. SASCOF is confined on the seasonal forecast, but what about the short range and up to the climate scale? So for that there is a specific requirements. So for that SAF is trying to bring the regional synergy for different aspects of hydromet activities for strengthening the services, reduce risk and optimize opportunities which are linked to the weather and climate. So here what we are trying to do is we are trying to assess the current capacities of different hydromet services, since there are 9 member countries in SAF. They have the varying capacities, some are at very advanced scale, some are at very big, like at the beginners level. And again, there is a lot of mobility within the Met services, like as sir just mentioned, when we train some people, maybe after 1 or 2 years, either they get transferred or moved to other departments or organization, and again, the capacity become nil in those organizations. So what SAF is trying to do is trying to build a repository of all these trainings, all capacity exercises, tools, resources which are being available, conducted, and also trying to avoid the duplication from different agencies. Like as we just discussed about WFP, there are many good initiatives which are going on. So what SAF is trying to do is take the repository of all these and trying to inform in the region whenever some new donors or some new projects are coming, like Wiser is a very good example. So when UKMET came to SAF for about Wiser scoping, so then like we had a big brainstorming session about what all kind of activities, initiatives already going on in the region and what are the residual gaps or challenges which need to be addressed. So accordingly the scoping for the new projects can be done and can be like a complementary to what all is going on. So that is we are trying to achieve through the SAF. So for that there is an institutional mechanism which is being followed, and that consists of the Executive Council. And Executive Council is the Director Generals or Directors of all the 9 Met services. They are the heads of the Met services. So they meet either once in a year or twice in a year depending on the requirements of the frequency. And they are the one who take the actual decisions based on all the work which SAF teams are doing throughout the year. So that has been presented for them for their endorsement. We have Executive Council meeting coming up in next week in Colombo. So that is one thing happening. And there are 6 working groups. So first one is on, like there is one group on impact-based forecasting. There is a working group of on numerical weather prediction, working group on observation networks, capacity enhancement, hydrology and climate services. So these working groups consist of the technical experts from all 9 Met services. They are the members of the working groups, and they meet regularly, like through the online meeting or whenever we have the opportunity to meet in person. So these working groups, they meet, they present about the current status of these particular thematic areas in their particular countries, and about the requirements, challenges, as well as they also update about the projects which are going on or the initiatives which are taken by the governments in those areas, and also the new initiatives which are coming up through different projects, through different donor agencies, so that based on that, like repository of the resources which are available in the region can be done, and that also helps to identify like what kind of capacities are available in the region. So if suppose some country in the region like Nepal or Bhutan, they need some support, but that is available already in India, so we don't need to bring it from Europe or US, so that they can get a support from the neighboring countries, and whatever additional we require we can get from the other countries, so that there can be optimum utilization of the resources. So for that we have this institutional mechanism, and for that RIMES is providing as a technical secretariat for SAF, and also we have a technical advisory group which consists of some senior scientists there, so who provide the technical support for also SAF. So basically the Executive Council, it governs all the SAF implementation and composed of the heads of SAF member countries. It is responsible for overseeing the implementation of SAF vision and objectives, and provides the strategic leadership to ensure that SAF initiatives align with the regional and the global priorities. And with that, there are specific components in SAF through which again we are working. In addition to the Executive Council and working groups, there are also like assessments of the Met services which are done on annual basis. So we do this on a regular basis for the different Met services to assess their capacity gaps and priorities requirement. Then there are capacity building activities. So during the meetings of working groups and Executive Council, which whenever there is some requirements come to conduct some of the capacity building activities, so SAF try to organize that with support of various partners, like UKMate is one of our big supporter in that to organize the trainings and capacity building activities. Also we do many through the IITM, INCOIS, and different centers in India, as well as some other global centers wherever the opportunities are available. Then SAF, there is also a forecasters forum, which I think most of the forecasters sitting in the room are aware of. This is a weekly platform which facilitates the knowledge sharing and collaboration among weather forecasters from all South Asian Met services. And the purpose of this forecasters forum is like they discuss what has been realized in the past week and what is there in the forecast for the next week. And there we get very good support from different institutes, and also like the S2S products which we have seen since morning. All products are being discussed at the regional scale, like what are the implications of these products for next 1 week and next 2 weeks period in different countries of South Asia. Whenever there is some extreme weather situation is happening, so this forum discuss that in detail, and also if required, then the frequency of the meeting is increased, like they arrange the in between week also to discuss about the progress, like if some cyclone is building or some severe weather condition is forming. So this forecasters forum already have more than 150 sessions in over the period of last 3 years, and it has become one of the regular mechanism and one of the most important part of SAF. Then there is a knowledge hub, that is a platform being developed under SAF. So as I mentioned earlier, that all the repository of the knowledge resources, technical experts, as well as the training materials which is available. So we are trying to compile and bring it to one platform so it can be available whenever some new experts join the Met services, or some people get transferred from different agencies, so they can access at one location all kind of resources which are available for that particular requirement. Then also there is one data exchange platform which has been developed. So that is basically for exchanging the non-GTH data, because GTH data is being exchanged by all the countries, but many computing centers like NCMRF or ECMWF, they need more data to improve the performance of their forecasting models. So through DataX platform, we are trying to exchange the non-GTS data, and currently like around 3,500 stations data is coming on this on regular basis, which is being shared by NCMRF as well as ECMWF for improving their model forecast and accuracy. These are some of the list of the trainings which we conducted in last year as part of SAF capacity building exercise. So you can see here the support from many technical agencies from India, UK Med. With support of them, we conducted these exercises and these trainings. And these trainings are like not driven through the projects, but these are basically demand driven based on the SAF working group meetings. Whatever demand has come from the countries, accordingly we try to identify like where these can be organized and how it can be optimized in terms of cost, resources, and we arrange these trainings part of SAF. And also like as part of this SAF process, we convene one high level regional conference. So one was conducted in 2021, but that time was the COVID period, so it was done online. But in 2024 in Colombo last year, we conducted it a physical session where all kind of like technical agencies across the globe as well as donor agencies collect together and they discuss about their initiatives in the South Asia region and then try to redirect the resources in such a way that it can be optimized and complement each other's initiatives. So that is the main purpose of that SAF annual conferences. So thank you. And now my colleague Joe will explain more about the Climate Services Working Group, which is more relevant to our Climate Services User Forum groups.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anshu. Maybe Joe?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect, and hopefully you can see the slides as well.
Not yet. It just says double click to enter full screen mode.
I'll try once more.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
perfect. Yeah, thanks very much, Kumar, and it's really excellent to see familiar faces in the room, and I really wish I was with you in person, but I still find it miraculous that you can join a meeting from halfway around the world. So yeah, I'll do my best at summarising where we've got to with the establishment of a working group on climate services, building on Anshul's introduction to the SAF, the South Asia Hydromet Forum. So just, I'll try and be brief, but a bit of rationale extending really on why a new working group on climate services under the SAF, and then a bit of a timeline of key developments and events, and next steps and opportunities for synergy with the SASCOF. And I should have introduced myself, by the way. So I work at the Met Office with colleagues, David and others who've been involved with the SASCOF for a number of years, and was involved in the ARC program as well. So I've been kind of continuing the work from there in the climate service areas, which is where I work at the Met Office. But the rationale really for developing a working group on climate services, I can see there's a slight lag with the, there we go. So the rationale for developing a new working group is obviously the growing climate crisis really, and the need to be resilient to climate variability and climate change, and recognizing that there is a need to do more in this space. And the SAF, the South Asia Hydromet Forum, is broadening and deepening its activities. And it should be acknowledged that it's an umbrella really for regional activities that are happening. So how can the SAF support this? And this need that's been discussed already in this meeting around the need for enhanced, new, more effective climate services, and the really importance of a regional approach to this to ensure that there is collaboration, avoiding duplication, and enhance the access to data, connecting sectors, and so that's really a motivation, is to kind of address these three key elements. So a timeline for what's happened so far. So some involvement in the ARC program, which was from 2018 until 2022. There was an activity to establish a South Asia Climate Forum, and a number of people involved in SASCOF were involved in that as well. And this was about thinking, okay, well, the SASCOF works really well for providing that information on seasonal timescales, but on the longer climate timescales, particularly climate change timescales, there's a need to have more coordination. But since then, things have evolved, and the SAF Executive Council has endorsed this broadening into priority areas, and as Anshul explained. And then there was a declaration in February 22 at SAF4, which I'll describe in a second, about establishing a new working group. And then there's been a couple of key events: an online consultation in December, and then this in-person workshop in January. And I'll briefly summarize the outcomes of that. And then upcoming is the next SAF Executive Council to consider a proposal for establishing a working group. So this is very much a work in progress. So at SAF 4, this was held in Sri Lanka, and there was a side event that was held to scope really what SAF could be doing on climate services, and this kind of ambition to cover longer term information as well as broader users of climate information and services. So SAF identified that there's a need to try to tackle this siloing approach, bring producers and users together in appropriate ways, and connect across timescales. Often decision makers are interested in multiple timescales. So there was a discussion here at the, which I'll counter later, but at SAF there was a bit of a focus on shorter timescale climate services, so maybe not the long-term climate projections, but the lessons learned can be applied across timescales. But we'll revisit this because this is an active discussion. But one thing that was clear from this was a recommendation for a coordinated regional approach, and I'll explain a little bit more in a second about the regional framework for climate services as well as a potential option there. And then understanding how it will work with other regional mechanisms, such as SASCOF. So that's why we're introducing this today, to understand the synergies and make sure that everything is connected. Then in December, there was an online consultation that was invited key people from organizations across the region to begin going into a bit more detail in what a new working group on climate services could do. There was some agreement and disagreement, so this is a summary of questions that were asked through an online Menti poll, and you can kind of see the graph behind that showing where the responses were. So for example, everyone agreed that having a very clear focus and remit is important, and then there was a pretty good agreement around bringing together other climate services mechanisms in the region. The next one down is having a regional focus only, and that's actually a bit of disagreement here around whether the focus should be regional or it should interface more strongly with the national focuses as well. So this is clearly an area for more discussion. And then there was a lot of disagreement about the focus on all timescales. Some people think it should focus on all timescales. Some people strongly disagreed and said it should have a focus on the nearer timescales. Sorry, the next one says that some people thought it could focus on the shorter timescales, but most people thought that actually we should be looking at cross timescale information here. And also engaging with a range of stakeholders is very important, and most people agreed with that, but the precise stakeholders depends on how the working group evolves. And then some key themes came out, so again, regional coordination, needs and gap analysis, so there's been work done here, but really kind of getting clear needs and gaps to identify those priorities. Capacity building training, which has already been mentioned, and impact-based services as well, so going beyond the climate information alone and having that kind of really impact-relevant information, and as well as data sharing as being another issue to try and address. So the next and most recent event was in January, where as part of an event which brought together the impact-based forecasting working group and emerging climate services working group, or discussion around a climate services working group, a full day session was held, and Sarah on the bottom right was coordinating this, a colleague from the Met Office who's now on secondment to the WMO. And it was a really fun, engaging day to explore lots of different areas and try and identify some of the ways forward. And this led into kind of draft aims for a working group, which is now being taken forward. So the first one on strengthening regional collaboration to enhance climate services and promote cross-border knowledge exchange. This is a really key element there was wide agreement on. And part of that discussion was around whether a regional framework for climate services would be a good thing to develop. And we've already heard about national frameworks for climate services, and many countries in South Asia have been exploring this and developing these, and some are very active. But actually having a regional framework, and there are some examples around the world of where they might not be called a regional framework for climate services, but they are active in coordinating climate services activities and playing a particularly critical role in funding climate services activities, so identifying where there is a need for enhanced funding across the region for the region's benefit. So this aligns very well with the SAF kind of remit and mandate to support this kind of regional approach. And then improving access and uptake of climate data and forecasting tools. Again, this is a familiar recommendation, but it's seen that there is still work to be done here to really enable that. And then strengthening Met service and stakeholder technical expertise, and also those operational capabilities to deliver robust and user-driven climate services. And ultimately, a lot of the work also can be integrated into national and regional adaptation and resilience strategies. So ensuring there's that kind of clear link between the work done in climate services and those strategies and policies that are enhancing our resilience or promoting actions that do. So then the final draft aim is to establish a working group plan, identifying the near-term, long-term goals for implementation. And this is kind of where we've got to in terms of thinking around a working group for climate services, and these will be some of the next steps. So in terms of governance and coordination, it will be so all of the SAF working groups have membership from South Asian national Met services and hydrological services, but also technical experts, sectoral agencies and development partners, and also recognizing there are broader partners involved in climate services that may not always sit within Met services, including academia, etc. So support from RIMES and technical support from the Met Office and other international agencies will be provided to the working group, and also a rotating chairing system to ensure that there's shared leadership and accountability. So periodic meetings which will be agreed amongst the working group, and then reporting to the SAF Executive Council as well. So finally, the next steps. So we're now sort of working together to put forward a proposal to the SAF Executive Council to approve and establish a working group, and this will happen hopefully in the next month, the next Executive Council meeting. And then finalising the terms of reference, and then confirmation of the nominations for working group members and nomination of chairs for the working group. So then an inception meeting will happen once this is all confirmed, bringing the members together and technical support, perhaps likely an online meeting initially, but then potentially an in-person meeting to bring everyone together. And then development of this structured and crucially resourced work plan that can enable members to work together to set those priorities over the next 3 years and achieve a kind of sustainable implementation of the goals of the working group. So I'll end there. I'm sure there's questions and things that people want to discuss, but I'll pass back to the room now.
Thank you very much, Joe, for that very informative presentation. And in fact, I would consider SASCOF to be very lucky that both RIMES and Met Office through WISER and also the earlier ARC program have been closely engaged with the SASCOF development, and we continue to benefit from this. I just have one point, Joe. Though it is not explicitly mentioned, I hope whatever arrangement we make for the working group, it's very important that you work in close alignment with the concerned WMO bodies, because there are, in the regional association and also in the technical commissions, there are efforts underway that also look at the region. I think it's important for us to work together. So that's one point. Any other questions on both the presentations by Anshul and Joe? No? Yeah, David.
Oh, just to add to that point you made about connecting with WMO, having the links and buy-in and orientation. We've very much been consulting with the regional office and Geneva with various contacts that have inputted both to the workshops and to the subsequent papers, and I think we need to make sure there's an effort to ensure that those links are bought into and sustained, but certainly where we are at the moment, it's had all inputs and I guess comments and support from WMO colleagues as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other requests for the floor? I know we are very much delayed, so let's thank Anshul and Joe for the excellent presentations.
Dr. Rupa Kumar Kohli to felicitate Dr. Anshul for his talk. Though Dr. Joy is not here, he is present virtually, we also thank to him. Now I request Dr. Pulak Guhatakurta to felicitate Dr. Rupakumar Kohli for chairing the session interactively and keeping the audience interested. Thank you, sir. For the next session, before getting into tea break, I would like to mention that next session will be chaired by Dr. Ken Yamada, and it will be again user-centric utilization of forecast information. So already we are running late. Actually now it is supposed to start, but now we will break for tea only for 10 minutes, and within 10 minutes we will back to the hall and we will start our next session. So kindly proceed for tea.
I request all the speakers from the next session to upload their presentations.
I think Katie had a baby also, maybe, since you saw her last.
Katie was unmarried. I'm
not sure, I don't know. You said she came in 2019?
19.
Me and Joe joined the Mass office in 2014. So we've kind of worked quite closely. I think 2013, 2014. I joined in 2014.
And Katie joined?
I don't know. But,
One is Katie, another is Kate.
okay.
Two persons.
Kind of thing, three faces. Let me have a think. I probably know, but I'm probably forgetting my names as well. You enjoyed your time?
Yes, I enjoyed it. Yes, I enjoyed, but for my baby was only 1 year old, so I did not able to manage. Yes, this one is my personal ID, and I prefer it. This is my government address.
And that's it. Okay, great. I'll show you, say hello.
Yes.
Shall I?
Yeah, yeah. And you should talk with them. I got पाठवते नसलं पाठवलं तर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मी चेक करते पाठवलंय नाही तिला पाठवलं नाहीये ती तिकडून करेल मग तिच्या ह्याच्यानंतर मानव नंतर कसं चहा पिऊन पटकन इथे यायचंय तन्मय ते मानव आहे का बघ ऑनलाईन नाही आहे का
Welcome back again to the session. So, I would like to request Dr. Kane to chair the session and inform about the talks.
Thank you. I'm Ken Yamada from Tokyo Climate Center in JMA. And actually, this is the first time to be chairing in English. So I apologize in advance if you have any trouble caused by my English skill or handling skill. So, but anyway, let's start the session 6. This is the final session of today. And user-centric utilization of forecast information. And it will be change the schedule. In this session, we have 5 speakers, including from session 3, Dr. Kasari from FAO is second speaker. So first speaker is Dr. Manavendra, IT Delhi, and the title is Climate Services in Hydrology Sector. So Dr. Manavendra is online.
Hello,
Online.
good morning.
Okay. Thank you. So
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I can see your presentation. So please start.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Manavendra Saharia. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Civil Engineering and associate faculty in Yardley School of Artificial Intelligence at IIT Delhi. I work on primarily hydrology with both physics-based and deep learning-based approaches. So I'll talk about some of the advances and some of the work that we have been doing in more on the tools that we can develop for providing hydrologic services. So last time also I participated in SASCOF, and at the time we had talked about more on the precipitation side that we had developed in collaboration with IMD Pune. So this time I'm not talking about that work. We are talking more on the flood forecasting and what are the kind of modeling activities that we are doing in hydrology. So as since this audience is quite aware of what is the situation of flood forecasting in India, so there are many, we are kind of scattered in a way in that operational meteorology is handled by IMD, and then flood forecasting generally comes under the domain of Central Water Commission, which is under a different ministry. So that has led to some operational challenges, but also some R&D challenges. So right now, the forecasting system that we are running real time, these are mostly based on statistical relationships and they are point based. So there is no operational inundation forecast in India at this moment. And wherever the physics-based models are running, they generally are commercial packages sold by companies, and they are also computationally very expensive because you cannot parallelize them in an HPC. And many times the meteorological forecasts are not integrated properly with the hydrologic models for flood forecasting. So I think there is a lot of opportunity here for doing integrated work. And some of the advancements that we are interested in doing is how can we develop better models with better physics, and how do we tightly integrate them with the operational weather forecast that we have? Because most of the forecasting systems that we have right now, you can see that they are being integrated with they are integrated with ECMWF forecast or even NOAA forecast, but very few of them on the flood side are integrated properly with IMD forecast. So this is where I think a lot of R&D research is open for us to do. And of course, this is very standard in meteorology that you'd be using high performance computing, but in hydrology, it's actually still quite nascent. Most of the hydrology models are desktop based. So you run it on a computer or you run it on a workstation at best. You don't really parallelize it overnight on an HPC using hundreds and thousands of cores. So that's an obvious research work that we can do. And of course, majority of the forecasts are deterministic forecasting. So ensemble forecast is something that we have started to develop now. So there is a national need for a medium range flood forecasting system, integrating NWP outputs, but physical hydrology models, as well as deep learning that will complement some of the existing flood forecasting systems. So I want to talk about what exactly are we doing to do this. We have a couple of projects with Ministry of Earth Sciences and where we are pursuing this idea basically. So one of the things is we need in hydrology has always been a very local field. Most of the time people would be calibrating models or running the models on a basin scale. They would not be running a national scale or regional scale model. Only in the past few years has that become a very common thing to do. So there are a lot of challenges that are kind of a solved problem in meteorology, because meteorology is often regional and even global, but hydrology is always local. So how do we actually integrate both of these paradigms into one to have operational forecasts that are relevant at local scale? So we have essentially three ideas. One is that you put a lot of sensors on the ground. Now, this is what Central Water Commission already does. They put a lot of gauge stations across the country. They have 300, I think 1,000 around stations across the country that measures the stream flow and the water level at every point. Now, that's one option. The good thing is that you can get very high quality data, but the limitation is that you can't get it everywhere. You only can get it at that point. And oftentimes you are more interested in what is happening inland. So the second option is that you rely purely on satellite observations. So this is more in ISRO's territory, or even nowadays Ministry of Earth Sciences, is that we have the satellite observations that we can use in models. Now that also comes with own limitations, is that they look very good when you are 1,000 kilometers in the sky, but when you zoom in, the forecast or the estimates tend to be quite way off when it comes at the local scale. So there are a lot of limitations in using the satellite data. So we are trying to integrate them in one framework, in that you have a modeling system where you have the physics-based and the deep learning models that are running, but you also have a way to data assimilate at a national scale. So data assimilation of water storage anomalies, data assimilation of soil moisture retrievals, so on and so forth. So how can we do it in an integrated fashion? So this is known as a land data assimilation system, but just a fancy word for integrating observations and model predictions for providing a superior state estimate. Now, this is the system that we have been developing for the past few years, and now it is, it's in a very robust stage. It is the Indian land data assimilation system that simulates the land surface variables. So it basically, so it uses inputs, weather inputs, precipitation, temperature, radiation, humidity, and wind speed. Generally, these are the 7 inputs that are required for a land surface model. And then it has topographical inputs, digital elevation models, slope, aspect, and so forth. It also uses things like vegetation, albedo, soil texture, land use, those kind of variables. And finally, it uses hydrographic inputs. These are related to the river width, the river depth. And if you have reservoirs, then reservoir bathymetry. So all of that information, it works through a single code system. So you have multiple hydrology models. You have NOIMP, CLSM, EF5, and we have multiple hydrodynamic models. We have vector-based routing models like MISO-Route. We have 2D GPU-based models like Triton, and we also have 1D grid-based models like HiMap. So all of them have their own advantages and their disadvantages. So the idea is that finally we get the stream flow, river water level, and floodplain in equation. Now there are a lot of components to it. I mean, that is the main part, main models. But the major component that is improving the results is the data assimilation component, where we are integrating the satellite soil moisture. Now we are integrating the water level as well as total water storage. And from MODIS, we do the dynamic vegetation. So whenever like every few days, we change the vegetation in the model. And further integrations are related to the LSTM post-processor. So these are more on the deep learning territory, where we try to post-process the outputs in real time. And how do we get better stream flow? And of course, applications can be many, from forecasting, management, impacts, and so forth. So one issue with this kind of models is that they are very difficult to calibrate. So using traditional calibration schemes, we will not be able to calibrate these models. Each model, a model, for example, for one day, it might take several minutes. So if you want to calibrate it for 5 years, it will take like forever. So we have developed a new system, new scheme, calibration scheme called a fully parallelized dynamically dimensioned search. So this dynamically, DDS is a very popular algorithm, but it was not fully parallelized until we had used it. So we, earlier it was parallelized more at the parameter level, but not at the model level. But now it is parameterized, and now it is parallelized at the model level as well. So now we are able to do this calibration in a very fast 125, 150 runs of the model. And now it is possible to calibrate one basin within a couple of days. And because we have to do it only one time, so it's now a computationally feasible thing to do. So generally it requires 35% to 40% less computational resources compared to the original PDDS. And there is one streamflow output that I've shown in the Narmada Basin, how the calibration scheme actually works. So I'm not going to the details, but I'm happy to have a chat with anyone who is interested in knowing more about these things. And finally, this is the 12-meter transboundary flood model that we have that comes out from ILDAS. So on the left side, you will just see the topography of the country, which is everyone knows how it is. It is widely varying from very, from very tall regions to very mountains to the plains and all kinds of vegetation around the country. And on the right side, you can see the stream flow at a 12-meter scale. So this is a very new work that we are trying to get it published right now. We have integrated a new DEM from TandemX, which is a German, from the German Aerospace Center. And this comes, we have post-processed it, and we have done a lot of augmentations, but now we are able to get very good stream flow at 12-meter scale. And earlier we were using a 90-meter model. Now 90-meter model would miss a lot of the small streams. So now with the 12-meter model, we are able to pick up many streams because the average segment length of a river now is around 2.8 meters. And we can get all the variables in at every point. And we have completed around 65 years of simulations from 1948 to 2020, like not 2023 anymore, till present date simulations that we have completed at all these 5 lakh river streams in IIT Delhi HPC. So I will skip these slides in the interest of time, but we do a lot of this soil moisture data assimilation within ILDAS. So using ensemble Kalman filter and using SMAP, passive soil moisture retrievals. So using this, I'll just talk about the results in that what happens if we do soil moisture data assimilation is that it is very difficult to represent every kind of crop and irrigation that is happening in the country. So we thought that instead of doing that, which is a very time-consuming and difficult task to do because we don't have enough good data on the ground. So can we assimilate soil moisture, and can it lead to, can we actually represent some of the irrigation signal? And you can see on the top, these are the summer maps. Summer as in, this is the monsoon period. Then there is less variability. And because it is less variable, that means not much improvement has been made because of integrating soil moisture, because of assimilating soil moisture. But there is a lot of variability in the winter maps. This is when majority of the irrigation happens in the country, especially in the Gangetic belt all the way down through Andhra, the eastern coastal belt. So you will see a lot of this variability we are able to capture. And we are not, the only thing we are doing is assimilating. We are assuming that the water, extra water that is on top of the surface, that is visible in the form of soil moisture, it is happening because of irrigation. And because India still largely uses flood irrigation instead of drip irrigation, it is still possible to capture this variability using satellite data assimilation. So you'll see on the left side, you have the green irrigation fraction, that is the observed. And on the left side is the model output, and we are able to capture that irrigation signal as a part of the model. So these are some small improvements in the model that we are doing so that we are able to capture. Now the final part of the presentation is how do we actually how do we take advantage of these new deep learning models that are coming? And this is where a lot of our energy is now going, in that obviously everyone is aware now that deep learning is kind of taking over the modeling world, in that they are able to outperform the physics-based models, yes, because physics-based models are slow and complex to run and even improve, while data-driven models you are able to capture hydrologic processes using observed data, and you're able to rerun them at a very fast. Inference is very cheap. So how do we actually combine? Now, this is one experiment that we have done where we basically came up with 4 different steps. One is the LSTM-based model, where we are using purely meteorological inputs. And second is the physics-based model, LSTM, which is using meteorological inputs and the land surface model outputs. And finally, we have another one where meteorological and catchment attributes. And the 4th model where we have put everything, like we have the static catchment attributes, the meteorological inputs, and the land surface model outputs. The idea was to check if we are able to keep some of the land surface models that we are running right now and still take advantage of the outputs of deep learning. So the whole idea is we have a 2-stage LSTM post-processor. You go through all of these inputs, and we have a residual correction LSTM. This is essentially correcting the residual error in the model. And then we have a meta-learning LSTM that essentially learns from the previous couple of days' input. Though we put feed into 365 days, but we have limited observation required in terms of improving the And finally, what we get is locally relevant stream flow, because in stream flow, as I said, it is very important that it is actually useful on the ground, because it is not just like visually looking appealing and with high bias. So this is what we have. I'll just go to this slide. Okay, so this is the hybrid model that we have finally picked up, we finalized, and this is an ensemble model. We are running we are running large number of precipitation inputs and 2 versions of different models and 2 versions of hydrodynamic models. So all of these basically gives us an ensemble of stream flow output. Once we do that, we pass it through our post-processor, which has 2 layers, residual correction and meta learning. And finally, we are able to go from a median NSC of 0.18, which comes from the physics-based model, to a median NSC of 0.6, which has come from the AI-based model, like combination of AI, the Landsat-based model and AI-based model. So there is a lot of things here. I've kind of spoken very fast in that it's still a lot of room for improvement because the model does not have a representation for reservoirs. Now that is a very big scope for improvement that we have identified and we are already working on. But we have already seen that the potential for using AI as a part of our physics-based model is already quite immense. And I think operational hydrologic services will more and more use this kind of hybrid techniques rather than relying on purely physics-based models like we used to do in the past. So finally, this is my final slide. With Ministry of Earth Sciences, we are developing a real-time flood forecasting framework. This is an operational framework where we are, we have not released it in public because we're trying to get the paper published, and then we are working on operational integration. And we are basically using currently we are using the 12-kilometer model from Ministry of Earth Sciences. It is the INB/NCMRWF 12-kilometer model, deterministic 1 to 10 day meteorological forecast. And we are integrating with NOINT and HIMAP and routing models, and we are post-processing is with LSTM. And finally, we are getting an ensemble stream flow forecast. So there is a whole package in place. We have written lots of code to make it basically seamless. There is no human intervention required, purely open source code in hydrology and hydrodynamic part. And we have, the operational schedule we have also decided based on how the models are actually generated in IND and /NCMRWF, so that the models are actually plug and play. So hopefully next time, in a few months, we are hoping to test it now that the monsoon season is here. We are hoping to test the operational system this summer, and if it works out well, we want to go through another round of testing, and hopefully we will operationalize it through IND and or NCMRWF and see how the people respond to having this kind of forecast and inundation forecast, and what are the different agencies that might be interested in using these outputs, the hydrologic services. So that is all from my side. I spoke about like 2-3 things, so I spoke a little bit fast, so please forgive me for that, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manavendra. It is very interesting presentation. So do you have any question or comments?
Thank you very much, Manavendra. This is Rup Kumar from IITM. It's good to see some good work being done because I always felt that the hydrology and climate meteorology community is not well linked in India, which can actually mean implications for life and property. I hope your work actually sees operationalization soon. I just have 2 questions. One is, how do you handle uncertainty, which is inevitable in any meteorological information? And when it leads to hydrological decision making, many times there is a reluctance in using uncertain inputs for hydrological decision making. That's one part. The other question is about how do we influence the standard operating procedures of water managers, where even routine water management can actually lead to floods in case the water management is not done in the optimal way. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. So I think the first question is, how do we deal with uncertainty? And this is where we have realized that a purely a hydrology model will always be really uncertain, especially when it comes to bias. And we have seen there are issues with timing. Oftentimes the timing will be off by around 20 hours, or sometimes the peak will be off by 3 times or 2 times. So, but the good thing is that most of the biases are systematic, especially if there are no large-scale reservoir operation that is going on. So this kind of systematic bias, we have settled on using a deep learning-based post-processor. So what we have done is we have the hydrology model, we run it for the past, we run it for 50 years, but we also run it for the past 20 years when we have good observations from Central Water Commission. So once we get those outputs, we essentially build a traditional, people have traditionally built statistical post-processors always. So now we have switched to using deep learning as the base for developing a post-processor. So that has allowed us to reduce the uncertainty in the forecast, both in the in how we generate the ensembles as well as how we reduce the bias in the existing ensembles. So that's how we have strategized. There is another option that we try to reduce the precipitation uncertainty, the uncertainty in the precipitation forecast itself. Now that is a tougher task. We have not touched that part at this moment. We have relied on fixing whatever we can on the hydrology part. Precipitation part, actually we need to talk with some scientists, how do we do it operationally, because doing it in a retrospective mode is actually quite easy. We already have many tools to do it. We know how to do it. But doing it in a real-time sense is difficult because sometimes IMD observations will be like, it may not reach on time by the time we have the 0Z NWP forecast. So how do we bias correct in real time? So that is a challenge. And the second question is, how do we get the water managers to use it? I think water managers in India are already kind of realizing that relying on purely deterministic and even station-based forecasting system is not going to be very helpful. And I think there is a big now push from the top of Jal Shakti Ministry as well that we must have inundation forecast and we must have ensemble forecast always, because we can always communicate the mean of the ensemble as a way for making a ground decision for them. But they will have to sensitize the hydrology community that it's not like taking one trace of precipitation and generating one trace of stream flow and considering that as the basis for making very critical water management decisions. So I think more and more when people realize that these ensemble forecasts are vastly superior compared to deterministic forecasts, I think people are going to utilize. I think we can start with some of the seasonal things because people are more used, when it comes to real time, they are more sensitive. But when it comes to seasonal forecasts or when it comes to agriculture related things, people are less sensitive about trying out new things. So I think that is where we can start and plugging and sensitizing the hydrology community that ensemble forecast, which is staple in meteorology, but it is not the staple in hydrology in India, is the way to go forward. I think that will happen over time.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Myself, Pulak Guadagurta, retired scientist, IMD Pune. In one of the slides I have seen, you have shown that you are using aridity index as one of the input, but in the final slide, it is not there. So whether you are using that aridity index, because in Pune IMD, we are calculate operational every week, we are producing aridity anomaly index based on basically water balance technique thread. So I have just queries whether finally you are using, or if it is using, you can have input taken from the Pune that, because it is producing throughout the year every week. Right.
Yes. Yes, thank you, sir. So we are using the aridity index mostly to check the inputs and trying to compare it with historical. We are not using it in a real-time sense, though it is like easy to integrate. But we have not put it as a separate input to the model at this moment, because the hydrology models they generally have only the raw inputs from meteorology. It does not use the indices as input. But the deep learning model can use any input. So there we have not tried aridity index. We mostly check it for comparison with historical. But maybe this is something that we can try. And I know that IMD produces it, so this is something. It will be good if we integrate it, because that will also kind of showcase the usefulness in hydrology as well. So we will try that. But at this moment, we are not using the aridity index in real time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Professor Manavendra, this is Hasibur Rahman from INCOIS, Hyderabad. So you are, as I understand, you are making the flood forecasting model with kind of 12-kilometer resolution. So how do your model will take care about the urban flooding? So one of the things which is now recently a kind of rapid urbanization is making the urban flooding is very difficult, and particularly during this climate change scenario, as well as very unplanned way of cities. And how do your model will be effectively giving that information for the urban flooding? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I actually did not want to show this slide, so I skipped it. But we do some work in urban flood forecasting system as well. And for example, over Chennai, we were testing basically a small version of the national system. And one of the things that we have focused on is what happens in cities like Chennai, where a lot of the flows are actually coming in from outside the city, right? So, and we have found out that if we try a purely urban, so there have been challenges with urban flood forecasting systems in India. Many of the times they're not able to pick up. And it is not because something is wrong with the model, right? And there is nothing wrong with the model per se, how people are using it. But the problem is often that the flows the cities are experiencing are oftentimes coming from outside the city, and that is not being catered in the model because the boundary conditions are purely land-based boundary conditions. It doesn't have the flows coming in from outside the city. So for example, in Chennai, there is I'm going to massacre the pronunciation, so I'll not speak it, but there are rivers that are coming in from outside the city. So in 2023, when we had this major flash floods in the city, we saw that if we take a purely urban extent for the model, we can barely get like less than 10 hours of using this NCMR earlier forecast, 4-kilometer forecast, we are barely able to get like 10 kilometers or 10 hours of lead time. But if we use a system that is integrated with a river system, now that gives us around 63. We have found that in our model it is 63, but it can be something else in some other model. So if we integrate an urban model with a river model, with a like river system model, then the efficiency of this urban forecasting systems massively increases, because we need to be able to model the flows that are coming into the city, because oftentimes the cyclone is making a landfall somewhere else. And by the time the precipitation shows up in the city, the water has already entered the city limits. So our contention is that these urban systems that we are developing across the country, different agencies, different research groups are building it. They, especially in cities where there are rivers flowing into the city, we should integrate it with a river system model. So I'm happy to discuss in detail another time about this, maybe in person I can discuss with you. But yes, this is something that we are trying to see how to prototype for cities like Chennai, where we get rivers inside the city.
Thank you very much. So it's time move on to the next speakers.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Manavendra. Unfortunately, the second speaker moved from session 3, Dr. Catherine, has been cancelled tomorrow. She will present tomorrow. And so let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Satyavan from IMD. The title is Strengthen Hydrometeorological Services in South Asia Rural Climate Applications in User Interface. So, Dr. Satyavan, please start.
So by the time PPT is to be placed, here is one announcement for dinner invitation. To meet the invitees and members attending the 31st session of Outlook Forum, SASCOF-31 for the summer monsoon season and Climate Services User Forum, Dr. M. Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, India Meteorological Department, requests the pleasure of your company for dinner today at 7:30 at the same venue, Sheraton Grand Bun Garden Hotel, Pune. So kindly gather at 7:30 for the DGM invited dinner at the same venue.
Good afternoon, good evening everyone. The title of my talk is actually Strengthening the Hydrometeorological Services in South Asia, Role of Climate Application and User Interface. But it is just to give some overview of what are the climate services activities we are currently doing at IMD Pune, and how it is possible it can be expanded to the larger South Asia region. That is what I am trying to explain in this talk. because this is the started with a monsoon climate forum, and because I am a member of the Climate GX Monsoon panel, and I am also a member of this Climate Dynamics panel, and I am nowadays slowly involving with climate services activities, so I am trying to connect all three together in these presentations. So here briefly, I am not going, due to lack of time, I am not going to explain. This is the outline of the talk, what I will explain. So as we know, this is the monsoon rainfall, the climatology over this region during the monsoon season. Most part of India receives a good amount of rainfall during this June to September. But whenever we see this year-to-year variability is very high, which we can see even country-wise rainfall variability, we can show there is a strong, sometimes some strong deficient year, or some high excess rainfall also we can receive. That is impacting various sectors of the society, whether we can tell in terms of agriculture, or the flood, or the disaster, many kind of contributing the negative impact of the society. So here we can know, because this is the climate services user forum, briefly we can explain. This is the climate services is nothing but the delivery of useful and reliable weather and climate information that helps people to make a decision for various sectors, we can say. So there are many, because whenever we listen to several talks this morning and starting from yesterday, these are the various components of the climate services, either climate data and observations, climate monitoring analysis, predictions, and sector-specific climate information, early warning system risks, all these things. But as my focus is on this climate applications for the societal applications, so one of the components which I will try to explain various activities we are currently doing at IMD Pune. Before that, because this morning we also talked about this national framework of the climate services, which we are in the process of implementation in India. To start with, actually, in towards the end of 2023, we conducted actually stakeholder consultants or workshop in association with many things. So those who are strongly contributed, Dr. Rup Kumar sir and Pai sir or Hosalikar sir, and many people are here, those who are closely associating to organizing this workshop. So what happened in this workshop is because it is a climate services user forum is one of the major component. So because whenever we need to implement the NFCS India, we need a collective effort. So we invited in this meeting officials from various state government and central ministries, water, agriculture, health, energy, defense, and ISRO, and many research organizations working closely related to climate, academic institutes, professional bodies like Indian Meteorological Society, NGO and media, including the role of WMO, RIMES, and many other organizations. So the good recognition of this workshop came because very recently WMO, in support with the UK Met Office, they developed a updated guidelines to implement NFCS. Because you can see in the updated guidelines of NFCS that they have suggested a template whenever we conducted a stakeholder consultation workshop. That can be, this workshop template can be followed. This is the workshop statement, and then clearly the summary of the coordination can be available at the IMD Pune office. So it gives us a lot of satisfaction that this work is recognized in international level, starting from WMO, UK Met Office. But we have to way forward. There is more work need to be done. So because we will. Change, yeah. So because as I mentioned, this climate application user interface is a main component so what does it I will try to explain, because in the face of growing, this is actually there is a tool and a system to convert vast and complex climate data for the actionable insights. And COI in shortcut actually designed to meet this demand by making climate information accessible, understandable, and applicable for decision making. So many of the products we have been already seen this morning. So this is designed to growing demand of reliable climate services across various sectors or agriculture, whatever, many sectors we can say. And how these tools are defined or developed means these applications combine advanced technology with user-centric approach to ensure that stakeholders can effectively utilize this climate data, which is what the main purpose of this climate application and user interface. So again, because there are many organizations, they developed the different kind of sectorial applications, either agriculture, for example, how the seasonal to sub-seasonal weather forecast can help planning the crops, or advisors for irrigation, fertilizations, or tools for monitoring and mitigating drought and flood impacts. That is, for example, agriculture. Similar, there is in water resources providing rainfall forecast or the flood risk assessment. If we call the disaster risk reduction, for example, there is a warning in the real-time impact forecast or the integrating climate insights. And public health means issued alert for extreme temperature and the heat stress, or energy means, for example, mapping a wind and solar resources for efficient energy generation. So at this moment, because it's not like India Meteorological Department, all the activities we are currently doing, but each sector, I will try to show one example how our climate application user interface division or IMD Pune is involved the sectorial climate applications in various sectors. So we know that whenever we think about the sectorial climate application, we know that we need to discuss about the, based upon the forecast, various climate applications or societal application can be implemented. For example, there is a seamless forecasting existing starting from the seasonal forecasting, which is up to 1 to 6 months, then extended range forecastings and medium range forecast, short range forecast. For the various purposes, the various temporal and spatial scale, this forecasting is generated. But seasonal forecasting, for example, we just give as a rainfall and temperature, but that product direct as such it is may not be useful, because the same product can be used for the agriculture purpose, or same purpose can be used for the any disaster management planning, or any other sectors we can say. So the forecast, how it is utilized is based upon the interest of the users. For example, some of the example, for example, in our office, we are regularly monitoring in the weekly, 4 weekly basis, monthly or seasonal basis. For example, this is the agriculture drought monitoring during the monsoon season. We regularly in operational basis we monitor SPI and SPI in the district level, which can indicates the assess the water stress and the drought severity. Similarly, for example, in the recent 4 years, we can try to just as a trial basis, we try to analyze based upon the rainfall data is available from CSUF or some of the reanalysis data. For example, recent last 4 years, actually, either it is all influenced by El Nino or La Nina, but how does this rainfall pattern is contributing to the drought characteristics over the different part of India? But you can see that last couple of years, the Indo-Gangetic plain or Northeast India plain is experiencing kind of mild to moderately droughts. This is the how we can help the drought characteristics over this sub-region. But recently there is a many tools are many products are available for the rainfall temperature. There is a possibility that these drought characteristics can also be forecasted, that is can be available from the seasonal forecast climate model. These are the some actually that's on the trial basis we just tried to generate. For example, there is a seasonal forecast data available from different climate models. So based upon the observed climatology of rainfall, we tried to generate how this drought forecasting using seasonal scale can be attempted. So similarly, how because as we know how these users are normally use these drought monitoring products, because what happened just last week one of the journalists contacted us because in the weekly RDOT annual index it was showing that major part of India is experiencing mild arid conditions, and there is in the many part of the north India and northeast India is a severe arid condition. The journalist wanted to know how it is happening and all this happening. So we tried to just give some product whatever rainfall, because during since the beginning of March we can consider the pre-monsoon season. All these regions is experiencing negative rainfall. So together with the higher temperature, actually they are contributing this dry conditions over this Indian. So just this is 2 days back that journalist tried to translate our product in for the translated for the society. Similarly, we provide also actually, sorry, it is a river sub-basin rainfall monitoring. Every week and month by using extended range forecast and observed data, we are generating this sub-basin rainfall monitoring as well as the forecasting, because it's not much rainfall have been occurring this season. So I didn't explain this forecasting, but we are also generating forecast based upon the extended range forecast. Similarly, health sector, actually our actually Pulak sir is also sitting, he and our formerly Datta sir and all of our group people, they've been developing this, we are generating because the health bulletin actually. So every week we try to, we are generating this health bulletin and provide the temperature for means that transmission windows of temperature that is sensitive to the malaria and dengue. And last 2 years based upon the observed temperature data and also as well as the our global forecasting system data, forecast data is available, we are generating actually experimental basis excessive heat factor monitoring as well as the forecasting over the Indian regions. This is the sector-wise how different climate applications product are generating. I try to explain. So this is the another important this product which is been used very widely used recent years. This is the, for example, this is a couple of years ago the climate hazard map have been developed in our IMD Pune. So how this means this climate hazard and vulnerability map can be used for this climate application and user interface that I will try to explain by the next 1 to 2 slide. But this is the one of the interesting tool, and many even private sectors or academic institutes shown very much interested to use this data, which is again developed by led by our Pulak sir. So kind of actually different, either the means the how these the various districts are sensitive to different kind of hazard, drought, thunderstorm, cold wave, floods and cyclones. You can explore more details about this from the various web in this website available at the IMD Pune. I try to link these hazard atlas. How can we link? It is a preliminary thought. For example, what happened, we can see this year when the April our first long range forecast is issued, it was indicated that most part of India is going to be above normal rainfall. But there is above normal rainfall, means it is happen that many places in these regions there is a chances of heavy rainfall activities can happen. So, but whenever we can see that our hazard atlas, we can see hazard map, during this, in this same India map, we can say what are the districts there are high number of floods occurs. So by linking this climatologically large number of flood events, and which are this year it is expecting to the higher amount of or the high probability of some rainfall. So it can help to guide this district actually how the heavy rainfall events and this flood climatology map can be integrated. Similarly, there's one last example I can see. For example, although we know only few small regions of the district is indicating it's a drought, for example, in the northeast India. So if we can see that there are the district in the hazard atlas map, we can see which district in the northeast India, there are some districts, although the probability is low to high of some of the districts, if these districts can, if reality the below normal rainfall occur, this district can take some precaution that these districts will be highly sensitive to the drought activities. So with this, I can just to try to summarize my presentation. This is the climate application user interface standard forefront efforts to bridge the gap between the actually climate science and the societal needs, which I try to explain. And these applications ensure that climate service is relevant, impactful. And how it in the COI division or the IMD attempts to bridge the gap between climate science and practical application with a focus on delivering customized climate products suited for unique requirements of various sectors, and enhancing user engagement through training programs, workshops, stakeholder consultations, and developing tools for data visualizations and forecast. This is ongoing processes because we know there are many activities as per the user requirements we still need to be done. So as climate challenges continue to evolve, the integration of science, technology, and user-centric approach will be key to ensuring climate resilient future. That is what I wanted to conclude here. That's all from thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very informative presentation. So we have 2 minutes left. So do you have any question or comments? So please.
How do you deal with the impact data? We have excellent climate data, but to actually provide a good interface, you also need comparable impact information. So what is the strategy that you would like to follow to gather impact data?
Yes, sir. This is the what we are talking in the many meeting to understand the impact means as we are discussing the sectorial data is one of the most important. So we are, for example, to verify our forecast, we are trying to contact with health departments that will verify our health forecast which we are issuing. Similarly, for agriculture also need to verify it, but as such as the impact was not verified actually. That need to be carried as a future work as part of this climate applications.
And do you, is there any question or comments? No? Okay, so please.
Satyavan is really fantastic about so much information and it's so much user. So I saw is SPI index you made with all the other forecasting agencies seasonal forecast. So how do it looks like our own CFS V2 forecast?
Yes, actually this is the just on a trial basis. What are the quickly model we can just 2 days back only try to download, and we didn't because there are many models is available. What are the available quickly model in the Copernicus model? Just we tried as an experimental basis whether it is possible or not. That is what 4 models we could analyze, but we can use many models as possible in the future work. We can do that one.
So I would like to request Dr. Kane to felicitate Dr. Satyaban with memento.
So let's move on to the next. Mr. Ramshah from NARC. The title is Climate Services in Agriculture Sector. So please.
Good evening to all. This is Rameswar Rimal from Nepal Agriculture Research Council, NARC. I am going to present on the topic given to me, climate services to agriculture sector. And I will try to cover on the introduction role of climate services in agriculture. Similarly, use of seasonal outlook and weather forecast in agriculture, initiative in agriculture sector across the region, use of seasonal forecast in Nepalese agriculture, and we have some expectation to the SASCOF. Yeah, I will put in the at the last. Okay. The information put in this slide is already covered by the madam from World Food Program, so I want to skip this. In summary, I only want to say that we are in the most vulnerable region, and our agriculture system is dominated by the monsoon rainfall and rising temperature, erratic rainfall, and increased frequency of extreme weather events are greatly affecting agriculture sector. And the farmers, particularly adopting subsistence agriculture type, are most vulnerable in the region. So the climate services is very crucial to agriculture sector, which provides timely and tailored information about weather, seasonal forecast, and long-term climate trends to help users manage climate risk. So the effective climate services can transform vulnerability into the climate resilience. That's why climate services in agriculture is very important. In agriculture, we need not only the seasonal outlook, we also require different time scales of weather forecasting. If we get the timely information on seasonal outlook and weather forecast at all scales, we can reduce the risk related to the agriculture, and we can plan to cope the adverse impact of climate variability and extreme events timely. So I won't go in details as we all know about this. And there is a consensus that crop production variation is dependent about 67% by weather, and only the 33% is by the management practices. So we need to consider the weather and seasonal outlook as well. If we consider the initiatives taken in the South Asia region, we have climate smart technologies, similarly climate resilient varieties and major crops. Similarly, we are promoting participatory research, scaling up of CSA technologies. Similarly, most of the countries in the region are preparing agromet advisory bulletins and disseminating to the concerned stakeholders. Similarly, most of the countries are issuing special bulletins as they get the special weather alert from the NMHS. Similarly, most of the countries are practicing weather index insurance and promoting the climate smart villages as well as climate field schools. And they are disseminating the information through the social media, radio, television as well. In Nepal, we are preparing and disseminating the agromet advisory bulletin since 2015. And we are using seasonal forecast as well. This is an example of the use of seasonal forecast and disseminating to the farmers through agromet advisory bulletin in the last year. Similarly, once we get the special alert from the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology in Nepal, which is the National Meteorological and Hydrological Agency of Nepal, we issue the special bulletin as well as we aware the concerned stakeholders through social media, television programs as well. This is another example of the use of Outlook, especially in the winter season. We started giving advisory based on winter outlook from 2024. Similarly, we provide the special advisory to the farmers if the DHM provides us the special weather alerts. In the agromet advisory bulletin, we are actually issuing at a national level, and we are trying to cover all the major cereal crops, fruits, vegetables, livestock, fisheries, as well as pasture and fodder. And we are disseminating the bulletin through the website, mobile app, SMS. Similarly, we have a Google group consisting of the all local levels, similarly provincial ministries, agriculture knowledge center, veterinary hospital and livestock expert centers, NARC centers, as well as agri enterprises. We have Facebook page. We are conducting radio program, similarly television program, and we have a WhatsApp group consisting of national, provincial, district, as well as municipal level agri-technicians, agriculture experts, as well as farmer groups and other entrepreneurs. This is my last slide, and we have some expectations that though we are getting the seasonal outlook from SASCOF since 2010, due to the varied topographic and rugged terrain in Nepal, sometimes the forecast goes wrong, and the wind, some of the rain shadow regions in the same district experience different types of rainfall patterns. So we are getting the seasonal outlook a month ahead now in recent years, but we are not getting the sub-seasonal outlook and updated seasonal outlook as well. So if Department of Hydrology and Meteorology of Nepal is capacitated enough by the SASCOF to issue the sub-seasonal outlook, we will be benefited more. Similarly, due to the rugged terrain and the variation in spatial and temporal variation in rainfall, it is very difficult for us to correlate the weather forecast with agriculture, which is being challenged. So we want to have a location specific, especially high resolution and quantitative forecast. And for monsoon season, we also expect onset and withdrawal date of monsoon for the proper planning of seedling preparation, land preparation, as well as sowing time adjustment. And we also expect breaks in monsoon rain, so that we can have efficient irrigation scheduling and crop dressing. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation here. And if you have any questions or suggestions, please, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. A very informative presentation. So, a question or comments?
See, your expectation of sub-seasonal forecast means what time scale? 10 days or what do you mean by sub-seasonal? With a 1 month lead time?
Yeah, at least 1 month lead time.
Sub-seasonal means what type of forecast you are expecting? Is it a weekly forecast, extended range or medium range? What do you want?
Actually, we are getting the official forecast for 3 days only. And seasonal forecast for whole season. So at least we get the forecast for a month or 15 days. That will be great for us.
No, seasonal forecast you can get actually, but monthly forecast also you can get, monthly average. But you know, if you want to have a day-to-day forecast 1 month before, not possible. Monthly forecast, it is possible actually. Monthly forecast is possible.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Sure. And similarly, you know, when you have got Nepal and that type of, as you yourself said, because of topography, etc., I don't think that, you know, localized activity, whether will be more important, and those kind of systems to predict 1 month will be quite difficult for that. So you have to actually match with your expectation and what is really science will be possible. So if science itself is not having possibility, no department can provide the forecast. So you have to, you have to match with your expectation. Anyway, and regarding your location specific forecast, already IMD is doing, if you give a pin code for latitude, longitude, you can get forecast. So I think those area, even Nepal is also included. Let me check. So if that is getting, you can get 10 days forecast, hourly forecast for, hourly forecast for next 36 hours, 5 hourly forecast for next 5 days, and 6 hourly forecast for next 10 days. So that is being done for entire India. Based on other okay. Yeah. Yes.
That actually, what even SASCOF, that we give outlook only. The forecast is owned by their, they generate, and that is they own. So I'm not sure whether I'm correct or not.
Yeah, you are correct, sir.
Anyway,
thank you.
IMD is issuing, but Department of Hydrology and Meteorology in Nepal is not capable enough to generate that level. Yeah.
We can help them if they.
Yes, sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other question or comments? No? Okay.
So, if there are no questions, I would like to request Dr. K. Nyamara to felicitate Dr. Rameshwar Rimal for his talk. Sir, wait a while. सर 1 मिनट बस उनको बुलाते हैं. Thank you, Akhilesh.
Thank you very much. So let's move on to the next speakers. Online, okay. So it is final speakers today, and from UNO of Nepal, and the title is Climate Services in Humanitarian Sector. So.
Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Sir, as per your request, we are sharing slides from here.
Sure, that will be helpful
Okay,
for me. Yeah. So before the slide comes out, now I would like to give some information on the work we do. I'm actually from United Nations Resident Coordinator Office, Nepal. This is Ragindraman Rajbhandari. And in absence of UN OCHA, we coordinate humanitarian activities and prepare humanitarian plan in Nepal. So my presentation on today in the SASCOF forum is on like how as a end user of a SASCOF product we are utilizing in our humanitarian preparedness and planning. Could you just move to the first slide, please? I cannot see the slide. The first slide.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir, please. The first slide, slide number 2.
Not presentation mode.
Yes, sir. We are working on it.
Okay. Thank you. So monsoon, monsoon in the context of Nepal, I would like to frame it as like it's the season of agricultural productivity, and by far, like we understand that more than 80% of the precipitation happens during this season. So it's a season of agricultural productivity, and we want to have a very good monsoon. But also, this time is also a potential of monsoon-related hazard impacting lives and livelihood of inhabitant across the country. And that's the reason, like government of Nepal, together with UN and other humanitarian agencies, prepare their monsoon contingency plan. And in the graph below, I just try to show the, like 3-decadal frequency of monsoon event, which peaks from 1991 to 2023 in a decadal format, and the frequency of a monsoon-related hazard peaks during July, but the red arrow. With the red arrow, I'm trying to show that with the latest impact of climate change. We are seeing a kind of a heavy rainfall or monsoon hazardous event in recent years since 2021 to last year. Please move on to next slide. So, our whole work is on monsoon preparedness and response plan, and our work kicks off with the SASCOF long range forecast. We start generally this activities from February with our data preparedness work and reflection on previous monsoon preparedness and response plan. But our actual work happens once the SASCOF long range forecast comes out, together with the National Department of Hydrology and Meteorology long range forecast. So once this forecast comes out, we adjust our plan. This plan is like a cluster base in humanitarian sector. Like there are 11 clusters predefined, and we with the information on the from the SASCOF on the long range monsoon forecast, we plan the activities of the cluster, budget those activities, and start our work, and with the target by the end of early June, our monsoon preparedness and response plan is indoors, and we are prepared for the monsoon. And for the rest of the monsoon now, on the post-monsoon part, we continuously monitor the impact of monsoon. So this is the basic timeline we work annually. Next slide, please. Yeah, on this slide, I just put the long-range forecast of 2024 and also the long-range forecast that was published in 2023 from SASCOF, where with which we initiated our work and its closeness to the actual precipitation in 2023. This is just for the general info. Then together with this, like please to the next slide. So together with this info, we also get the long-range forecast from our national government agency, Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, with special information in the map form, where it identifies the area with normal monsoon or area with above normal monsoon. So this is a basic for starting or preparing our monsoon preparedness and contingency plan. With this long range forecast, on the next slide, please. We do relate with like what is normal monsoon means, what is the amount of rainfall we expect in particular location in normal monsoon, in above normal monsoon, and below normal monsoon. This is also the product from DHM. So this isohydral line, we just trying to see the spatial variability of rainfall that is expected in that season. Then next slide, please. Yeah, on this, like we again, this is another form of information. Like we have a historical impact data that is collected from 1971 to 2024, latest as of today. So in this, what we're trying to see is at the different subnational level, we call it a district, what is the frequency of a different monsoon hazard in the top graph. The x-axis shows the different district or subnational level and frequency of different hazard, where the frequency of flood, landslide, heavy rainfall, including snake bite in these area. So different monsoon related hazard. And the below two graph on the historical impact of flood, like the casualties and affected household in these subnational level. With flood, we can see a high affected household, and with the landslide, we see a high like casualties and in different areas. And this was sum up for the different for the time scale of 1971 to 2024, latest as it is. With this data, with the next slide, please. we have a monsoon risk map which shows that the lower like southern areas of our country is highly prone to flood, and the mid-hill region highly prone to landslide. This is based on the impact historical data. We come up with this classification. And now what we do is, next slide please. So based on the forecast, and we have with the Sajak Nepal project, with the academician and researchers, we have also mapped out what is the monsoon looked like in 2000, from 2001 to 2021. So there is a forecast, and there is the actual monsoon, how it looked like. Please, it's a general tendency that the blue is seen as a higher precipitation, but it's opposite in the map in this case. So with the forecast, we try to similarize the forecasted monsoon matches with what with which past year. So for example, in 2024, the forecasted monsoon was very much similar to the monsoon that happened in 2014. So it's a kind of a basis we take, and we go back to 2014 and work and see on the impact, like what was the impact that happened. And this is not only a single year, like with the similarity analysis, we found out that the projected monsoon for 2024 is similar to 2014, 2016, and 2019 or 18. So on that basis, we go back to those years and see the effect or impact of monsoon, and we come up with the with a certain value, like in this case, like 1,000 to 2,000 household potentially affected, maybe impacted with 2024 monsoon based on the impact, historical impact data. And this is the minimum level of preparedness that is required for 2024 monsoon at the household level based on the forecast. And then this is one form of information we use for our preparedness. And then next slide please. So this is also the same information as earlier, but on a tabular form, like what was the forecast in last 10 or 12 years, and what actually happened, and what was the impact due to different monsoon related hazard, flood, landslide on this one. So we see a very close matching between the forecast and actual, and we can also have this impact on due to different landslide. I just put flood and landslide in this table. So this is another parameter, like we were generating to forecast the impact of monsoon in that year. So next slide please. One more click. So based on all these historical information, forecast information, we just use a disaster impact model. This is generally quite popular in the humanitarian sector, which looks at the exposure and the location of occurring monsoon related hazard, and estimating the number of people living in that area. And out of those people who are most vulnerable, identifying the vulnerable people that will be needing or in need of humanitarian assistance. In this way, we come up with a case load. In our terms, we call it a case load figure, which is like maximum exposed population to have a impact of monsoon. So if you go to the next slide, we do it at the subnational or a provincial level. Next slide, please. And we come up with the caseload. So our caseload for 2024 was 1.8 million people exposed to the monsoon related hazard based on the seasonal forecast that was generated, based on the historical data, and applying this disaster impact model, like seeing the geography where it will be most impacted, and then also calculating the exposed population there. And this figure goes into our like monsoon preparedness and response plan, and based on these figure, every clusters, the 11 cluster, food, health, nutrition, all these humanitarian thematic clusters plan their caseload, and come up with their preparedness and response activities which are budgeted. So this is kind of a contingency plan, a plan we prepare, and we aim to make this plan ready before the start of monsoon, like around the first week of June. And so that we know if there is an extreme event or like monsoon hazard event happen, what we need to do to respond. And for the UN particularly, like these preparedness plan, if there is an extreme event, we convert it as a response plan during that event, and call for funding appeal, or raise fund for humanitarian activities as well if there is a gap in funding. So this is the work we generally do annually. And during the monsoon, my last slide, please, we use different meteorological models that is available, like ECMWF, GeoGlows, and even DHM, our department and meteorological department of hydrology and meteorological forecast, to see what is happening in next 3 or 5 days. For example, all the slides or all the pictures from GeoGlows, ECMWF, DHM, this was generated on 25th September, and the major event happened in 28th and 29th of September last year. And you can see from all these, like it was kind of a quite good prediction at that time. And based on these, like we supply information, we communicate with the government, higher authorities, and the senior management of UN that there is a potential of having this extreme event, and so that they have a good decision, evidence-based decision support system. So this is the work we are doing. We are very much an end user of SASCOF, and all these meteorological forecasts, and which we are using it in our humanitarian response, preparedness and response plan. Last slide, please. And with this, I thank you all, and request if there is any questions.
Thank you very much
Thank
for very valuable presentation. So anyone has question or comments? So please.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, what I have seen that you are using your forecast, the seasonal forecast, you are using basically analog method. You have you have shown that you have 2001 to 2020 years realized rainfall, and you are seeing the pattern or analog match, and saying that analog. Now, one is this analog matching, whether you are using manually or some analog model, or you have developed some synoptic analog, something is this. And second is, just let me, second point is similar in that, suppose 2024 is matching some year 2003 or something, but that impact 2003 or response, if you have that population density and housing density, and each of the areas that growth rate, suppose 2003 population of that area, and every area is growth rate is not same. So whether if you are some area maybe population rate is more, So whatever that time, now 2024 or 25, that population density will be projected, will be different. So that growth factor, whether you have included or not.
Thank you for the important question. This method we introduced last year only together with the University of Durham University colleagues. We are working together with them on these. You rightly said there will be a different population growth and other. The similarity of forecast and perceived rainfall is one of the many indicators we use in the model to see, like, the overall forecast is on the rain, but the impact is at the river level or flooding level. So to see like whether like the forecast and this perceived rainfall similarity matching is kind of a manual for right now. We are trying to develop a automatic algorithm on this one, where like we want to do a pixel by pixel analysis of this. This is ongoing work. And regarding the growth rate, yeah. So once we know the forecasted forecast matches with this year's past year perceived monsoon, we will go to the move into the locality, not at the municipality level, but more at the district level because of the court's resolution of the forecast. And we see the impact at that time of that perceived year, and try to see try to come up with the growth rate. But we are very careful in using like this geometric or mathematical growth rate, because in context of Nepal, like we know that the reporting of impact was has an accuracy since 2011 only. Like there was a systematic report of impact since 2011 with the BIPAT portal and other came into existence. Before that, the reporting of the impact was not that frequent and accurate. So it's a contextual based on the geographical location. We identify whether we go for the growth rate. If it's in the hilly area or in a mountains area, we do not go for the growth rate. Rather, we focus on the impact data only. But for the Tarai or southern region, we do calculate the growth rate and come up with the household exposed household at this level at this year. And together with this, we also use this population density map from World Pop and Landscan data, Landscan, to estimate the inhabitant at this time in those areas. So these are kind of a manual method we are working right now, using right now. Yeah. Any? Did I clarify you? Or?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So unfortunately, time is up. But is it okay? Short question or comments. Okay. So thank you very much for Mr. Nagindraba. Thank you very much. And that's all for today. And thank you very much for joining this session and for your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I would like to request Dr. Anshul Agarwal to present memento to Dr. Ken Yamada for chairing the session. Thank you. Now I would like to request Ms. Jasmine and Pallavi to give further announcements.
Thank you, Ms. Aarti and Dr. Anshul Agarwal for moderating today's sessions. Let us applaud for them. Thank you. I again request all the participants, climate experts, national and international delegates to join us for the dinner at the same venue at 7:30 p.m.
Also, thank you for the cooperation and patience, though our schedule has gone beyond our time. So thank you for the patience, and we would like to meet you for the dinner. Also, so with this, I conclude today's session. I request everyone to join tomorrow morning at 9:30 p.m. a.m. sharp for the day 2 of Climate Service User Forum. So thank you everyone.
Dinner will be here only in the same hall and the same premises. Today we had lunch. So same hall.